Okay, we'll go for it. We'll just hope. Hopefully it works. Right. Let's have a look, shall we? And see. It says you are live. So I have no idea what's actually being streamed. Do you know what? What will be, will be. Hopefully the stream just works itself out. We are having technical difficulties. And it just seems like when I talk, it kind of doesn't actually play for you for like 5 minutes or so. There seems to be quite the gap in between. So, yeah, this is not a good situation, to be honest. Not a situation that we've had before. Let me double check this. I have already put a message in the chat saying we're having technical difficulties. So I just want to have a look, see what it is that you lot are receiving and see how out of sync it actually is. Let's click on it. Okay. It looks like it's all right. That's okay. Looks like it's caught up. Okay, that's good. That's good. I was just let me fill you in, right? I was just sat here and I had a coat on, so I was quite cold. And I started talking. I was like, do you know what? We won't start the stream yet because I'll take this coat off. And so I took it off, put it down there, and then I started talking again. And when I looked, I was still wearing the coat, and I was like, oh my God, that's quite the delay. That's quite the delay. I was like, man, how long do I need to talk for? Like, and I was still wearing the coat. And I was like, oh my God. Because I see a little preview window thing, and that was really freaking me out because I was talking. I kept looking. I was like, I've still got the coat on. How delayed is this stream? But it's all right. It's fixed. Right. Yeah. So hello. Right. So we've got Bleacher Report. I don't know if you picked up on that with this mess of an intro, but yeah, they've done the predictions. Let's go through this cards. And I can tell you who's gone with what. So we've got MJF against Danielson, okay, as our main event, AEW Championship. So we've got 5 Bleacher Report out of 6 writers reckon that MJF is going to win. So 5 out of 6. So only one person has gone with Danielson. So seems like people are heavily on MJF's side to get this win. Then we've got Jamie Hayter against Ruby Soho against Saraya. And at the moment, it's 2 for Jamie Hayter, 1 for Soho, and 3 for Saraya. So Saraya just edging it on that one, right? So this is, as we said, out of 6 writers for Bleacher Report have made their predictions. And this is how it's breaking down. In regards to Moxley versus Hangman Page, all 6 have gone with Hangman Page. All 6 have gone with Page, so that's interesting. Then we've got the Guns against the Acclaimed, against Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett, against Danhausen and Orange Cassidy. Now, no one has gone for Danhausen and Orange Cassidy. 2 have gone for Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett. 1 has gone for the Acclaimed. 3 have gone for the Guns. So 3 think that the Guns retain. Then we've got Samoa Joe against Wardlow. All 6 have gone with Wardlow. So it seems like I think they're the only... Oh, no, there is one more. I was going to say, I think they're the only 2 matches where all 6 have picked the same person, but there's one more to come. Then we've got a split. In fact, we've got a couple of splits. So Jericho against Starks. We got 3 writers that have gone with Jericho, and we've got 3 writers that have gone with Ricky Starks. So 3 and 3. Same with the Elite and House of Black. 3 writers have picked the Elite. 3 writers have gone with the House of Black. And then we've got Jungle Boy against Christian Cage, and everyone has gone with Jungle Boy. So we've got 3 matches tonight where all the writers have gone with one person, the same person. So everyone, all the writers at Bleacher Report think that Hangman is going to win. All the writers at Bleacher Report think Wardlow is going to win. And all the writers at Bleacher Report think Jungle Boy is going to get the win over Christian Cage. And then we've got a few, obviously, that are split. Jericho Starks 50-50, Elite House and Black 50-50. Guns are favorites, but Acclaimed and Lethal and Jarrett have got some votes as well. And Saraya is actually the favorite, but there are some votes for Hater and Soho. So that's the cards, and that is what Bleacher Report are thinking. Yeah, shout out to everyone in the chat. I'm going to watch the pay-per-view for free on a website that I know, said Kenzie. Apologies. I'm fixing to go on a Barbie hunt, said Irish Rebel. Just kidding. Figure hunt. I thought I'd get you on that one, Irish Rebel. Shout out to you. Hazza said, what were your thoughts on Liverpool Man United earlier? Obviously a disappointing score, but I mean, my thoughts on it are that the loss is what affects me more than the score. I'm not really bothered about the score because it doesn't mean anything, does it? It's just the fact that we dropped 3 points. So disappointing. But I suppose the positive about the score is if it was 1-0, they might just try and do a few little tweaks, like, oh, you just need to tweak this, you just need to do that. Because it was 7, they will hopefully have a rocket put up them, which at this stage in the season might not be the worst thing, as we, try and make a push on in the FA Cup. We try and push on in the Europa. I think there's a confidence as well that, under Ollie, if something like this has happened, there wasn't much confidence that he'd be able to go to the training ground and turn it around. Whereas this right now, and I could be wrong, but this right now feels like it was a blip. Feels like it was a one-off. I mean, there'll be a lot of pressure on that next game to show that it was. But just feels like it was a blip, to be honest. Feels like a bad day at the office. Feels like... it feels like it caught up with them, doesn't it? All the stuff they've been doing. They've been playing every week since the World Cup, twice a week. But that was put to Ten Hag, and in all credit to Ten Hag, he did turn around and say, no, that is not the reason. We just completely lost our heads. So he didn't use that as an excuse. It feels like that's a reason. But fair play to him for turning around and going, nope, that is not the reason. He said, we lost our heads and we'll look at it. And as a fan, you kind of go, okay, yeah, fair play. These bad results going to happen in a season. One trophy already in the cabinet. So I think the general consensus amongst United fans obviously is disappointment, but move on. Next game, done. Mitchell, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, buds. Shout out to everyone that joined us yesterday as well. I'm still feeling the effects on every front. My voice is still not 100%. I've also got horrible ulcer right on my tongue, and it actually hurts when I talk, which is not brilliant when you're doing a stream. Got it right on the edge, and I tried to see if there was something I can put on it. We haven't got anything. It's really painful as well. So every time I'm talking, every word I'm saying, it's like grating against my teeth. And yeah, that's not fun. So this is going to be a challenge, but it's a challenge that I am up for. Mitchell, shout out to you, said, do you think often this is a make or break pay-per-view for AEW, like people are saying? I don't know that it's as dramatic as that. I think that they could have a bad pay-per-view and survive as a company, right? But I think that their short term, I think, is going to be affected by what happens tonight, because I think they've been a bit stale for a few months. We're not even talking weeks. For me personally, it's been months. Hence why I got to the point. I mean, a few weeks ago, I got to the point where I was like, nah, I think we need to take a break here, right? And, that's not just because of one bad show. That's just because of feelings that have built up over a longer period of time, where the show just doesn't have that story, it just doesn't have that whatever it is to grab you, or not for me anyway, at the moment. That story, even just one story that I can honestly, hand on heart, say that I feel connected to or passionate about, or I can invest in. I mean, like, I'm sure the match tonight between MJF and Bryan Danielson is going to be really good. I mean, it's an hour-long Danielson match. So, do you know what I mean? How is it not going to be amazing? So I'm sure it's going to be really good. So I've got high hopes there. High hopes. And if you think that match will probably take up a quarter of the show, like, I'm not just saying this, I am genuinely going into tonight with optimism. I think, like, I look at the cards, and the cards, it's not bad. It's honestly not bad. There's, like Jungle Boy against Christian Cage. That's it's kind of Christian only came back a few weeks ago, so it's kind of not had much build, but equally, obviously there's been so much that's happened well back that going back to like last year and whatever, when Christian was with them and then betrayed them and Luchasaurus left and blah blah blah, all this kind of stuff. It doesn't really need much of a build, does it? It had it sort of last year. So that's one that we could very quickly just put back on the boil. And if you've been watching the show, you're right back into that story. So yeah, I don't mind that match. I don't mind, obviously, the Iron Man. I think is going to be really cool. In fact, let's just have a quick rundown. I know people will say, "What match are you most excited for?" It's the Iron Man match, but taking that out of the equation, I mean, Jericho and Starks, I think, could be good. It's great to see Ricky Starks. I mean, Ricky Starks on a pay-per-view having a match against Chris Jericho. Like, that's pretty cool. I know that they have like faced before. I'm sure I'm right in saying they faced before. And I think this is going to be hopefully the moment that Starks needs to win this one. Starks needs to win this one. So I'm hoping they go that way with Starks winning. I'm hoping it's going to be a really great match as well. I'm hoping it's just going to be a showcase for Ricky Starks. So I'm up for that. Moxley Page, the build hasn't been brilliant, but they're gonna really go at each other. And honestly, this is the match where they should go at each other. Like, if there's blood in this, I won't roll my eyes and be like, oh, because I would say of any match that is happening on this card, that's the one that does need to be brutal. That's the one where both guys do need to push each other to the limits. The only concern is, because we see blood on such a regular basis, what limits are they going to push themselves to now? Like, if we didn't normally see bloods on Dynamite, this is where you'd say, okay, this match needs blood. The concern, I suppose, would be, because we see bloods often, what do they do now? Because I can't imagine just having blood is going to be enough. And so now they're going to have to go a little bit further. And I suppose I'm a little worried about that, but I'm definitely down for seeing it. Tag match, I think, will just be fun. That'll just be fun. Jungle Boy against Cage, as I said. Yep. I like Jungle Boy. Christian Cage, good worker. Nice to have him back, actually. Good talker. And then you've got the Iron Man. I'm not the biggest Elite fan, so that one. Samoa Joe, Wardlow. Hopefully the match is good. I don't think the build has been great. Hopefully the match is good. Tag match will be fun. Hater, Soho, and Saraya. I must admit, I wish it was just one-on-one rather than a triple threat, but could be fun. I mean, if this was Hater against Saraya, I think that would be really fun, because they're both English, for example. They can both talk about, like, coming over to America, trying to make it in the business. That could have been a pretty fun build, but we haven't really focused on that as the builds for this. Soho just feels a little bit like a third cog in the wheel. She doesn't really feel like she's been much of a focus in the builds. So I think it would have been better if this was just Hater versus Saraya. But I'm wondering if, like, Saraya just can't quite do a whole match on her own. Like, she did one against Britt, perhaps, just wasn't very comfortable. Like, okay, well, we'll put you in a triple threat for the next one. I wonder if it's something along those lines. Don't know. So yeah, that's the card basically, and I think there's definitely a reason to be optimistic. But no, I would say if this bombs, I think it might be that some people just kind of step away for a bit, like I was thinking of doing, just so they can find their feet again, find some stories, and then people will come back, check it back out again. I don't think it'd be a case of if this completely bombs, that's it. Everyone's like going to abandon, or a good chunk are going to abandon, and we're going to go down to the 600,000 for Dynamite or anything like that. I just think that this is their chance to make a big statement. Let's put it that way. This is their chance to put a big show out that people on Twitter and the wrestling world go, yeah, that was cool. That was a good show, right? Because I feel like they need that. I think they I've seen a lot of AEW fans that in recent weeks have sort of been saying like, yeah, okay, it's not the strongest show, but let's get to Revolution. And so we're at Revolution. So yeah, let's see. I've got high hopes. My issue is it's very predictable, said Mitchell. I would love a shake-up, like BRYAN winning, for example. I agree. I would like to see BRYAN win. I think that this is what they need tonight is a shock, a return like CM Punk. They need a big debut. I don't know who that could be, but after this show ends, I hope we're sitting here going, at least that was good. That was decent, right? And like this talking point, do you know what I mean? I don't know what the talking point is, but still can't believe happened, right? That's what I'm hoping for tonight. And they've got a 4-hour show. They've got tons of amazing wrestlers in order to deliver that. So that's what I'm hoping they're going to do. But I do think and sense that there is a chunk of people that are coming into this, maybe myself as well, if I'm going to be completely honest with myself, with a bit of nerves, I want this to work for them. I want this to be a good show. I really, 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 really do. I really want this to be like, right, yes, that was good. Boom, really enjoyed that. And wow, this moment, blah, 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 that's going to set up Dynamite. Then we've got some momentum. Momentum is the word, isn't it? Momentum. Need some momentum. That's what I'm looking for. And there might be quite a few watching this saying, oh, they've got that. The shows have been brilliant and it's got momentum. And if that's the case, brilliant. But I think we can at least meet in the middle ground if you are of that opinion that the recent shows have been good and that they've got momentum. I feel like we can at least meet in the middle ground to say, well, the ratings at the moment are showing that it doesn't have the momentum that it did have. The ratings are showing that we're at, I think it was 820,000 3 weeks ago. We got the big announcement last week, which took it back to 1 million. But then the Wednesday just gone, it went back down to 8, whatever it was, 3, something like this, right? So we are pretty consistently in the lower 8s at the moment. Whereas it wasn't long ago, we were in consistently around the 1 million mark. So we have seen this drop of a couple of 100,000, which, it's wrestling, your peaks and troughs and all of that kind of stuff. But this is what we're looking for. It's what I'm looking for, just a bit of momentum as we come out of this show. So I hope that answers it, Mitchell. Shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. AWC Legend said thoughts on the 7-0. We spoke about it, buds. Touched on it. Spoke about it. I mean, I can go through it again. I think that just quickly, the score doesn't really bother me. Genuinely, I'm not bothered. If it's, I know that it's a big talking point because it's such a significant scoreline. But to be honest, as long as it doesn't break the Premier League record of like biggest defeat, doesn't really make any difference to me if it's 7, if it's 6, if it's 5, if it's 4. I don't feel any worse that it was 7 compared to if it was 3. I really don't, right? For me, it's more about the fact that we went there and we didn't get the 3 points because I never felt like we were in the title race, but we're trying to get top 4. So for me, we're trying to get top 4. So the fact that we've gone there, not got the win, okay, it's Anfield. It's one of the hardest places to go. So to go there and not get the win, that is disappointing. That is, and hopefully it's just a blip. But I'm kind of looking at it as a bit of a positive in regards to getting beaten so heavily, because it's just not been a reflection of our recent performances. So it does feel like it's just a one-off. It does feel like a bad day at the office. And the fact that it was such a big score makes me think that Ten Hag is going to really, put the rocket up them, because had it have been 1-0 loss, it might have just been, 90-odd% of that was fine. It was good, but we've got to work on just this aspect. And honestly, maybe this performance has been waiting for a while. It just so happens that it was Liverpool that beat us 7-0, but who knows? I mean, it could have happened in the Europa final. Do you know what I mean? It could have happened in the FA Cup final. Like, we could have lost a trophy with a performance like this. I don't think we've lost a trophy today, because I don't think we were ever in the title race. So if we were going to have this performance, if we were going to have this result, yeah, you wouldn't want it against Liverpool as a Man United fan. Of course you wouldn't, right? There's no getting around. It's disappointing. Of course it's disappointing. But honestly, it's in the league. It's in the league. I'd much rather take it now than it happens, say, next year, when I think we could be pushing for the title. Or if we get to the Europa League final and we end up throwing a Europa League victory away, or an FA Cup final, or something along those lines. Like, just feels like them switching off and putting in this bad half and everything going wrong. Just feels like, well, that's probably something that was going to happen at some point. So is that it? Was that it? Is it done? Was that the bad performance? So that's kind of how I'm taking it. That's how I'm looking at it. 3 points dropped. Put the rocket up them tomorrow and move on. Right, I want to try and get to these comments. Michael, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well. Michael says, good evening, Days. I'm going to go to the movie theater to watch AEW Revolution. Very good. Very good. That's an exciting thing to do. That's cool. I'm definitely into that idea. I've never done that. I don't even know if it's ever been an option over here in the UK. But I would definitely be up for going to the movie theater to check out like on a big screen with like loads of wrestling fans. Do you know what would be even better, actually, if there was a movie theater where you could have all the seats sort of down and it was a bit more of like a flat floor, and then you could bring in like tables and chairs and just make it a bit more like a bar, but with that kind of a screen, If there was a way for all the chairs to just, I don't know, fold away, going down to the floor level or whatever, I don't know. But the only thing that would just be would be a little bit of a shame, I think, is normally in a theater like that, like the lights are obviously going to be down. You're going to be sat in a row. You can't really see anyone else. You can hear them, can't see anyone else. And you've just got like, the people next to you. Sort of when I went to a pub for WrestleMania 30. One of my favorite kind of memories of that time was being in a pub with a load of people, strangers that I didn't know, wrestling fans, that would just the looks on their faces when the streak ended. So when the streak ended, to be able to see the reaction in the room, not only hear it, but to actually see like people, do you know what I mean? Hands on heads, mouths open, just disbelief, I mean, that was amazing. That was really cool. So that would be my only thing with going to a cinema, would be, wow, I bet the atmosphere would be amazing. I bet the screen would be amazing. But just a little like, it would be great if you could see the reactions, But I mean, that's a nothing point, really. The positives would definitely outweigh any little niggles like that, to see the action, to watch the show with your mates on a screen of that size. I would definitely love to do that. But I don't know if they've ever done that in the UK. I'm sure somewhere has. Sure, somewhere has. Have a great time. Yeah, I'm jealous. Sounds like a really fun thing to do. William said, "This is a day's stream, so welcome. If it was my stream, I would ban you all," says William. Okay. Hazard said, "What are your thoughts on Rikishi wanting to join in on the Bloodline story?" What are my thoughts on Rikishi wanting to join in on the Bloodline story? I think that it makes sense because it's the hottest thing going in wrestling, and he can seamlessly go into it. You know what I mean? I think that could be a lot of fun. He would be a big part player. I mean, there's definitely a role for him to play there and something for him to get his teeth into with the Usos, and potentially trying to get them back onto the same page. Like if he was involved on Friday's show, for example, I mean, I think that'd be amazing. So yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And now's a great time to do it with the Uso drama being what it is, you know? I mean, that would be great, but I don't know. I mean, I just sort of feel like I don't think he could be in it like long term. I wouldn't be expecting him to be a new member or come back and start wrestling or anything like this, but could you bring him in for a week or two just as this Usos drama is happening? Sure. And could you then like look to use him further down the road? Sure. The only problem is we don't know how long the bloodline's going to be sticking around. I actually think it's a bit of a shame we've not used Rikishi up until this point. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure we could have used Rikishi in a really fun way. We could have used the whole family in a really fun way. I mean, the bloodline's been going for quite a while. I mean, why now has Rikishi gone, "Do you know what? I quite fancy being involved in this bloodline story." Like, that's a bit weird, isn't it? You would imagine that these would have been like this spoken about and plans could have been put in place ages ago. But not now that it feels that it's all falling apart. But as I said, now is actually a great time for him to be involved. Even if we'd have used him before, I would definitely look to use him now, because what with it falling apart and the brothers, like, you know, obviously a divide there. I think this is where, you know, Rikishi can get involved and play a big part. So yeah, good, exciting. Wrestler Landy said, "I don't mind a cheeky Sunday night pay-per-view from AEW. Do you think..." Hello, Wrestler Landy, by the way. Hello, James, by the way. Hope you're well. I want to get to James's comment. Do you think it's better than it being on a Saturday? Well, I mean, it's hard for me to answer, isn't it? Because for me, it's undoubtedly better because we do boxing, we do UFC. I mean, Saturdays, there's always something happening on a Saturday night. Because it's Saturday night, there's always something going on. So WWE moving to Saturdays really does get in the way for me, because it means that I can't do those things, watch those things. We have to drop it and, you know, do like the WWE show. And then on a Sunday, there's just not really anything happening. Sunday is a quiet night. So you've got like this Sunday night where there's just not really much happening. So for me, I much prefer it to be on a Sunday, because, you know, you can have something big and exciting on a Saturday night, be it boxing, be it UFC, whatever. And then boom, here's Sunday night. And now you've got like this big wrestling show that's got its own space to breathe. The problem with the Saturday night is you are competing against some other big things, be it, you know, boxing. I think, for example, Anthony Joshua is fighting, again, we haven't seen Joshua since he last fought Usyk. Joshua's returning, and I think that's the same night as WrestleMania Night 1. So I don't think, well, I won't be able to watch them both, because WWE, I think, have also put NXT early on that Saturday, and then on Saturday night is WrestleMania. So I won't be able to watch that AJ fight. So that's a bit of a shame. I know that WrestleMania is 2 days, and that's a bit of an exception, but you get my point. The same is true of SummerSlam last year and blah, 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 blah. So I personally prefer them on a Sunday. I also think as well that, I mean, not that it makes the biggest of differences, but I always used to enjoy like going to school knowing that I could go home and I had a pay-per-view to watch. That was pretty exciting. So, like, the pay-per-view would be on a Sunday night when I was growing up. There was no way I was going to be able to watch it, and that would be true of, like, now, you know. If I was at school now, there's no way I would be allowed to stay up and watch this because it's going to end at, like, I don't know, 4, 5 in the morning here in the UK, and then you've got to get up for school at, like, 7, right, at the latest to get ready and get in to school and whatever. So, there's no way I would have been allowed to have watched it. So I would have had to. And in this day and age, I will admit that would be difficult. Right? I will admit I am a boomer. So times change, don't they? For me, there was no mobile phones, right? There was no internet, right? I didn't need to worry about spoilers. The only person that could spoil what had happened would be any other wrestling fans that I knew at school. But I think we were, if I remember right, we were all in the same boat in the sense of you sort of like knew who the wrestling fans were because you'd end up at some point in your school life having a chat with them, right? If you found another wrestling fan, you would end up having a conversation. So I sort of knew the wrestling fans that were in my year, and we were all in the same boat. None of us were allowed to watch it. So I kind of felt pretty comfortable, confident that it wouldn't get spoiled. And then that meant then I could go to school, do whatever, go home, and then I had a pay-per-view to watch. Oh my God, what happened last night? What happened last night? And it was so exciting. So it was a bit of a downer, like, you know, that you couldn't watch it live. But then, you know, saying that, I wouldn't have changed it. I think, you know, the more it's something really special, and it's going to sound cringe, right? But there is something really special about knowing that something big has happened and you just don't know what it is yet. Like, oh my God, like, which way did it go? It's done. Whatever has happened, it's done, right? It has happened, right? So when it was like WrestleMania and WrestleMania was happening, it was like, I don't know, Brett versus Owen, Brett versus Yoko, Lex versus Yoko, and like WrestleMania 10, who's going to come away with the belt? Could have been 3 people. Who's the champion right now? You literally wake up going, I wonder who the champion is right now. And there'll probably be kids tomorrow that do that. Wake up and go, oh, I wonder who the AEW champion is right now. The thing is, right now, you've got a mobile device where you can just search it, can't you? I never had that when I was young. So, I don't know. Those are kind of really magic memories for me, really special memories for me. So, I've got a real nostalgia around pay-per-views being on a Sunday. A real nostalgia around it. What with having like gone through that with being at school and work, really, to be honest. To a lesser extent with work, though, because I think as you get older, you've got so many other things that you're having to think about, you know? Normally when you wake up, you're not thinking, oh, who's the champion? You're thinking, oh, I've got to do that meeting today. Or I've got to do this, or I've got to do that, you know? So doesn't really hit the same when you become an adult, but it definitely hit that way when I was young. So yeah, I for me, I'd always give my vote to Sundays, but I totally understand why people feel different, because for other people out there, they want to be able to stay up and watch it. Simple as that, innit? And on a Sunday night, you might not be able to do that. On a Saturday night, you probably can. So yeah, I totally understand why people would prefer Saturdays. But Sunday will always get my vote if there is a poll. Let me know if there is a poll, and I'll make sure I vote. Right, it's Sunday. You know what that means, says Brenton. Hope you're doing well. Thoughts on Adam Cole possibly being MJF's next opponent? Kind of iffy, especially with Punk's rumored return. I think that we're going to have to move quite quickly to get him up to that level, to be honest. I feel like Adam Cole has got a lot of goodwill. There's a lot of wrestling fans that are aware of him, obviously. There will be AEW fans, though, that didn't really experience. I mean, again, it's just easy to forget, isn't it? That, I mean, there's going to be kids that have got into wrestling or got into AEW in the past 12 months. Like, they weren't watching Adam Cole in Ring of Honor, New Japan, NXT even, right? So there does need to be a degree of, like, building him up. and obviously he's been out injured for so long. It's a bit of a problem, to be honest. I don't think I would have Adam Cole as the next challenge. I would really try and, for me, Adam Cole should be getting involved in a feud, should be getting built up. I wouldn't wait too long, but I would definitely put some more builds on him, what with him being injured. And also, like, he hasn't had his return match. Do you know what I mean? Like, we don't even know quite. He's been out the ring so long. Listen, he's going to know how to wrestle, but what's his conditioning like? What's the ring rust like? How's he feeling? What are the effects after the match? Who knows how he's going to, after he's gone through a singles match again after so long, how it's going to affect him. We don't know any of that stuff yet. So I think to put him in a program for the World Championship and MJF, and oh God, this seems way too soon. But you look around and, you might ask the question, well, who else do we turn to? Who else can we do a feud with? And I don't know. Honestly, I'm not sure who we would turn to. I mean, Moxley would be a name that would come to mind. Because if we're talking baby faces that are, and I think he's a baby face, but like baby faces that are quite high up, you can always turn to him. You can always turn to, if we'd have done a better job with Darby Allin, that would have been interesting. We could have maybe got somewhere with Darby Allin. Maybe if Sammy Guevara was still a face. I do understand that there's not loads of names that necessarily come to mind. There's a few. I feel like we've got to do the Wardlow feud again. I mean, Wardlow got the better of MJF. MJF ended up leaving, coming back and finding his way to the title. Like, Wardlow knows that he can beat MJF. So why wouldn't Wardlow be moving heaven and earth to get at him now so that he can get at that title? So, yeah, I don't mind Adam Cole going after it. I think Adam Cole going after it makes a lot of sense. I would just argue that it's probably a little bit soon. And I'm sure we could sit here and go through a list of people. Doesn't even need to be a long list, does it, really? We only need to push him, like, down the road so that it just gives Adam Cole enough time to just reestablish himself, get his feet under the table, and get himself up and running, basically. So I don't know. Again, we'll have to see how it goes. We'll have to see what the plans are, and we know how these plans can change. So we'll have to see how it ebbs and flows. Wardlow versus MJF, title versus title, says Thomas. Kenny Kingston, he never AEW All Out. Kenny Kingston. Why not MJF against Claudio? We've never seen that much match, says Dylan. Triple T, hello, shout out to you. Said, did you see that Stash Page's WWE Championship fanny packs? I didn't. I don't particularly look at Stash Pages as often as I should, to be honest. We can have a look at it now. Triple T, hope you're well. Stash Pages. I never got on Stash Pages. If you don't know what Stash Pages is, Triple T and myself do a podcast, and it is a wrestling podcast. And on it, Triple T has ordered stuff from Stash Pages, and it's pretty sick, to be honest, because it's all old merch that they illegally remake. But what's really interesting about it is actual wrestlers actually order from this account. Like, it's, even though it's all illegal stuff, because it's not made anymore, like, people just don't seem to mind. People don't seem to like, I don't know, they're not getting in any trouble. And there's like actual wrestlers that are like wearing the clothes and the stuff and whatever. Look at this. Look at some of this stuff, man. Look at some of that old school WWF logos. Oh, those are what you're on about. There you go. Can walk around with that as a fanny pack of the old IC and Winged Eagle. I love that bag. That's nice. That's pretty cool. They have some good stuff. Okay, who's this lady? Don't know who that lady is. But there's her top. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Bang, bang! And Terry Funk. We've got models that model on stream now for us. That's good, isn't it? Thanks, Susan. Appreciate that, love. Appreciate that. Here we go. Look, we've got some EC dub merch that's being advertised. Pretty cool, isn't it? They have some really good stuff, man. Stash pages. I'm sure many of you have already heard of them. And as we said, it's not. It's nice. Backed by popular demand. New signs. Oh, there's going to be another small run of these. You can remote control, use them as a dimmer unit. Oh, that's interesting. That's a sign for like your, I don't know, man cave or something. I mean, if you're an AEW fan joining this AEW stream and you've just joined us, welcome to this AEW stream. Here we go. Look, I mean, it's a bit better. It's a bit better. At least he's in the company at the moment. There he is. Look, ignore the show, but there he is. Yeah, very cool. That's nice. It's like the NWO in here at the minute, Zed Talk Night. ECW, Sabu. Sabu looking good, says Billy. Support the indie wrestling matches, says William. JB said Days does a bit of fashion modeling on the catwalk when he's not streaming. It's a side hustle. It is true. That was actually me without my hat on. That was me without my hat on. I look pretty good, in all fairness. I look pretty good. James, shout out to you. Right, I did say I was going to read James's comment. Let me do it. James said 3 mistakes that AEW need to avoid tonight. Top 3 mistakes that AEW need to avoid. Number 1. MJF and Hater losing the titles because they are so over and so red hot right now. And the number 1. Number 2. House of Black need to beat the Elite because if they don't win the titles tonight, then when? Hang on, I think I got this wrong. Are we saying MJF was number 1? Jamie Hayter is number 2. And House of Black need to beat the Elite because if they don't win the titles tonight, then when? Got you. Top 3. Yeah, I mean, the only one that I would say I'm like, not sure about there. I don't mind House of Black winning. Because that's a good point. If you're not going to pull the trigger on him now, when are you going to pull the trigger on him? Jamie Hayter, I think she is a project worth investing in. The only one that I would question would be MJF, because I think maybe not so true nowadays, but back in the day, it used to be that the champion was the one that was kind of, the ratings was that he was the measuring stick. So if the ratings were good, it was a good sign that your champion, the guy on top, was doing a good job. And then people were, wanting to see him and wanting to tune in, wanting to watch, There's that old wrestling thing, isn't there, where they'll go up to whoever was in the main event and the other wrestlers will thank them. Thank you for the house. I don't know if you saw the interview that Cody and Stone Cold had when they did the Stone Cold podcast. But Cody thanked Stone Cold for WrestleMania 38 and thanked him for the house, basically saying thank you for getting all these people to attend so that I could make my debut in front of them, right? Obviously, it's old school. You know what I mean? Those people would have bought those tickets probably before Stone Cold was even announced, right? Those people, it's WrestleMania, right? So it's a very old school way of thinking. But it was always seen of how are your house shows drawing with your champion, right? If your champion's red hot, if your champion, the person on top is popular and over and it's all going well, then the house show is going to be selling out. Pay-per-view is going to be bubbling. TV show is going to be doing well, blah, 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 blah. I would just make the argument that Dynamite has been a little bit flat when it's come to the ratings. And don't know if it's unfair. It's certainly unfair to put that all on MJF. Right? That is definitely unfair. Definitely. But I can't say that the MJF title reign has been a rip-roaring success. Can't say that the MJF title reign, since we put the belt on him, has been the sea change that we were hoping to see. Don't think it's been the I don't think it's been the new direction, the momentum that I think we were hoping it was going to provide. You know, he's okay. MJF is the champ now. What does this mean? And the answer to that question has been, in my opinion, a little bit underwhelming. So I don't mind if they put the belt on Danielson. I really don't. I don't mind if they put the belt on Danielson and see what if that brings some momentum, if that kind of influences the ratings. It probably doesn't, to be honest. And it's probably a really old school way of thinking. But yeah, that's the only one. I agree with the Jamie Hayter one. I think she's a project worth investing in. I agree with the House of Black as well. But yeah, amazingly, I'm sat in and I'm like, well, I don't know about MJF, you know. I just don't know. I don't know. If they keep the belt on him, yeah, fine. You know, because he could be a project worth investing in as well. But it's an interesting conversation that we've been having actually over the past few weeks. This has been where we've been trying to figure out, like, not that we ever will figure out, but debating as to which is the right way to go, you know. Isn't he dropping some big news tonight? Is CM Punk returning? I don't think it is he? Is he dropping big news tonight? Is he dropping big news tonight? Has anyone heard? Is he dropping big news? I think he said he's gotten big announcements on the way, but I don't know that that's tonight. Days, I'm wondering, what are your thoughts on Goldberg saying that WWE owes him a retirement match? Do you think he is truly a legend? I think he is truly a legend. I think just for his unbeaten streak in WCW and just how big that was, because it was one of the biggest things going at the time. I think for that reason, you know, he is a legend. He is definitely a talking point. Then his time in I mean, again, you know, when he beats Brock very quickly, was it Survivor Series 2016? That was a big shock and a big moment. Like, I didn't expect them to have Brock lose. Certainly didn't expect it to be as quick as what it was. And I remember that being a real talking point. I remember that being like a real OMG moment. Like, that's a big moment. The problem is, I would say absolutely, and maybe there's the odd exception, but I couldn't quite think of it. But pretty much everything after that has been garbage. So everything for the last 6 years, 5 years has just really affected his legacy. So I feel like his legacy was like up here, but everything over the past 5 years has like really brought it down to the point now where we've got people asking, is he really a legend? Like, this was not even a conversation back in 2016. 2016, he was absolutely a massive name. You know, he was one of the biggest things going in WCW at the time, in wrestling at the time. And that win against Brock is a real big moment. But I think things like the match against The Undertaker, which was really dangerous. I think things like the way he injured Brett and the way that Brett said that he was very unsafe. You know, that was stuff which didn't really know about at the time. That's kind of, you know, as there's been more interviews done and things, and we know that Brett's very vocal about his hatred for Goldberg. That's obviously come through as well, and I think that's had a detrimental effect. But bottom line is, he is a legend. Can't escape that. He is a legend. Do WWE owe him a retirement match? No. They don't owe him anything. So they don't owe him a retirement match. I think Vince kept going back to him. We constantly kept scratching our heads as to why was he getting another title shot? You know, Roman needs a challenge. You know, here's Goldberg. and we take Goldberg. But it must have been that the casuals were responding to it. If Goldberg's segments and matches were bombing, I can't imagine that Vince would keep going back to him the amount of times he did. Didn't do anything for me. And I thought, as I said, it was all being detrimental against his... I think he has a last man standing match against, was it Bobby, that got a bit of praise over in Saudi Arabia? Maybe it was like the crown prince or whatever he's called, the king, the sultan of Saudi. Perhaps he just loves that era and loves Goldberg. Goldberg always kept finding a way of getting onto those Saudi cards in particular. But yeah, he is a legend. I don't think he's owed a retirement match. I have no interest in seeing a retirement match. If he got a retirement match, I don't know. I wouldn't be down on it. I'd just be concerned for whoever is facing him, to be honest. I'd just be worried that whoever is going up against him might not be walking out afterwards. So I think it is done. It's done. I've just got no interest. Any interest in watching Goldberg has gone out of the window many, many years ago. Gilberg is better, said James. I'd rather have a Goldberg match than a Logan Paul match, said Eric. That's really tricky, That's tricky. That is very interesting because Goldberg... That's really interesting. So the better match would be the Logan match because it would be athletic. And the one thing that they do with the Logan matches is they, prepare it within an inch of its life. Like I've said, he will be working right now on spots and ideas for the one match that he's got to worry about. He ain't got to worry about anything else. He's not doing any shows this weekend. He's not doing any shows next weekend. Not doing any matches probably before Mania, right? He ain't got nothing to worry about apart from one match at WrestleMania, and he will be planning that right now. This is, again, to go back to that Logan conversation, why I find it not offensive is a very strong word, but like to compare him to other wrestlers that have these kinds of commitments that he does not have is, I just don't see how that's fair. I don't see why we do that. I don't see why as wrestling fans, people out there compare Logan to any other wrestler that has to wrestle every single week, put their body on the line in matches all the time, risk injuries all the time, and then also have to worry about building towards their WrestleMania matches as well. Whereas Logan only has this one thing that he's got to focus on. Yeah, he's got a promo thing or whatever on Monday. I mean, he'll easily do that. He's got skills. He's got athleticism. He can talk. But he's only got to worry about that one match. The advantage is those matches that he has once in a blue moon, because they are so well prepared and thought through, they deliver. I mean, the big frog splash, it was a great looking frog splash that he delivered. He goes over, gets the phone, so he records it. The video blows up on social media. Just afterwards, everyone's swooning over it. So, do you know what I mean? The match against Seth is going to be a banger. I would rather watch that than a Goldberg match where he botches within an inch of his life and is borderline dangerous and just hasn't got that athleticism. And honestly, at this stage, is not putting in anywhere near the thought and the work that Logan's putting in. And Goldberg is comparable as well now because he's at that old legend stage. He only has one match to worry about as well. But the truth has to be said, he ain't putting the work in that Logan's putting in. Not at this stage of his career. So, what I just said about Logan is exactly true and the same for Goldberg. Goldberg ain't having matches this weekend. He ain't having matches next weekend. But I'm not expecting Goldberg to deliver OMG moments and be able to provide the same athleticism that Logan would be able to do in his matches. So I feel like the Logan match undeniably would be the better match to watch. But then should there be a little more respect be given to a legend like Goldberg that obviously Logan hasn't earned? Logan hasn't necessarily earned that respect. He's had 3 matches. They were very good, but let's not lose fact that it was 3 matches, right? Let's not lose our minds, right? We're talking about Goldberg and everything that Goldberg has done in the business, the amount of moments that he's provided in the business. Like, it's chalk and cheese when we're looking at, the who's given more to wrestling in their lives. It's undeniable that it's Goldberg. So he could have some respect in the bank. The only downer, as I just said, was I don't really like Goldberg because I don't think that he's been very good for quite a while now. So I think that's a very interesting one. You see, if you was to take Goldberg out and put, let's say, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat in, right? Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, legend, yeah? A legend that I still care for. If he was having his retirement match, and the question was then, would you rather watch Ricky the Dragon Steamboat's retirement match or Logan Paul, right? We know which one will be better. Logan's will be better because Ricky is, I don't even know how old now, 70 maybe, right? Either way, old, past his prime. Let's put it that way, past his prime. It's undeniable I would want to watch the Ricky the Dragon match. I would definitely want to watch the Ricky the Dragon match. So that's where I think it's interesting, but because of it being Goldberg, and I'm like, bothered about Goldberg. I think it might end up being the Logan match. But I love that question. That's a proper ponderer, that is. Coach Co said, they say I talk like a chulo and run at you like a sumo. I'm not Bruno, but I live on Mars. Woo. You play your cards, I reverse on you all, and I might just draw 4 like an Uno bup. Okay. I don't know what any of that means. I feel like it's probably like lyrics from a Bruno Mars song. And Bruno Mars was named after Bruno Sammartino, which is a really fun fact, which is true. And he was a big fan. Right, we are going over to AEW Revolution 0 hour pre-show. Let's go watch live. Watch live. Right. I mean, there's no matches to my knowledge on this pre-show. We've got MJF against Bryan Danielson. AEW World Championship 60-minute Iron Man match. I mean, that. I've got such high expectations for that. Such high expectations. We are inside the arena with Renee Paquette. She should have a little table, shouldn't she? Orange Cassidy and Danhausen. What is Danhausen wearing? They're both wearing clothes. Oh, yeah, team name. Danhausen and Orange. Their team name is Orange Cassidy and Danhausen. He's got asked, who do you want to curse tonight? He says Jeff Goldblum and Paula Abdul. Sylvester Stallone. He doesn't want to curse himself. Renee is. I wish she was sat down. It feels a bit uncomfortable. I want her to be sat down. She's just sort of standing there. There's a fan in the background, giving the thumbs up. I don't remember them doing this before, but I like it. It's very WWE with their kind of kickoff panel, you know. Days, I challenge you at WrestleMania, said Stephanie. Go on then. Nathan, shout out to you, but David, why didn't AEW go for Ken Anderson? They might have. I don't know that they didn't, to be honest. I mean, they might have tried to have got Gallows and Anderson, but they did come in, didn't they? They did come in, and they did a little run with AEW. Whether they could have signed them permanently, I mean, they were under New Japan contracts. Was it New Japan or Impact contracts at that time? But yeah, for whatever reason, they were either under contracts, couldn't get them, or didn't fancy it. I mean, in all fairness, I don't think they've been a brilliant return to WWE. They are they're two guys that can sort of see the appeal, like, in a Bullet Club, for example, type faction. That's a great tag team to have in that. They no nonsense getting in there, but they're sort of hard to write for because there's just not much to them, to be honest. Well, not much that I've seen. They had a fun little moment where, do you remember they had that Rhea problem, and that's how we managed to bring in Mia Yim. That was probably my favorite thing we've done with them in WWE. I remember Gallows saying, "I'll deal with it," and he went off to deal with Rhea, and then later in the show he comes back holding his groin. He's like, "No, she's a problem," and then they end up getting Mia Yim. That was good. I thought that was good, but we just don't do anything with them, do we? We don't do anything with them, so maybe it's a bit unfair me saying there's not much to them. Perhaps the truth is they're just never given anything to do. Maybe that's the truth. Maybe we should be doing more with them creatively. Brenton said there are some matches on the pre-show. I forget the opponents, but Lucha Bros and Mark Briscoe will be in a 6-man tag match. Okay. Interesting, thank you. I don't think that was in our predictions, was it? I don't think that was listed when we went through the Bleacher Report predictions. Perhaps they just predicted the main cards, and they didn't do the pre-show card. Could Jessamine Duke help Marina Shafir in future matches? Maybe. I think if they were going to do that, would they have done it already? I don't know. I think Marina Shafir is probably someone that, I mean, she calls herself the problem, and I think she is, to be honest, because I just think she's a bit dangerous in the ring. She's got a reputation for that now. She's got a bit of a reputation for not being a great talker as well. She's someone that really needs help. She needs an arm put around her. She needs to be in a tag team. She needs a mentor. She needs guiding. She's the kind of girl that you would put with Natalia and just, do house shows, Natty, pass all your information onto this girl, yeah? Bring her up to speed. I don't know that we're doing that. I think we put her with Vicky Guerrero for a time, but I don't know what she's doing right now, to be honest. She wouldn't get that guidance from Jessamine Duke. Jessamine Duke's just as green. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's something there because she is legit, and I think she's dedicated. And maybe you could put her in a group with, say, Roderick Strong, if you could get Roderick Strong, because obviously they're a couple. So, maybe I'm sure Roderick Strong does show her stuff. So I can't say that we'll never get anywhere with her, but she's not in a great place right now, is she? Jessamine Duke doesn't bring anything, said Ellis Dub. Has anyone said anything weird about Bailey yet, says Nathan? No. Normally it's Godfather's Ho, isn't it, that jumps in and gives us some Bailey perversions. But because this is an AEW stream, they've probably decided to stay away because they know that the chances of Bailey is very, very low. So probably what we're dealing with. Someone is going to end up injured tonight, said Joe. Oh, Joe, I hope not, Joe. I hope not. I hope not. Unless it's Tony, and then that'll be funny. Wrestling Andy said, do you know how long tonight is on for? 4 hours, the main show, from what I understand. I read an article because I wanted to know what time the kickoff show started, what time the actual show started. I didn't know what time to start the streams, for example. And I read that they said, I mean, I don't know, it was some wrestling news site. They were saying the kickoff show starts at this time, main card starts at this time, main card is expected to run for 4 hours. So I don't know if they're just basing that on previous cards, but 4 hours is what I read. Taz, Excalibur, and Tony Schiavone. We've got 48 minutes to go. Did you see the Man United game? I was in the cop stand. It was so good, said Alex. I didn't watch it, but no, I didn't watch it. I was busy. I was working, but I was checking the score. And to be honest, as soon as I saw it get to like 3-0, I sort of knew that we were not coming back to that. And if we was coming back, it was going to be a draw at best. So I was like, no, okay. I've seen all I need to see. So you can imagine my surprise when I checked it later and saw it had ended as 7. So yeah, I didn't see it, but I must admit, had I been watching, it probably wouldn't have stayed on for long. Right, we are doing the Briscoe match. Mark Briscoe is here. We've still got still coming out to the Briscoes music and theme, and it's got Jay Briscoe's name on the side. So he's been signed. He is part of the AEW family. Okay, so Briscoe has made his way into the ring. So he's still got the Ring of Honor Tag Team Championship. They could crown, what they could do is they could crown new Tag Team Champions, get new belts, and they could let him keep that one. Might be a bit weird, him running around with that belt, but like, no. It'll be sad when it finally gets taken off him. 'Cause he'll never lose it. Right, I'm guessing they're partnering with Briscoe. Have you watched MWL? I've watched MLW. I have seen a few times. I haven't watched it recently, but I watched when Hammerstone, who I think might be the champion at the moment, I'm not sure, but Fatu, Hammerstone, Von Erichs. I've seen all these people in there, but it's not something that I watch on a regular basis. Love AEW to get Mr. Kennedy for good, said Davids. Mitchell said RIPJ. Brenton said thoughts on how you'd freshen up Orange Cassidy. I'm no fan of him at all, but if you're going to use him, do something different. Gotta give the devil his due. Cassidy can sell against bigger guys. How would you freshen him up? I just think, to be honest, I just think he needs to like be involved in some feuds. I also would tweak the character a little bit, of course. I wouldn't drastically change the character because I think that there's people that don't like the gimmick, but there's plenty of people that do. So I wouldn't worry so much about those that don't like it. Because I think he has been a big success for AEW. Hence why he's been around as long as he has. And he's being used in the way that he is. I mean, he's been in for a long, long time now. But I would definitely tweak the gimmick. And I think actually, in a way, maybe we have started to see it happen anyway, because we're starting to see him compete now on a regular basis. Before, we weren't seeing him having this volume of matches. But I mean, for the past couple of weeks, he's been opening Dynamite. And he's been involved in some decent matches. I mean, the matches have been all right. They've been pretty good. So, I feel like we're seeing a different presentation for him because he's champion, he's competing, he's being involved in some decent matches. So, I mean, that's different than where we've been. But yeah, I definitely I'd take I'd turn the silliness down by about 10%. I don't mind. I really, really don't mind the idea of a wrestler that can't be bothered. I think that's clever, actually, because I think for him to be a wrestler and be so naturally good at wrestling that you're just I can do this in my sleep. It's a way to pay the bills, and I sort of enjoy it, but I don't know if I can be bothered. We all because it is work as well. Do you know what I mean? I used to work in music retail, and I absolutely loved it. I don't know what these guys are called, actually. They've just come out. Let me have a look. I loved working in music retail. Loved selling CDs and DVDs and all this kind of stuff. I genuinely did. But even I would wake up on certain days and be like, oh, bothered today. we all have that. I think it's quite relatable. I think it's quite relatable. Varsity athletes and Daivari. Varsity. Boom. Yeah, I think it's quite relatable. So just being a bit oh. And I don't mind that. But I think for me, when he's in the ring and there's I suppose in a way the little kicks at the start, oh, can't bother to get going. I don't mind that either. But it's just when the hands in the pockets. I think putting yourself in positions when the bell sounds that you're really vulnerable sort of goes against what wrestling is, isn't it? I mean, when that bell actually sounds, you should be trying to, you've got to switch on because really your life is in trouble, You could get seriously injured. We're meant to believe that you're in a proper fight, proper contest, and we know injuries are very, very real. So the idea that you'd put your hands in your pockets and just kind of kick around and that's the kind of bit that I would change. But the stuff outside the ring, I don't think is a problem, to be honest. Because as I said, I think it's quite relatable that can't be bothered. Can't be bothered today. But I would probably lean into that a little bit more. I don't think we're quite a few years into this gimmick, and I don't think why he acts the way he acts, I don't think has ever really been explained. I don't know that it ever will be explained. It's just who he is. But I think that could be something that we look at. And I like the idea as well of him really being involved in a feud and it getting personal and him coming down and not showing that as well. I like the idea of a more serious Orange Cassidy who just comes down, runs to the ring, gets in the ring and starts pounding away, having matches and everything, is really into it. He's engaged. This means something to him. And I would do that as well. So I would. That's how I would tweak him. It wouldn't be a seismic change. Maybe not the seismic change that some people would be hoping for. But I think his uniqueness is what makes him stand out. But yeah, I think when the bell sounds, that's the stuff where I'm I would tweak that. But he can go, man. He can wrestle. Pretty good. As you said, he's a decent little seller, isn't he? We are underway with this 6-person tag match. It's Varsity Athletes, Daivari taking on Lucha Bros and Briscoe. I honestly don't know the backstory to this. I'm guessing it's something from Rampage. This is going to be an easy win if you ask me, said Stephanie. Ian said this pay-per-view will be about 5 hours tonight. Satnam Singh versus Big Bill. Would that be a 5 or a 10-minute match? Satnam Singh versus Big Bill. I don't think you'd want it to be long. No, I think you'd probably book it for 5 minutes. You'd probably book it quite short. Have them just like wailing away at each other. Just make it a brawl. Yeah, that's not the kind of thing I think that... I don't think either guy is going to be able to work like a super dramatic match and have the crowd on the edge of their seats. And that's not the kind of thing I think you're going to want to stretch out. I think you're going to want to do the face-offs. You're going to want to do big power moves. You're going to want to do some big blows, big strikes, just all that kind of stuff. I think the stuff that's going to have any real impact, you can fit into 5 minutes, to be honest. But like selling and drama and close falls and all of this kind of stuff, you could probably leave that for other matches on the cards. Kick coming in there by Penta. Penta in the middle, rolls over, gets slingshotted, and we get a double DDT. But what surprises do you think will happen, said Ian? Well, this can be for the community. What do you think is going to happen? What are you expecting tonight? What surprises are you hoping for? I think it's a really good question because I don't know that you can necessarily put your finger on anyone coming in. I mean, I don't know that returning wise, could we use Miro, for example? Is he someone that could come back? Andrade, I don't think wants to be there. So I don't know that we're going to use him. I don't know. Like surprise-wise, I seriously don't know. I don't know who we could turn to, who's out there that we haven't already used. Obviously, AJ Lee comes to mind, but it's not going to happen, is it? CM Punk would be huge if we could get that to work. I don't know that we would or could, but it'd be great if we could. I mean, that would be massive. You know, we talk about momentum. We talk about something happening that's a big talking point that's going to get everyone buzzing. I mean, that would do it, wouldn't it? CM Punk is back. Well, that would be awesome. So, like, people coming back, I think there's maybe some options. People coming in, difficult because I just don't know who's out there that that's going to really register. I suppose Switchblades. This could be. Is there talk about Switchblade Jay White coming in? Because if Switchblade Jay White rocks up tonight, that would be pretty sick, wouldn't it? That would be pretty sick. That would be pretty good. Bella's are backstage. Batista, Jay White return and a Punk return. Miro will return with Lana. Thunder Rosa. Thunder Rosa's interesting. Meltzer said he's 70% certain Switchblade is going WWE. Little bit of a botch. Tony Nese pops up, makes the tag. Briscoe comes in. Chops coming in there by Briscoe. It's cool. Daivari into the corner. Woods. Kick there by Briscoe. Briscoe getting the crowd fired up. Over in the corner. Lovely work. Nese goes down. Look underneath there by Briscoe. Briscoe is fired up, man. He is fired up. Net breaker. Beautiful net breaker. Lucha Bros come in. They go over the top, crossbody. And very much in control. Sad what happened at All Out derailed the firm's direction. From what I remember, Punk wanted to promo back and forth with Stokely. The firm is the one free pass I'm willing to give Tony Khan's booking, says Brenton. LS Dub said Jay White would really register with AEW fans. He's the type of wrestler that AEW fans know. Thomas said, would you take a slap from Big Show for $1,000? A slap from Big Show for $1,000. Sure. Can I record it and put the video on this channel? It's just good content as well, isn't it, really? So not only are you getting $1,000, but you're getting a video that I think people would enjoy watching. Maybe a little bit too much. Enjoy it a bit too much. Seeing me in such discomfort, such pain. Yeah, that would be my counter. I'd be like, okay, but as long as I can record it and put it on this channel. Deal. Splash. 1, 2, Briscoe. Oh, was down. Oh, hello. Phoenix grabbing a hold of the... Did he grab the hold of the arm of the ref? Did Phoenix grab the arm of the ref to stop him from counting then? I don't know what that was. All of a sudden, Phoenix was just holding the ref's arm in the air, and I don't know what that was. If Phoenix did stop the ref from counting, the ref took it very well. He took it very well because the ref had his arm being held up by Phoenix, and the ref wasn't doing anything. If I was trying to officiate a match and I was counting 1, 2, and a wrestler grabbed my arm, right? I would probably say something. I mean, equally, he might be scared of the wrestlers. We've got lots happening, lots of different camera angles. I love FTR. What happened to those guys? I don't think they could reach a new agreement, could they, with a contract? So I think there's a contract on the table from AEW, but there's a contract on the table from WWE as well. So here's the Lucha Bros. Apologies for the random question. I had some beers, said Thomas. Mercedes Monet, said Brenton. I don't think so, but it's a good shout. It's a good shout because she is probably one of the biggest names they could go and get. What have we got going on here? Days, always good to smell you. I want to challenge you to a no-holds-barred match for the YouTube Wrestling Championship. Hope we see some nice cheeks tonight, said Godfather's Ho. Shout out to you. We was talking about you earlier. The question was raised, like, where are all the pervy questions about Bailey tonight? So good to see that you're around, mate. Could you imagine if there was a YouTube Wrestling Championship? They do YouTuber boxing. Why don't we have YouTuber pro wrestling? Probably because it would be absolutely flipping cringe. And also, no one would ever get the title of Simon Miller. No one would ever defeat that guy. It's flipping huge. Right. Mark Sterling was trying to escape. This match has come to its conclusion. And picking up Mark Sterling. Days, did your DVD player come? Do you know what? No, it never came. It never arrived. So I then ordered a different one that was more expensive, right? And that one came, and I put a DVD into it, and it was so washed out. Like the picture, and I know DVD quality is obviously very limited, but this wasn't that. This was the screen that was built into it is clearly just god awful, and it was so washed out. I was looking at it, I was like, I can't watch this. Like it's, if I suppose it is watchable technically, like you can see the picture, but it's not an enjoyable experience. It's not it's something that you would watch and it would bother you. So I ended up sending that one back. So I'm right back to square one now. I got a refund off eBay for the £14 DVD player, and that's not going to come. And I did check the seller, and there was loads of people that had said this is a scam. This person has not sent my item, and all that kind of stuff. So a £14 portable DVD player does seem too good to be true. I knew that when I ordered it, in all fairness. I remember thinking to myself, it'll be amazing if this arrives. But and it didn't. Thankfully, it's quite easy to get a refund on eBay. But yeah, still disappointed. And I'm right back at square one. I'm still ain't got anywhere with it. So, heartbreak. I'm such a simple man. RJ backstage with Jericho Appreciation Society. They are banned from ringside. Tell me how my nipples feel. That's weird, isn't it? That's weird. Tell me how my nipples feel. Pardon? Tell me how my nipples feel. Godfather's home. I don't want any comments about Bailey saying that, right? I don't want anything, right? No. Did you hear that WWE blocked MLW from airing on Peacock? NBC has agreed to air MLW's TV Partners channel, but due to WWE exclusivity, there will be a blackout for when MLW airs. I mean, I heard. I mean, they took them to court, and the case got thrown out. Apparently, so there was nothing in that. So WWE weren't happy with. I think it was MLW, wasn't it? And the case got chucked out. Yeah, I mean, look, this is the new territories, isn't it? You know, back in the day, if you had Florida and that was your territory and someone else moved in, you would be doing whatever you could to get them out. This is your turf, right? And in a way, this is exactly how it plays out on TV as well. You know, WWE are doing whatever they can to be the only player in that space. And you can't really affect what happens with other channels, of course, but if you've got any sort of relationship with them, I mean, if you've got any sort of sway or say, or they show some of your programming, you can, do whatever you can to make life difficult. I don't look. It's a dirty world. Business is a dirty world. I'm not surprised by these games and tricks and things. It's happens everywhere, doesn't it? I mean, we like soft drinks and everything, and we know that these companies try to rip apart like startups and try to get them out the market so that they can keep shelf space and how important shelf space is in supermarkets and all that kind of stuff. Like some of the things that goes on in the business world, pretty dark, shady. I don't think WWE have overstepped a mark there personally. Not compared to what the business world is like. Look, in CE Extra, a new DVD player, they could have a cheap one in there. That's a good shout, James. That's a good shout. I haven't been on their website. I will try and get it sorted next week. It's just one of those annoying things. It's one of those things where you're like, oh, I quite fancy just, when I go to bed, pop in a little DVD in. I've got loads. I used to work in an entertainment store, so, over the years, you just pick them up when you see them, and I've got loads now. So, yeah, it's just one of those that's a problem, to be honest, because, you want to watch them, and so then, you try and find one, and then it just eats up a load of your time. The amount of time I've wasted on all of that I could have spent doing other things. Annoying. Right, Tony is spraying this guy in green. L for loser. L for loser. Days, my nips are okay, if you was wondering. Do you know what? Do you know what's really funny, Mitchell? I actually was. I was just sat here thinking, I wonder how Mitchell's nipples are, Thank you. Right, we've got Dr. Britt Baker. This should be good. She's talking to Renee. There's respect on the line. Right now. You're in my house. Last thing you're going to do is disrespect me. I made all of you pay attention. I added legitimacy to this division. We had a couple of duds in between me and Jamie, but we're back on track now. Could that be teasing Thunder coming back? We had a couple of duds. I mean, that is shots fired. Unnecessary shots fired. She didn't need to say anything like that. Couple of duds. She's just fired a shot at Thunder Rosa there. I never want to be on the other side of Jamie Hayter. That is the hardest hitting girl. What do you think about this new side of Tony and Soraya? I think they're confused. I think they're confused and frustrated because at the end of the day, people just don't give a damn about what they've got to say. Is there a match that you're looking forward to? A lot of us have got our eyes on the main event. I hope and pray we're done with the 30-minute MJF promos every week, says Britt. I think people underestimate MJF as a wrestler. Do you know what? This is my favorite part of the pre-show. Like, by a million miles. Talking about AEW All Access. I don't know what will make the show, but I let it all fly. Yeah. Good little interview. I like that. Days, what is your prediction for every match? Tricky. I think Mark Briscoe and the Lucha Bros. Gonna go with them guys. A Jungle Boy. I think like for us to go through. I didn't realize that was a final burial match. That's a final burial match. So, did they actually announce that on Dynamite? I know we dug the grave, but I don't know if did it actually get announced that it was going to be a burial match. Apparently, it's a final burial match. Christian Cage against Jungle Boy. I don't need that to continue any longer, to be honest. I mean, I think it's right we put a full stop on it and we get it done. So I'm certainly not against the match tonight. But yeah, I mean, this would imply, wouldn't it? Final burial match. Like, this is it. So I've got to think Jungle Boy wins that. Chris Jericho against Ricky Starks. I'm hoping Ricky Starks. I don't need this feud to continue. Don't think it's been very creative. I think that I'd have Ricky Starks win and hopefully go on to, I would say bigger things, but I mean, Chris Jericho is a massive thing. Former champion. I mean, really, where do you go after that? Where do you go after that? I mean, that's a big thing. Elite against House of Black. I agree with James. I think that House of Black should win. If you're not going to put the belts on them now, and you're not going to pull the trigger on them now, when are you going to do that? We've been waiting. So, yeah, that could be a big win for them tonight. So, House of Black. Then I would have Jamie Hayter retain against Saraya and Ruby Soho. I think she's a project worth investing in. I think she is legit, like the best woman they've got. So, I'd keep going with that. And I hope they do. John Moxley, Hangman. Honestly, I think this is a little bit tricky to call. I think it's tricky to call because I think John Moxley is one of the biggest stars they've got, and he can definitely afford to take a loss. But I don't know. It's always like, does he? Is it in his best interest to take the loss? I mean, he's one of their biggest stars. He like wins Wrestler of the Year and all this kind of stuff, you know. Like he's super popular with the fans. They absolutely love him. I don't know. I think that's tricky because Hangman has been a little bit directionless. He's been a bit up and down. Like he could lose this and go on like a spiral, and you know what I mean, like be picked up by the Dark Order. Like, come on, we're going to sort this, and they go off and start a new feuds, and he builds himself back up. Like I could see that for Hangman. And it keeps John Moxley, you know, gives him a big credible win, keeps him, you know, his momentum going and everything. So I could see that. But Bleacher Report, all 6 of the writers reckon Hangman's going to win. They're seemingly very confident that all of them have picked Hangman to win. So I can only imagine that they're thinking Hangman could be a future opponent maybe for MJF. So if MJF's going to retain, maybe they're thinking that Hangman's going to, you know, that's it. We're off to the races now. We're going to pull the trigger now with Hangman. As I said, I could see arguments for going either way on that one. Samoa Joe against Wardlow. Again, I think all the writers went with Wardlow and him winning the TNT Championship. I don't think I would do that, to be honest, because I think if MJF retains, I think Wardlow should be a future opponent. He's right there. I mean, if MJF gets past Bryan Danielson, who better to face him next than Wardlow? Like someone that faced him in the past and beat him, you know, and a big guy. Visually, it looks very good. So from a storyline point of view, you could, you know, that could be a good story. I understand Wardlow doesn't have much in the way of name value, and so you might not want to do it because MJF has got name value, but ideally you want him going up against your Jerichos, your Bryan Danielsons, your Kenny Omegas, those kind of names. And Wardlow is just not that level. But from a storyline point of view, it's right there. So, I don't know. I mean, that one, I could see Samoa Joe retaining. But then Samoa Joe, I think, could also be going to Ring of Honor now that started. So is he going to take the TNT title over there? So there might be something along those lines. There we go. Well, it makes it sense for Joe to go to Ring of Honor and be like, the champ over there, and then Wardlow could have the TNT title. So they might also do that. And there's nothing stopping you doing champ versus champ as well. So, yeah, split on that one as well. Then we've got Guns against Acclaimed, against Lethal and Jarrett, against Cassidy and Danhausen. Guns haven't had it very long. I'd keep it on them. I think they will keep it on them. So I'm going to go with the Guns there. And then MJF against Danielson. I think they'll go with Danielson. I honestly don't mind them going with... I think they'll go with MJF, sorry. I honestly don't mind them going with Danielson. I think Danielson might just have a little pop in the ratings. You could see a reaction in the ratings. Danielson is going to celebrate his championship achievement and announce his next challenger. Something along those lines. Like, that could be a segment that brings in ratings on Wednesday. So you got to remember, these ratings are down at the 800 some odd thousand. Feel like we need something. I mean, who knows? Maybe Tony does have Switchblade backstage. Perhaps he does have CM Punk ready to return. Perhaps he does have something that's going to provide that massive talking point. And so then you don't need to change MJF, because Wednesday's going to do fine thanks to the fact that CM Punk is back anyway, So maybe then we don't need to do anything. So... yeah, I'm really split. I'm split on a few matches tonight. I think there's a few matches where I could see it going either which way. But not bad cards. Not bad cards. I'm really excited for the main event. Ric Flair was in the AEW chat, and it was his verified accounts. Cool. Did he say anything in particular? Brendan said, what are the thoughts on AEW doing a panel like WWE? I don't mind it, says Brenton. With AEW's pace of constant matches, it's nice to slow them down. WWE is already boring with too much talking. A panel? What do you mean? So, do matches and then go over to a panel and start talking, on a panel about what we've seen? We've tried that in WWE in the past. I remember them going over to they would do a few matches, and then they would go over to the kickoff panel where Booker T would be sitting there, and they'd just discuss what has happened. I didn't really feel like it added a great deal, to be honest. Don't know. I think it's when you're I think, because in this day and age in particular, if you want to know what people thought or think about what we've seen, you've got, so many places you can turn to. You can go to Twitter, put in AEW Revolution, and bang, do you know what I mean? It's just everyone's live thoughts are right there. You can come into these watch-alongs. Obviously, in the chat here, there's so many forums and chat rooms. I feel like if you want people's opinion as to what we've seen, obviously getting the opinion of wrestlers, people like ex-wrestlers like Booker T or Jerry the King Lawler or whatever, I can understand that, but I never really felt like they said much. Do you know what I mean? If a babyface won, then the babyface amongst them would be really pleased. The heel would be not that happy, and it's a little bit paint by numbers for me. That it didn't. I don't think it really provided me with anything I needed. So I don't know. I mean, from a pacing point of view, I don't know. I don't really look at it from that point of view, to be honest. I think I look at it as do I need that? Is that a part of the show that I enjoy? And if I've got the right end of the stick, then if we're talking about the same thing, about like there being a panel that kind of discuss how the show's going and whatever, then I didn't need that. I think it could provide some value though. Obviously promos in between matches are very good. And anything that furthers stories are very good. I like vignettes. I think NXT do a very good job of going into lots of different locations. Like we've been in bars, we've been in pubs, we've been in offices and car parks and I don't know, bus stops, and we've been all over the place. With Kiana James was in like a business office, and then you've got Fallon Henley in her bar. You got Gallus playing pool in a pub. You've got lots of different. We've gone to like haunted houses and all this kind of stuff. I don't mind that. It might be fun to see AEW wrestlers going into some of those sorts of locations. But the problem is, like, when do you film that? When do you get a chance to film those things? Is this the first trailer for All Access? Okay, it's in the trailer for it. Here's Adam Cole. What did you think about that? Well, it's great. That's good. RJ is like, it's so good to be here with you, Adam Cole, in the Bay. And Adam Cole's like, okay, I see what you're doing. Exciting. You're going to hear from my family, my friends. The AEW fans deserve to see the struggles I've gone through. That trailer looked not too bad, That trailer looked all right. Do not smell me, said Adam Cole, as RJ asks what he's wearing, cologne-wise. We've got just under 7 minutes to go. Tommy said, oh, hang on. There I am. Dave's not a fan of AEW, but I'm here to support the channel. I won't be a Debbie Downer. I hope AEW fans enjoy the show. Tommy, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support, dudes. Appreciate the support. If AEW Dynamite said it was a final burial, what did they say on Dynamite it was final burial? Maggie said, I went fishing once. I fell asleep. I got a call out for it, and I got my hook caught in a tree. I wonder if AEW's hook has ever been caught in a tree. Tree of woe. It's a wrestling joke. I just made a wrestling joke. Adam Cole, baby. That's right, baby. Oh, he sniffed him? This RJ guy's a bit of a perv. He's sniffing male wrestlers, feeling their nipples. Believable scenes. We're at nearly 1,000 votes. Nearly 1,000 votes. Still have the green L jacket on, said Smurfy. John Moxley against Hangman, Adam Page, the Texas Death Match. Coming up tonight, Chris Jericho against Ricky Starks. Angry Gamer Girl, shout out to you. Days, I'm a huge fan of the Jungle Taker. Days like that. James said, when do people stop caring about the surprises and Tony Khan's huge announcements. Well, to be honest, I mean, it's going to be if you disappoint on a regular basis. I mean, what I will say is some of the names they've brought in have been quite good, haven't they? You know, when Saraya walked out, that was a pretty big moment. And she arrived, like, I don't know if you've ever been on AEW Botches, but they have a little thing at the top of their account where they have like a load of people that have put tweets out that say this is going to be a game changer. And the reason they do it is because they're saying, like, look at this, these people said this would be a game changer, and they're not game changers, right? But why I'm telling you it is because those reactions are obviously people going, oh my God, this is amazing, this is a game changer. Shows that AEW have actually done a really good job of, on a consistent basis, bringing in people that provoke that kind of a reaction. You know, Miro's here, this is a game changer. Saraya is here, this is a game changer. Malachi Black is here, this is a game changer. Ember Moon is here, this is a game changer. Right? Ruby Soho is here, this is a game changer. And as I said, you know, that shows that AEW have done a good job of bringing in some decent names, like the arguably the biggest free agents you can get, and obviously Danielson, Moxley, CM Punk. So I think like they've got some credit in the bank. So when they do a big surprise, a mystery person, and it underwhelms, then, you know, maybe it just, you know, takes that credit down a little bit. But I think they've got quite a bit of credit in the bank because of, you know, the people they have brought in. I think wrestling fans know that Tony is going to, he's always going to try and bring in the biggest names he can. He's always going to try and bring in the biggest, most, like, you know, available names. Like, I have no doubt he has tried, and maybe even continuing to try to get Mercedes. I've got no doubt about that. I mean, if it turns out that he never even reached out to her, I would be shocked, because he is fighting for tension for AEW. He is trying to, you know, give the fans the biggest free agents possible. You know, he's got a working relationship with New Japan. And so the one thing I don't doubt is that he's trying to get the biggest names, and he's trying to bring in the biggest names, and he's, you know, whoever he can get. So I think, like, for that reason, there's like credit that's in the bank. So I don't know. There's not going to be a number. It's not going to be like, well, 5 times. If he does it 5 times, that'll be it. Everyone's going to have their own. Everyone's going to have their own kind of level. But for me, I think he's still got, you know, he's still got a fair few that he can use up before people are like, I'm not going to tune in. For example, I seriously think if he hadn't have done that announcement, I really don't know that I would have come back to have watched those last few Dynamites. I think I would have just been here now, and I think we may have missed those last couple of Dynamites. And I might be here now just doing this, going, right, let's see how this goes. But as soon as, like you said, I've got a big announcement, he's got credit with me because of the people he's brought in. Got credit with me, so it worked. That was enough for me to go, I'll tune in. Let's see what he's got to say. And then I did tune in, and I thought the show was okay. I thought it was better. So then, you know, we came back the next week, and that was it. We were like, okay, yeah, we're sticking with it. So, yeah, I don't know. Everyone's going to have a different number, isn't it? Everyone's going to have a different level. This is unmissable, says Renee. Too bad AEW never went head-to-head against Raw. They did turn NXT into 2.0. They crushed them hard, says I don't care what you think. What about Liverpool 7-0, said Gaming Dog. We've spoke about it twice, bud. Spoke about it twice. Right, here we go. We are going over to the show. Maka said, could we see some debuts tonight? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Sean said NXT moved to Tuesday because of the NHL, not AEW. Let me find the show. Yeah. Lovely. I don't know what the first match is. You know what that means? AEW Revolution. Here. Pyro going off. Right, guys. We started early. We have chatted about the cards. In fact, we've been live for 2 hours, and it really doesn't feel like it. But this is what we've been waiting for. AEW Revolution is here. We got Taz, we got Excalibur, we got JR. If you like a lot of wrestling, this is your show. Physicality is coming at you, says Taz. I really like Taz. I think Taz is a really good commentator. Fans need to enjoy the product and stop being hypercritical of Tony, says Luke. Always want to mention the game. Why debuts and surprises? Why not put on compelling television that's got cliffhangers like SmackDown? Well, you need something to get people in, don't you? Like, I feel at the moment they don't have much in the way of momentum. If you want to tell a compelling story, that's going to take time. You know, like that's not something that's going to happen instantly. I feel like you need a turn. You need someone coming in. You need someone coming back. You need something that's just going to grab people and bring them in, and then hopefully keep them around. Obviously, the announcement, once the announcement happens, that's it, isn't it? I mean, heard the announcement, off I go again. And that showed that in the ratings. So what you want is say, CM Punk comes back. Because if CM Punk came back, as an example, then you are going to have him do his promo, which is going to get people's attention. Then, obviously, you can have his first match back as well. Starting with a feuds. Hopefully, it could be an interesting feud as well. A feud against Hangman or something that grabbed attention in that way, and you could definitely get segments out of that would keep people around. Plus, it's Punk. I mean, people are just going to naturally be around for Punk. But whilst you're doing that, absolutely, you're building stories in the background. Absolutely building stories in the background. But I think the problem they've got is their ratings are 800 and some thousand. So, yeah, you do need to tell compelling stories. But by the time it actually gets to a point where it's got to a nice, juicy moment, you're going to be several weeks down the road, I think. It's going to be very hard to tell a story and get people to return to it immediately. Ricky Starks against Jericho. Daisy, I wouldn't mind a serious heel turn from Jericho, going back to a similar character that he had during his suit and tie era of 2008. Yeah, that would be good, actually. That would be good. I wouldn't mind him moving away from the sports entertainment thing, getting a bit more serious. Here's Starks. Great reaction for Ricky Starks. I'm hoping this is going to be a really good match. Salute Ricky Starks making his way down to the ring. Got his ribs taped. Jumps up onto the turnbuckle, and as his music's playing, he's putting his arms out in tune with it, in time with it. And good reaction from the fans. Ricky Starks standing opposite Chris Jericho. Jericho Appreciation Society, of course, banned from ringside. Let's go. And we are straight into it with these two throwing shots at each other. Ricky Starks smashing Jericho into the turnbuckles. Chop coming in there by Starks. Grabs Jericho again. Hurls him face first into the turnbuckle. Throws some shots to the midsection. Clubbing blows upstairs. Aubrey just pulling Starks back. Chops coming in by Jericho as Starks goes back against the ropes. Hold the tackle. Down goes. Yeah, oh man, so far so good. I would say some of the strikes haven't looked brilliant. It's been very strike heavy, and there were some strikes to the midsection that Starks just threw that... Striking is... People do seem to really struggle with their striking. It seems like that is a real skill. When we're talking about, like, wrestlers and good wrestlers... we talk about selling and we talk about involving the crowds and pacing of the match and all of this kind of stuff. But something like being able to throw like strikes that look really realistic, look really, really good. Like that is something that a lot of people seem to really struggle with. But there was a lovely moment there where Starks just got the better of Jericho and he was standing over him and he just went into his pose. And, like, really committed to it. And then, like, threw his arms out, cheered to the fans. And, like, really felt like, oh, come on, Ricky. Come on, Ricky. Shots coming in by Starks. Driving Jericho back. Against the ropes goes Starks. Down goes Starks. That little momentum was foiled. Lion Salt misses. Up coming in there by Starks. Against the ropes goes Jericho. Grabs Starks. Looking for I thought he was going for a suplex, but he dumps him onto that top rope. And Jericho against the rope. Shoulder tackle, and Starks goes into the barricades. Renee doesn't seem worried about Moxley in his match. Would add a bit more to the match if she seemed concerned. I agree. I completely agree. Yeah, it would be if she was just a bit more like, before she had to like read it out, took a bit of a deep breath, little bit distracted, just these little things. I agree. Right, Starks is still down on the outside, and there's lots of middle fingers being shown from the crowd to Jericho. He responds by showing them a middle finger as well. Into the barricade goes Starks on the outside of the ring, going into the ring. Jericho jumping onto the edge of the ring as Starks is chucked in. Come on, Ricky Starks, says Legend Killer. One of the basics of good wrestling, but they do need to be trained to learn it, says Maggie. Did you like WCW in the old days, says David. I must say, I didn't watch loads of it, but I really didn't. I was WWE. That's what I was into. And I wasn't really into watching like WCW. I had nothing against it. It wasn't like I picked a side or anything like that. It was just not on my radar. It was WWE was what I watched. It's a little bit like, I don't know what you'd compare it to. Trying to think of two shows that are similar. Like if you like Breaking Bad, and then at the same time on the other channel is Sopranos. Do you know what I mean? Both great in their own right, but I only watched the one. I only watched Breaking Bad. And that is true, actually. I have watched Breaking Bad and not Sopranos. I do need to watch Sopranos. Keep seeing it getting mentioned as like one of the best ever shows, and I've just never got around to watching that either. So that's on my to-do list. In the corner is Jericho. Starks goes over, goes up on the top, is hung upside down, edge of the ring. Jericho, drop kick, springboard drop kick. Starks goes down. So Starks down. I tell you what, we're seeing Starks selling quite a bit at the moment. He was down for a while outside the ring. That's a lovely baseball slide. Starks down on the edge of the ring. Baseball slide. He goes crashing to the outsides. Jericho going over. Wants to hear the crowds. Get them involved. Taz said Jericho knows how to dissect the human body. And it is all Jericho at the moment. Starks feeling it. Goes over against the ring. Gets chucked in. I only saw live WCW pay-per-views. Said, I don't care what you think. Here in America, we had illegal black boxes where all pay-per-views were free. Same as all my friends. I think there probably was things like that here as well, but I was not clued into them. I was not aware of like all of that stuff. So yeah, I missed out on that. I remember having cable, and you used to be able to see. It was really weird. They had this one channel that just sort of showed you what was happening on other channels, whether you had them or not, but kept like changing every, like, you know, I don't know, 10 seconds or whatever. And so you got like a glimpse of wrestling, and then you'd have to wait a few minutes to get another glimpse of what was happening. I mean, it just wasn't, you couldn't watch a show that way, of course. But I remember like, you know, watching a bit of wrestling that way. For like, I can't remember if it was the pay-per-views or not. I think it might have been at one point. And that was amazing. I don't even know why. I don't even know what the purpose of that channel actually was. Unless it was just a way of you looking, quickly scanning to see, like, do I fancy any of these shows? And it's just like, maybe it was there for that purpose. I never really thought about what the channel was even there for. But it was just a channel that existed. Chop coming in. Some people might remember it, actually. Theo said those black boxes had some porno channels. I don't remember my little box. I don't remember my little boxes having porno channels. I definitely would have noticed. Jericho goes down. We never had much WCW on UK TV back in the day, said Derek. Up on the shoulders. Down goes Ricky. Jericho comes over looking for the pin and kick out by Ricky Starks. David said, I remember that. I think pay-per-views were in WCW. Justin said, I love China. She will always be one of my favorites. Scrambled, says Matt. How'd you like your eggs, Matt? In the corner goes Starks. He was looking for the code breaker there, Jericho, but Starks grabs him. Oh, it's a lovely powerbomb. And Starks sort of falls on top as he gets a 2 count. Kicks coming in by Ricky Starks. Starks getting up to his feet, grabbing a hold of Jericho. Jericho up on the shoulders, went over the top, against the ropes. Chop coming in by Starks. Starks, gets caught. Starks gets caught, and Jericho comes over looking for the pin. 2. 2.9. 2.9 for Jericho. 2.9. Did you see AEW Marks tout Kevin Nash there? Glad his son is dead just because he said this show looked a bit weak. I mean, I would. I wouldn't put that down to like AEW Mark. I think they're just awful people. I've got to think there's probably people in like WWE that would be like that as well. Awful. That's awful. Over the top goes Jericho. Against the ropes. Whoa, that's a 6 spear, man. 1, 2. Oh, that was a great spear by Ricky. That was really good. Match is all right. This match is all right. That was a great spot. That was cool. No, James, I didn't see that. That sucks. That sucks. But then, are we surprised? We all know how garbage social media is. Rick E in the opening match. Right, we've got Jericho and Starks exchanging blows back and forth. Shots coming in by both guys. Body shot coming in there by Jericho. Kick coming in by Jericho. Against the ropes. I thought he was going for a super kick there, Ricky Starks, but he actually went for like a single leg drop kick. Starks over in the corner. Do you think you could be one of those WWE casuals that only watches WWE, may have heard of AEW, but didn't care to watch? Do I think I could have been one of those? Don't think so. But if I wasn't streaming, I think I would have checked it out because I liked Kenny, and I actually didn't mind the Bucks in New Japan. I'm not a big fan of him in AEW, but I didn't mind the Bucks in New Japan, and I like Kenny. And of course, they got Jericho. So Jericho going over. So there was enough. I've said before, I'm the kind of person that I get drawn into the hype, man. If you hype someone enough, I'm going to be like, really? I need to see this. So, no, I think even if I wasn't like streaming and whatever, I would have still wanted to have checked them out. Here's Sammy Guevara coming down. Oh, he just gets wiped out. Action Andretti deals with... I don't know where Action Andretti came from, but Jericho has got the baseball bat. Floyd. Aubrey is dealing with that situation. Jericho just sort of tapped Ricky. I think it was a signal to say, let go of my leg. He just sort of tapped him. Ricky lets go of the leg, and then Jericho uses the baseball bat. He's looking for the Judas. It's blocked. Oh, I love that. I love that. Bang. Love that. And now Ricky throwing in shots to the back of the heads. That's nice. I love that block. That's great. Kick coming in. I thought he was going to go for a knee strike there. He didn't. He kicked him in the chest. He seems to have him in position for like the knee strike. Got him up, plants him down, rolls him over. 1, 2, 3. It's the right result. It's the right result. It's an all right match. It's got some nice moments. Yeah. Put in your scores for that match. Put in your scores. Rick says Elite need structure. That's why they were good in Japan. No, you could be right. Could be right. Decent opening match. 375 says Rock and Sock. Will AEW eventually have a Hall of Fame? Oh, they absolutely should. And the first name in should be Brody Lee. First name in. See, Days, old WCW and WWF had better storylines than WWE and AEW. I think WWE better the storylines than AEW. I can watch AEW, but storylines are a bit fail to me. I'm a wrestling fan, just saying. Yeah, no worries. I think it's probably quite natural to prefer the older stuff. That I think there's nothing more magical than when you first discover wrestling. I think when you first get into wrestling, certainly if you're a kid and everything's just amazing. Yeah, I think it's probably natural to like prefer like the older stuff, but there's some really good stuff going on at the moment. Bloodline in particular, I would say. Right, here's our next match. So first match done. People putting in their thoughts. Ellis Stubbs said, big fan of everything about that match. Luke says 8. Jay said 3.5. Time for Christian. Christian against... are we going with Jack Perry now? Or do we go with Jungle Boy? I'll go Jungle Boy, but... Where's the casket? Oh, the casket's there. Final burial match. That's what we've got. There is a casket. Final burial match. Days picked up Rick Boogs and the new Dusty Rhodes. They look awesome, said Defcom Eric and Jack Styles Playgrounds. Very cool, my friends. Always great to hear about new figures that are being picked up. Here we go then. Jungle Boy Jack Perry. Jungle Boy Jack Perry. Goes over and has a look at the casket. Casket matches are the best, said Jojo. Luchasaurus is going to return tonight, says Gary. Interesting match, says Jay. Casket match, like The Undertaker, says Daharash. Umar. Daharash. Feel like I'm not doing it right. But shout out to you. Daharash. I hope I got it right. Let me know how it's pronounced and I'll try better. I'll be better, I promise. Blaze said, is it the final burial or the first burial? Oh, that's a good point, isn't it? Hopefully the only burial. That's what I'm hoping for. If you're going to bury your opponent, that should be it, shouldn't it? Do you know what I mean? I don't want to see him digging them up and then doing another burial. Right, we are underway with this, and Jack Perry, Jungle Boy, all over Christian. Christian rolling out of the ring, regrouping, grabbing the leg of Jungle Boy, dragging him over. We're on the outsides. I wonder if his mom and sister are there. His sister's pretty good looking. That's the great thing about pay-per-views, isn't it? Increases the chances of the family members being there. Right, we're on the outsides. Oh, Jungle Boy. That was nice. On the edge of the ring. Against the ropes. Oh, Christian goes into the crowds. Christian has gone into the crowd, and Jungle Boy is going to go right after him. So Christian going up the steps in the stands. Jungle Boy chasing after him. We're in the crowd right now. Shots coming in by Jungle Boy. These two fighting in the stands. Shot coming in. Another chop there. There's a couple of people that haven't stood up. I mean, I don't think they're going to be disabled or anything. Maybe they are. I don't know. But this doesn't look like a disabled section. But you got the whole crowd standing up and they're fighting in front of these two people that are just sat there. Just quite happily watching. all around. Everyone else is standing like, yeah. Then you've just got these two people like, oh, this is nice. Over the top of the barricade, back to the ringside area. Jungle Boy touching some hands of the fans as we go back to the ringside area. Now we're going up the ramp. Christian is pleading. And now he's just remembered about that casket. He gets picked up by Jungle Boy. Christian trying to walk away. He gets taken down. Kane is going to help Jungle Boy, said Jay. So many non-DQ matches tonight. It feels like the death match had better deliver, says I don't care what you think. Right, we've got Christian in the corner. Chop coming in there by Jungle Boy. Jungle Boy biting at the head of Christian. Jungle Boy climbing up. Looking to get a few shots in, firing some shots to the side of the head. They don't look bad. Could have been a bit more zip to them, but I've seen way worse. Kind of enjoy looking at different wrestlers' striking abilities now. It's kind of becoming a thing for me. Briefly, we got a brief glimpse of Jungle Boy's family. Now we're seeing Christian striking. I feel like that would be a really good YouTube video for someone. Like comparing, ranking wrestlers by their striking ability and showing clips of them striking and discussing as to who does it well, who does it not as good. And right, Christian in control. I don't think Tony is involved. I think this is Christian's idea. He's one of my favorite wrestlers, says Alexis. Days, do you collect AEW figures? I don't know. Not because I think they're bad or anything. I just was able, and it was difficult, to not get involved in spending a load more money. Like, the amount of money that I've spent on WWE figures is astronomical. Like, if I add it all up, it's eye-watering, right? And I was able to not go down that road of AEW ones. But I must admit, it's been very difficult because there's been some excellent figures. Been some amazing figures. Ones that I've looked at and gone, oh, man, yeah, I really want to get those. Tell you the ones that I was waiting for that I don't think ever came out. And that was FTR, but in their jackets that have got, like, you know, the rainbow across this bit here. And like with like the belts and everything. Those were ones that I was like, man, if they come out with a set of FTR with the belts and that kind of, it just had like that black jackets, FTR logo here, the strip, you know, what they wore. If ever I saw those, I was like, oh, they're going to be hard to resist, man. That would be cool. I've got some Revival figures, but I mean, they just don't hit the same. Because they had no accessories. It was a battle pack, and they didn't come with any accessories. And it was the Revival, who, if you remember, on the main cards on the main shows, not booked that great. Very good in NXT. Not as great on Raw and SmackDown. So yeah, FTR was ones that I was like, oh. And I think CM Punk's one, I was like, oh. Wow, we've got blood coming down the face of Christian. Wow, and I tell you what, he just took the legs away from Jungle Boy. Jungle Boy just cracked hard. So those rings, that back of his head seemed to really crack off those ring steps. Now he's taking his belt off. Taking his belt off. We've got blood coming down the nose of Christian. Going over, and he's going to look to start whipping Jungle Boy. Jungle Boy going over by his family. Christian is going to whip Jungle Boy right in front of his family. And again, look. There's Jungle Boy's sister telling Christian, cut it out. We're going over. I bet this, I mean, think about it. There's no way this does not hurt. There's no way this doesn't hurt. Back is getting all marked up. The belt is being put around the throats of Jungle Boy. Jungle Boy is starting to fade. And blood pouring down the face. So Christian going over to the casket. He's going to look to open the casket. Must admit, I did wonder if there'd be someone in there. I did wonder if someone would be in there and then start attacking Christian. The way that he went over and like slowly opened it. Felt like it was going to be a reveal of a person. It turned out to be a reveal of some steel chairs that were in there. But Jungle Boy and Christian fighting over by this casket. Jungle Boy almost driving Christian into the casket. Reversal there by Christian. Kick to the midsection by Jungle Boy. Jungle Boy's going to look to maybe powerbomb Christian. Big back body drop. AEW has got better relationships with more countries based on how they treat their international talent, said Inside Out and Again. Jungle Taker's sister is looking good. Don't tell him I said that, says Gary. Definitely a legit injury. The placement is weird to be a blade job, says Corvids. Yeah, I don't think that was meant to happen. Outside the off the entrance stage to the outsides. Ooh. Jack Perry jumping off the entrance stage, landing onto Christian. Right. Mox is probably bleeding just watching this. If Mox doesn't bleed, we riot, says Boomers. Right, Christian is over by the casket. Jungle Boy has managed to grab a chair. Christian is pleading with Jungle Boy. Low blow. Low blow by Christian. Jungle Boy goes down. Christian has got a little smirk on his face. What I will say is that even though the blood is going to be important for the Moxley match and you don't want other matches to bleed, because this does feel like it was genuine, it is adding to the match for me. I'm not looking at this going, oh, blood in this match as well. Like, I agree. If it was intentional, they've done a really good job of making it seem like it's an accident. I feel like it's not meant to happen. I feel like it's a legit injury. Jungle Boy is in the casket. Pats him on the head, starts to close it. Jungle Boy prevents the lid from going down. Shot coming in here by Christian. Jungle Boy goes down. Getting choked out. Now Christian's trying to close the lids. Jungle Boy trying to get out. Shot being thrown in there. And again. Shots coming in as Christian goes down. Jungle Boy dragging Christian over as Jungle Boy goes down. Christian getting up to his feet. He's got Jungle Boy. He's going to go for kill switch. Mox quit drinking, but is now addicted to bleeding. Hurricane said they always bleed in AEW. I don't care for it. I understand. The only thing is, though, I would say that I think they're always bleeding. I think a lot of the times they mean to blades. This one just doesn't feel that way. I think this is legit. But yeah, it's I totally understand. There is too much blood in AEW. I think that's a common criticism that you see. Jungle Boy is being choked right now by the shovel, but Jungle Boy has reversed the position, and now he's trying to choke Christian. Christian is raking at the eyes. Christian with that shovel. He's going to look to wallop Jungle Boy with it. Ooh, just misses. Snare trap almost applied. The shovel is in the face as well, in the mouth. Crossface with a shovel. Crossface with a shovel. Days, apparently, Luchasaurus is being sued by the mask maker. Could be why he's not around. Really? That's interesting. Hadn't heard that. Being sued by the mask maker. That about? Sounds like a fun, quirky story, doesn't it? Being sued by the mask maker? Concerto. So, one chair on the ground. He's going to look to smack him in the head with the other. Oh, and he does! Damn! He does! That was cold. Holy shit, chance. I mean, it looked brutal. It looked brutal. Now he's dragging Christian over by the casket. He's putting him in the casket. Christian is in there. Gives him a little kiss. Jack's being a bit hesitant. And he does close it. Dramatically, as he closes it, the casket like drops down and like this puff of smoke comes up. So that was kind of fun, actually, the way that was quite dramatic. The way that, like, he put him in, closed the thing, and the casket, like, drops and this smoke comes up. Like, you really get that sense that the person's done, the match is over. It's... I don't mind that at all. No, they did that. I reckon it was on, like, a platform, and as soon as the lid closes, someone presses a button, and as soon as he slammed it, the casket sort of went down. It looked good. Don't know about the little puff of smoke. I don't know if they did that, but like, good. That was a good drop, said Corvid. Fun match, said Ellister. That was sick, said Luke. That casket dropped somewhere. Hopefully, we find out how they did that, like the mechanics of it. On AEW All Access Season 2. See behind the scenes. Right, the Elite against House of Black coming up. All the legends are putting over the young guys tonight, said Wrestle with Andy. Young man, there's no need to be down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. You are going to win this. Dun, 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 dun. It's fun to watch the AEW. It's fun to watch the AEW. We've got everything, especially blood. I feel like we can flesh that out, but I'm not going to. Great start to this pay-per-view, says Tyler. Wrestler Danny said, I was Christian on the Titantron like the Undertaker. Oh, I wish Christian was on the Titantron like Undertaker at Rumble 94. And then going off to the skies. Right. Elite versus House of Blood. Trios Championship. Maggie, shout out to you. Corbett said they're in Young Bucks home territory. This is going to be House of Black are probably going to lose. The Young Stars are going to win whether they want to or not. Yeah. In my mind, you're sat there with like a bowl haircut. Here's House of Black. House of Black 9-2 since debuting on last year's Revolution buy-in. I mean, it's a good entrance. It's a good name. It's a good look. Got all the pieces you need, haven't we? Got everything you need. They're good wrestlers. Come on. Christian is a good worker. He is still top class, says Tilius. House of Black has to go over, said Jay. This is a better intro. It's good. Cheers days, my happy singing little munchkin. Caleb said, I really do hope House of Black wins just because of how misbooked they've been. But I feel like the trios belts will be on the Elite for a while. James said, hopefully this isn't mistake number 1. Who has won so far? Jungle Boy, Ricky Starks. Yes. Right, here's the Elites. Oh, God, I don't want to turn it up. I want to turn it down. Starks is bad, but I don't want to get hit with copyright. Here's the Elites. Julia Hart is better at being Scarlet than Scarlet, said Defcon Eric and Jack Styles Playgrounds. Chris said, if Brody King loses, we riot. Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks have been trios champions for 53 days. Honestly, I don't mind Don Callis, but I wouldn't have like Nakazawa and Brandon Cutler and all these people. I wouldn't have those involved in this. I really think that sort of takes away from the Elite for me. I'm sure there's people that are really into them, into the entourage. But I think the focus for me is Kenny and the Bucks. I don't mind Callis. I think Callis is pretty good with Kenny in all truth. But I'd love to strip it back just to them, you know? Right, Kenny getting in the ring. Young Bucks in there as well. I hope House of Black wins. They desperately need this win, said Maggie. Did Jungle Boy win or lose? He won. Corbett said, where's Pac been? Dude should be in the main event. He's been in Death Triangle, hasn't he? I think there was visa issues. And then we got those matches with that Best of 7 series with the Elite. Right. Okay, we've got Kenny starting us off by the looks of it with Buddy Matthews. So Buddy Matthews face to face with Kenny Omega. Don Callis has gone on to commentary. It didn't make any sense to make 3 belts for 3 people. Just put 1 title in a tag team, says Dahiraj. Where has Ty Mello been? She has been missing for a few weeks, says Fran. Did she pick up an injury? Something in my head says that she's injured. Working on the arm of Kenny Matthews at the moment, starting us off as this is match number 3 on the main card. 40-odd minutes into the main card already. Main card expected to go 4 hours. We know that final hour is going to be the Iron Man match. We've got a bit of pushing and shoving, kick to the midsection. Take over there by Buddy. Kick out. Take over. They're just repeating the sequence a couple of times, and he goes against the ropes. Kenny struggling to get the better of Buddy Matthews at the moment. This is wrestling, said Boomers. Brenton said, I think this will be the shocker of the night. Elite losing the trio belts. Miguel said, bring back Rusev to AEW. Here's Malachi. Kenny Omega versus Malachi Black one-on-one. That would be so good. We've seen it. I don't feel like we have. I don't feel like we've seen it. If we have, I've forgotten it. This is awesome. Chant from the crowd. It seems like the crowd are into it as well. This is awesome. Wow. I mean, if you're Tony, doesn't that send a message? These two haven't even locked up, and the crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Just that the idea of Malachi and Kenny. I mean, it does feel like these are the 2 leaders. So, like, you could see Brody and Buddy being a tag team. And obviously, the Bucks are a tag team. So, Kenny and Malachi is like the 2 leaders of the group. Oh, nice. Good work by Kenny. Take over. Lovely work there by Malachi. Keeping a hold of the arm. Taz put in saying that was called a fat man roll. I've never heard that. But he knows his onions, Taz. He's very knowledgeable when it comes to the various wrestling moves. We just had a one-winged angel attempt. He had him up, couldn't quite get it. Malachi went down. Malachi went for that kick. Didn't get that either. Formerly known. I don't think it's called Black Mass anymore, is it? AEW. Who won the Christian Cage You're a Stronger Boy match? It was Jungle Boy. Early Angel, said Alexis. Early Angel. An early angel. Oh. Right here. Wow. You know what? We've got so many great options that we can turn to. I mean, Brody King has come in. We've got Matt Jackson. Matt Jackson wants to tag out. Nick Jackson doesn't want any part of it. So right now he's having to deal with Brody King on his own. Chop comes in, but Matt Jackson moves out the way. He makes the tag to Nick. Nick's going to come in. Through the legs goes Matt. Double drop kick by the Bucks. Shoulder tackle there by Brody King. Kenny comes in. He gets shoulder tackle down. This is going to need to be a regroup. It's going to need to be a regroup. We've got the House of Black in the ring. We've got the Elite on the outside. House of Black going against the ropes. And the Elite come in the ring. Fun, man. Right, we've got them pounding away at each other. Knee strikes coming in. Been fun so far. It's been good so far. On the feet, against the ropes. Buddy Matthews gets caught. Spites him. Moonsault. Clothesline by Matt Jackson as Buddy Matthews goes down. Jackson's going up. Matt Jackson up top. Crossbody lands on a couple of members of House of Black. Brody King is in the ring with Kenny Omega. Matt Jason said, who wins? Bucks against Usos. I think it depends where it's booked, doesn't it? If it's booked in AEW, I mean, if it's booked in WWE, Usos win, right? No doubt about that. If it's booked in AEW, can you imagine the Bucks would win, to be honest? If it's booked in a different promotion, like on neutral ground, if it was like its own show and the main event was Young Bucks against Usos, that'd be interesting. Some would tell me it'd probably end up being a few matches, 1-1, and then there'd be some sort of screwy finish. Like someone else would invade and they'd join forces, you know what I mean? The match wouldn't have like a proper ending to it. But yeah, I mean, it would depend as to who was booking it. Buddy has been having Paulo Costa's secret juice. Right, Brody going over, big boot, Brody King. Love his size. I think he really does provide something needed in this match, and that is like the bigger guy coming in that's got a bit of girth to him, that is a bit of a difference maker. I mean, in all fairness, Malachi's got a bit of size to him. I think Malachi, though, is a bit shorter than what you think. I'm sure I've seen him go, like, stand opposite some pretty tall guys, and he's considerably shorter. He's shorter than what you envisage him to be. Chop coming in. Yeah, Brody King is standing out here. Did Christian Cage win? He did. Usos would kill the Suck Boys. My one-time fish, my boyfriend wanted to feed me to the fishes. Maggie, that is an abusive relationship and you need to leave. Good news, though. William Hensey has said that he is willing to be your new boyfriend. So, win the lottery. You've hit the big time. Duck underneath by Nick Jackson. Kick coming in. David said the Elite could see them staying at AEW. Do you think they go to WWE? I don't think they will. I think Kenny could look at Cody and have some confidence that if he went there, he would be booked well. But it's very hard to look at the WWE tag division and have any confidence that you're going to be booked well. I know that Triple H is in control at the moment, so now's as good a time as any to take that jump, but traditionally, WWE have not fared very well with the tag division. I know people are going to say Hardys, Dudleys, all this kind of stuff. That's like 20 years ago, right? 30 years ago is when we had like British Bulldog, Demolition, all that kind of stuff. We have had New Day and we have had Usos, but I think if we're being honest with ourselves, they are not as committed to tag team wrestling as what I think the Young Bucks would like. And I think what a lot of us would like, actually. Triple H seemingly wants to change that, and he does want to bring in FTR. I've got no doubt about that. And I think he would try and convince the Bucks that he would use them the right way and, go through some of the plans. But I could understand the Bucks having reservations. I don't think Kenny would need reservations. I think Kenny can look at how they're using Cody at the moment and have some confidence he'd be Buck similar. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. So, yeah, I think it's a bit different for Kenny and for the Bucks. One could have confidence that he'd be booked well. The others would be, I think, skeptical, and rightfully so. But equally, if Kenny went, I could see the Bucks going as well. If Kenny was to go to WWE, and I'm not saying he is, but if he did, then, and Triple H was booking, then I think the Bucks would follow. Yeah. But I think there'd be some serious negotiations going on as to how they'd be used. Brody King with a monstrous clothesline to Kenny Omega, who was turned inside out. Not literally. Tag, in comes Buddy Matthews. Tag, in comes Malachi. Right, House of Black working together here. And Nick Jackson comes in, grabs Brody King. He throws him into Buddy Matthews. Kick there by Malachi. Malachi grabs the leg. Big knee strike to Kenny Omega. Malachi, roll through. Looking for the cover. He has got like a figure four applied. Up top. Matt Jackson, elbow drop. Oh, heavy blow by Brody King. Double super kicks there by the Bucks. Matthews going up. Kick there by Matt. Kick again to Malachi. Sliced breads. Sliced breads. But he gets caught. Kenny is up on his feet. We've just got Malachi and Kenny in the ring right now. Good night, Wrestling Days. Ghost Rob, shout out to you. Good night, my friends. WWE AEW fan said this pay-per-view is going on for another 3.5 hours. I think it might just be 3 hours. I really don't think we should be going over 4 hours, but maybe we will. Not coming in by Kenny. Have they said if there's going to be a post-media thing? Because we all know the AEW media scrums are worth tuning into. Big strike coming in there by Kenny. Charges over, grabs the leg of Malachi. Malachi knees Kenny in the face. Kenny knees Malachi right back. Both guys go down. As I thought, it's a good spot fest, said Billy. WWE and AEW fans said, I'm probably not going to stay up for the whole pay-per-view because I do have school in the morning. I've been there. I mean, I have literally been there to school. But, yeah, I've been there as well with having a show that you can't watch because of it being a Sunday night. Right, Brody has grabbed a hold of Nick, and he lets Nick go because he gets kicked here by Matt in the head. Kenny charges over. V-trigger. Brody King goes to the outside. Okay, we've got carnage all around the ring. We've got Malachi throwing in some kicks. And again, Kenny grabs the leg of Malachi. Snapdragon suplex by Kenny. Kenny going for the... Oh, I thought he was going to go for the one-winged. I thought he was going for the one-wing, but it's another Snapdragon. Oh, Kenny wearing down Malachi. Julia Hart is on the edge of the ring. You need to get down, says Kenny. Kick misses. Is she going to take a... What's she doing? Is she going to take a bump? Did she get V-triggered? She just got V-triggered. Yeah, Kenny's like, Oh, but a kick comes in. Down goes Kenny. 1, 2, and a save. So Julia Hart gets V-triggered. It was a bit... You could sense that they were setting up for something. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Planting Dante's Inferno. Planting... that'd be a good finishing move for Bray, actually. Bray and Howdy, the Dante's Inferno. Makes sense, doesn't it? Through the ropes goes Buddy, dropkick. Brody, suicide dive. Bucks go into the barricades. Jumped over the barricades. Malachite down in the corner. That means that Kenny is alone, is surrounded by the House of Black. House of Black are in control. Kenny down on his knees. The crowd was dead at times, but they're turning up, says Maggie. Erase Your Mind said they should have ended it there. Here's the Bucks coming back in, grabbing the legs of House of Black on the outsides. That means that Malachi is in the ring on his own. Super kicks coming in. And again, Malachi goes down. Super kicks by the Bucks. Bang, more super kicks. Brody King is down. Right now, it's not looking great for new champions. But there's every chance that this is going to be a near fall, a 2 count. Let's have a look. Here's the cover. 1, 2, and Buddy Matthews does make the save. Buddy Matthews does make the save. So this match still going, carrying on. It coming in. I have no idea. I couldn't even guess as to who the legal man is. I have no idea. Wow, he was so far away. There was no way he was going to make that. Seemingly going for like a Meltzer driver, but how was he meant to make that? Dante's Inferno. 1, 2, 3. And we do have new champions. House of Black get the win. There we go. New trios champions. It's the right call. It's the right results. Don Callis is upset. Some children have got in the ring. Childs. Julia Hart's all right now. Lights have gone out. Lights have gone out. I don't know why. Who's the Childs? Why is Julia all right now? Why have the lights come back on as we're watching them get out the ring? I don't. What was that? What was that about? Why did we turn the lights off and put them back on as we're watching them literally still getting through the ropes? Spooky. Where did they go? New champions, though. It is, it's the right call. Kenny is being helped away by Nakazawa and Don Callis. Hear me out. If you think FTR plays a role in where the Bucks sign, FTR leaves, the Bucks stay. FTR stays, the Bucks leave due to their icy relationship. Trios belts were a way of ducking out of losing the belts to FTR, says Brenton. It might be the ladies next. We got AEW Women's Championship. Put your thoughts in. Put your thoughts in. Ellis Dub said it was very spot heavy, but still very fun. 3-2-5. Yeah, what did you think? Out of 5 for that last match, as we're now going over to our next match. Out of 5, what did you think? Here's Saraya and Tony. Saraya and Tony. Saraya versus Ruby versus Jamie. Jojo said 3. Smurfy said 5. Julia V triggers out of 10. Meave said 3. Dr. Brick was talking about disrespect earlier. I think that Tony disrespected her by not having her challenge for either of the ladies' belts tonight, says John. Who won the trios? It was House of Black. Caleb said 4. David said 4.5. Super Blunt Man said 4. Miguel said 0.5. Luke said 4.5. This is my house. I can't read that without automatically putting a bit of page accent onto it. This is my house. Here's Ruby. 2 out of 5 said Rocker Sock. 2 said Lee. 375 said Jay. -20 out of 5 says Travis. KE says 4 out of 5. Uzi. Yoas says 7. Can't stop, won't stop, says 2. Bit of a mixed bag then, to be honest. Little bit of a mixed bag. Haters gonna hate. The music, you know. Quite Japan. Jamie Hater makes her way out. Here's Dr. Britt Baker. Hater, we love her. Haters gonna hate. Doing a weird thing. I mean, I've never really listened to her music. I like the kind of vibe to it. I like the energy that it brings. There's people in the crowd dancing away. Does this weird, like, noise. I feel like I'm at a rave. Is that the bass? What is that? God, I feel old when I say stuff like that. Is that the bass? What is that noise? Is that what the kids are listening to? Is this that little baby that I've been told about? Is that what this is? I mean, I do like it, but I don't like that bit. Feels different, though. Her music feels definitely different to everyone else's. It's got such great energy. Like, straight away, you feel like, I need to pay attention to this. Like, whoa, something's happening. Someone's here. Someone's arrived. Someone that I need to pay attention to has just entered this match. Wow, beautiful drop kick there by Ruby Soho. She just came out from the heavens. Down went Saraya. Daisy's like, get off my lawn. Yeah. Hater and Saraya are fighting in the crowds. God, that spot took about 5 years to execute. You had Jamie Hater and Saraya like hitting each other, not very convincingly. Just literally watching Ruby, waiting for her to jump on them. Like, literally, like, are you going to do it? Are you going to do it? Are you going to do it? I think she was trying to get her balance. She wasn't quite set. She did it in the end, by the way. She did do it. I was here. I saw. Hollywood Guy said, Days, I just got here. What have I missed? You have missed. Is it 3 matches? Is it 3 matches on the main cards? So Jungle Boy beats Christian. Little bit of blood's in that. Seemed accidental. It's all right. Might have been my favorite match so far, that one, you know. First match, Jericho Starks. Starks got the win. Jungle Boy got the win. House of Black got the win over the Elites. I think so far the Christian match is my favorite. And now we've got the ladies. Jamie Hayter, Saraya with a big headbutt. Shot coming in there by Saraya. We've got Ruby. I don't know where she is. Must be on the outside somewhere. Britt at ringside. Tony at ringside. Not Tony Khan, Tony Storm. Might be the same person. I'm not sure. Ruby Riott was a Vince idea. She is now with her preferred name of Ruby Soho. Get off Saraya's lawn. There's a sign in the crowd that says a glass of Haterades. Haterades. Haterade. Glass of Haterades. I mean, I'm guessing that's a play on Gatorades. What's the slogan for Gatorade? Is it a glass of Gatorades? Glass of... That sign would be better if she said, give me a glass of Haterade, or like, what am I meant to do with this glass of Haterade? Am I drinking it? Am I chucking it over someone? What am I doing? A glass of Haterade. That sign has really caught my attention. I mean, in all fairness, it's the only sign I can see at the moment. It's in the very, very front row. If you're watching the show, you saw it. You're seeing it. Down goes Jamie to shoulder up. Saraya is awful. What happened with Hardy in AEW? What happened with Hardy? Oh, he competed the other week. Who did he face? Hook. Did he face Hook for the whatever championship? FTW championship. Right, we've got Tony checking on Saraya. Jamie Hayter chants, and back comes the glass of Haterade sign. See, it needs to say, you're gonna have a glass of Haterade. Like, well, I don't know what's happening with the glass of Haterade. Saraya's lawn has lice. I think that could be easily treated. Oof. You are to grow a plant from that glass of Haterades. Right. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like you could definitely play. I mean, it's clearly a play on Gatorade, but I don't even know if we have Gatorade over here. I don't think we do. I don't think I've ever seen it. So I don't really know what the slogans are. I just feel it's a lazy sign. A lazy sign. I feel like they've had an idea of like, could change Gatorade to Haterades. And that's enough for them. That's enough. They've settled on that. They've gone, have a glass of Haterades. And they've looked at it and they've gone, that's brilliant. But it's not. That's right. I've started on the fans now. That's right. Oh, man. Did you see that backbreaker? Honestly, there's no half measures of Haterade. That is, I mean, it was beautiful and it was savage. Jamie Hayter. Out comes the sign again. As soon as the crowd chants Jamie Hayter, out comes the sign. Put it away. Put it away. You're a disgrace. Dave's drinks prime for rehydration. I've never had it. Do you know what I do drink now? Hey, let me tell you. Vita coconut water, right? With chocolate flavoring in it. Saraya tells Jamie and Ruby Soho to stop. Yeah, so like apparently coconut water is really good for you, full of like vitamin C and fiber and everything. And I tried it. Obviously, I've had it, tried it. I must admit, it's not an easy thing for me to drink. I don't find it like enjoyable. I can't drink like loads of it. If I had to have it as a one-off, I'd do it. But like as a drink, I'm going to sit down and drink and actually try and enjoy. It's not happening. But then I saw the company that like does that stuff in cartons have got one where they've added a bit of chocolate to it to make it a bit more sweeter and easier to drink. It's amazing. It's amazing. That is right up there with one of my new favorite drinks. Scott's coming in. Right, Saraya has been chucked in. She goes for a power bomb on Jamie Hayter, who does the suplex to Ruby Soho. Triple threats. Spots 101. I forget what this is called. PTO, isn't it? PTO. Clothesline by Jamie Hayter. Tony pops up on the edge of the ring. Tony goes down. Saraya kick to the midsection. Ooh, rampage. Britt distracting. Saraya tries to go over. Shot there by Britt. Where's Tony? Why is Tony not dealing with Britt? Where's Tony? Britt has just jumped up on the edge of the ring. She's just walloped Saraya. And I don't know where Tony is. Tony should be dealing with this. It's the whole point in her being out there. Forearm strike. I don't know. Did she get... There she is. Did she not see it? Kick to the midsection. A truckload of haterade. You're going to receive a truckload of haterade. That's so much better. That's so much better. Yes. Blaze Radio, that's it. Am I meant to be terrified of a glass of haterade? Do you know what I mean? I mean, granted, you know, a glass of acid would be pretty moody. So even though a glass is, you know, relatively small, it could still be problematic. But I feel like a glass of haterade is not really anything that strikes fear in my heart. Right, I can tell you that Jamie Hayter has picked up... Oh, there's the rest of the sign! There's the rest of the sign! Oh, my God! There was more! There was more! I bet she's heard these comments and she's made that. She's just made it. I bet whilst we've been there, she's been cutting out the letters, getting the glue. I bet she thought they're right, you know. They're totally right. A glass of haterade. It's just not that great of a sign, is it? But it says, it says, it's my birthday. I want a glass of haterade. There was more to the sign. This is unbelievable scenes. You don't run this place. This is our home. So Ruby is siding with Jamie and Britt. We've got Saraya. Oh, no, she's not. She's just kicked Jamie in the face. Britt charges over. She gets planted. So Ruby is not picked any sides. Oh, no. Has she picked the other sides? Oh, God. What's happening? The cameraman's gone down. The camera's been broken. What's happening? Who's Ruby with? We've got the spray paint. Oh, okay. So she's giving it to Ruby. So she is with them. Okay, she is with them, guys. We've got Britt down. We've got Jamie down. Ruby is spray painting these two. Jamie is one. Tony, Ruby, Rhea. I can't believe there was more to that sign. I can't believe it. Can't believe there was always more to that sign. We knew it. We called it. We knew it. We knew that it wasn't right. We knew there was something wrong. We knew it didn't make sense. Soraya is my name too, says that sign. No one cares. Soraya is my name too. Good for you. Oh, it's always me, isn't it? The other sign was, it's my birthday. It's my birthday. I want a glass of Haterades. Soraya's my name as well. Honestly, my biggest takeaway from this show, some of these fans need to step up. Some of these fans need to step up their sign game. The sign game tonight has been very disappointing. I mean, next we'll be seeing things like, hello, Tony. I hope you're having a nice day. There'll be stuff like that. Hangman, you know that you're 37 years old. I'm 37 as well. I mean, I'm not. I'm 21, by the way. Days, you're such a bully. Listen. Just call him what I'm saying. We call out shoddy standards, shoddy performances all the time. It's something that I don't enjoy doing, but we have to call a spade, don't we? We have to call a spade, and that extends to the fans. Right. Hangman, Jon Moxley up next. Got a montage of, I think this is Hangman, is it? Yeah, it must be, because Moxley comes through the crowd, and we know what his entrance is. Unless it's a little pre-intro thing. Maggie said, I miss signs. Do you remember there used to be loads of them and good ones? Good ones. Yes. Yeah, there did used to be loads. I'd imagine it'd be a nightmare to see the show if you went, though. Not my problem. It looked great. I completely agree. It did look great. All right, here's Hangman. Making his way down. Will we get blood? Texas. Just match. Is Hangman on a horse? No. Oh. There's some sort of plank board covered in barbed wire. Hangman in the ring. Who won that last match, says Theo. It was Jamie. Jamie won. Then there was a brawl. Ruby sort of teased that she wasn't joining up with the heels. Looked like she was joining the faces. Then she turned on the faces, and she did join the heels. There was a woman coming down the escalator then as Moxley was coming out. I don't know why, it just made me smile. I think it's because I was thinking, could you imagine being that woman and all of a sudden you're coming down the escalator, and as you're making your way down the escalator, minding your own business, there's Moxley a camera crew, load of people, you'd be like, oh, man. So I'm not meant to come down this escalator. That's what I'd be thinking. Jon Moxley has walked out into the arena. His 2023 records is 5 wins, 1 defeat. Moxley. Oh, God, that woman's absolutely over the moon. There's a blonde woman there that's like absolutely bubbling that Moxley's just walked past her. Wonder if Renee is like watching the crowd. Seeing if anyone's getting a little bit close, if anyone's getting a bit too excited at being around Moxley. Forearm strike there by Moxley. These two are fighting. The dude, look at that dude in the red tracksuit. He's pretty pumped. There's a guy there trying to get a selfie. Moxley ends up getting knocked into that guy. Right, we're going back to the ringside area. Into the railing goes Moxley. What a shock. Another jump start, said Travis. Has anyone called the paramedics yet? Oh, they've got called like last week, I would imagine. As soon as this match was made official, I would imagine it was just in the contract that there would be paramedics backstage. That woman has still... Oh, she's changed the second part. It's my birthday. I want to taste Moxley's blood. That's what it's been changed to now. Has she been changing them for every match? It's my birthday. I want... So she wanted just... How much do you get for your birthday? It's my birthday. I want this. It's my birthday. I want that. Do you know what? She's spoiled. She's spoiled. She wanted a glass of Haterade and she just got that. And now she wants to taste Moxley's blood. This woman is mental. This woman is absolutely mental. She should be banned from wrestling events. She makes me uncomfortable. Look at her. She's looking up to see if her sign's on TV. We can see your sign. You mental woman. I've got it in for this woman, though. Moxley on the outsides. Dean Ambrose is going to win. He's got some barbed wire coming into the ring. Got the barbed wire. He's trying to attack Hangman with it. Hangman puts it into the face of Moxley. The barbed wire is on the foreheads. And it's grated it across. Probably going to be the start of some blood. Boot to the face. Where's Renee? I want live Renee reactions. That's what I want. She's in the building. She should be on commentary. Have her on commentary. I want to know what Renee thinks about this. Imagine if Renee came running down and was like pleading with Hangman to stop or something. There's the blood on the foreheads. Mox is bleeding. Who do you think will join with Britt and Jamie? Maybe. I was going to say Thunder, but I mean, I don't know. Seems to be a bit of bad blood between them, doesn't there? But it'd be a great way. I mean, she's a babyface, and it'd be a great way to bring her back. They need help. They need help from someone legit. It'd be a good way to return her, but maybe not. Right, Moxley going over. Texas Deathmatch is similar to Last Man Standing, in which one wrestler must be pinned and then a 10 count is initiated If the person pinned fails to get up by the count of 10, they lose. Renee is likely hanging out backstage with the Bella twins. Renee runs down and eats a buckshot. Any blood bets? Well, it's happening. Oh, what's he got in his boot? He's just pulled some out of his boot. Is that a spoon? Oh, it's a fork. That does make more sense. Of all the cutlery, a knife would have made sense. A fork makes sense. Not much you can do with a spoon. I mean, it's still, there's still things you can do. I don't know why I'm ahead. I mean, I genuinely thought it was a spoon. He's got him in a triangle, and now he's got the fork, and he's going to be like, pop, 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 pop. Oh, he's smashing him in the head with the fork. Oh, my God. He's not a sausage. Oh, he's covered in blood, man. He is covered in it. Covered in blood. Even that sick woman at ringside looked appalled. Even she was like, she's not even looking. She was like, can't believe it. Ooh. If I was Moxley, I'd go over to her, but like, have it. I want to taste my blood. Have it. Drink it. Give me that glass of haterade that you just had. I'll fill that up. Drink it. He's gonna spoon him. I bet he does that with Renee. Mox is always bleeding. It's a bloodbath. We need Gordon Soley talking about crimson masks. He wanted blood. She did. She's getting it. There's a chair wrapped in barbed wire. So being wedged into the corner. So the chair wrapped in barbed wire is in the corner. Moxley has been sporked. Shot coming in there by Hangman. Ooh. Moxley. Oh! So Moxley gets hurled into that chair, but manages to duck underneath, do a 6 slides. And then as Hangman comes over, he ends up going into that chair. Hangman has got blood. I'm serious. I would genuinely love to get some Renee reaction. We've got his wife on the books. I mean, like, when Jungle Boy earlier on was being whipped with a belt, they did that in front of his mom and his sister. Well, we just happen to have Moxley's wife on the staff, and we've already seen her, and she's in the building. It would be cool to get her reaction to this. We've got a single leg Boston Crab applied to Hangman Adam Page, who is on top of the chair that is wrapped in barbed wire. Moxley kicking away. Anyone else fascinated to know what her next sign is going to be? I don't know what the next match is, but and also I think I might have missed a couple because I'm wondering if she's done this for every match. I wonder if they've just got a stack of signs. It's my birthday. I want. I wonder what else she's got. I wonder what she's got for the Danielson MJF thing. She must have done something for the main event. What do you reckon she's done? We want tables, chance. Isn't that funny? Don't you think that's funny? These two are like jabbing each other with forks, grating each other with barbed wire. Like, single leg Boston Crab onto a chair. And the crowd are like, we want tables. Isn't that weird? It's just it's a bit of a meme, isn't it, tables? Table's not more brutal than what we're seeing right now. But the crowd don't know what else to chant. The crowd are like, we want tables? Tables? Should we ask for tables? I don't know what to ask for. Should we ask for fire? They might do fire. We want fire. We want fire tables. We want exploding fire tables. But it is very hard to get a whole crowd to chant that. One thing we've learned from this match, tables are over. I mean, we knew it anyway. Right, we've got 2 chairs. Edges of those chairs were sticking up. There was a power bomb. Thankfully, he power bombed him onto the flat of the chair, not the top part of the chair. It was still onto some barbed wire, though. Yeah, I mean, that could have been... I mean, this is just... Break his back here. If he got power bombed onto the top part of those chairs, I mean, he legit could... He could break his back. Thankfully, he didn't. It went into the seat of the chair, but... right now, Hangman has got this barbed wire. Andy said they were saying we want ladles. We want ladles. So they were saying we want fables. Want a lovely story. So they were chanting we want Mabel. WWF superstar. 1/2. Maybe 1/3 if you count in Mo. Of men on a mission. We want Mabel. We want Mabel. Right, he just went crashing down onto JON. Only thing missing tonight is Abdullah the Butcher, said Fran. Who won the triple threat? It was Jamie Hayter. Explosions and AEW don't go together. That's true. But you know what they say? If at first you don't succeed, try again. Okay, we've got a chair on the outside. We've got that board wrapped in barbed wire, and it's being placed on top of the chair. Says he hasn't been involved in many matches with barbed wire in his career. There's people that when they taste their own blood, they shrink. But Jon Moxley grows. It motivates him. Am I the only one that doesn't like this, said Kyle? No, it very, very much divides opinion. What I would say is that this feud has been going for so long, and it is Jon Moxley. I can't imagine this is surprising too many people. Maybe how far it's gone is going to be a surprise to people. But I mean, there's not many things that wrestling fans will agree on, but will there be blood in this match? I think pretty much every wrestling fan would have said, yes, there will be. We've got bricks. Where's the 2 people gone? Where's the people with the signs gone? There's 2 people there with masks now. Oh, he got a brick, put his hand in between the brick, put a brick on top. Is that man wearing a mask? Are they wearing... No, they're back. That's trippy. I swear they weren't there. They weren't there, Justin. There was 2 people wearing masks in their place instead. They're back now, though. Right. Shocked we didn't get an update at Revolution yet. An update at Revolution. We've got a chain in the ring, and there's a pile driver onto that chain. That brick part was pretty unique. I don't know that I've seen that before. A brick, hand, brick, stomp. Bring on the bricks. Hit coming in there by Moxley. Getting the chain, wrapping it around the legs of Hangman. Pulling back on the head as well. I need a match with Mox, said Sub-Zero. It was a different camera angle. Is that what it was? Proper tricked me. Proper threw me off. I was like, where have they gone? Not coming in. Is it now the people next to them now? Honestly, I'm fascinated by those two. Brock Stomp. The more blood Moxley bleeds, the more power he unleashes. Well, we got some chairs being set up on the outsides. We've got another board being placed onto those chairs. Moxley has got this set up as Hangman's trying to get over to grab this chair. Stomped there by Moxley. Where is Nia Jax when you need her? Right, he's going to look for a pile driver. He's looking for a dead eye. We've got this chair down, wrapped in barbed wire. Backdrop suplex, but Moxley gets right back up. Clothesline. Down goes Moxley. We've got a lot of furniture. Let's put it that way. Objects in the ring. I mean, there's just stuff everywhere. Moxley went down, and he wasn't a million miles away from those bricks that have been discarded in the corner. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." Hangman has got his arm wrapped in barbed wire. Forearm strike by Hangman. And again. Moxley goes back against the ropes. Boot coming in there by Moxley. Another knee strike coming in. Gets the ropes goes Moxley. Gonna throw him onto the chair, and he does. Fall away slam onto the chair. Now he's going to dead-eye him. Now he's going to dead-eye him. Onto the chair. Oh, that barbed wire is stuck into his chest. There was a piece of barbed wire that was like stuck on him. Holy chance. Taz says Moxley's face, neck looks like it's been in a blender. Let's go, Moxley. Deadeye onto the chair. 1, 2, 3. Do it. Moxley on the outside, over the top. Oh, now he goes. Oh, man. Now he's got into barbed wire that's on the board on the outside. This guy is just getting driven into barbed wire wherever he goes. Oh, boy, says Moxley. International objects used frequently to write. No thumbtacks yet, says Fram. Where is Nia's hole? That is the more important question, said Erase Your Mind. End this, says Donald's. This is DVD time. David, shout out to you. Been enjoying the ECW box set. This does feel like an ECW best of. Right, okay, we've got Hangman up top. We've got Moxley setting up a chair. Moxley going up, looking for a double underhooks. What's he going to go for? Oh, rake in the back. Rake in the back. Oh, man, and Hangman doing the same. Both rake in the back. And you can see, like, they're really digging in. And you can see all the marks on Moxley's back. Oh! Moxley using the barbed wire to grate it across. Oh, man. God. These two really don't like each other. Oh, man. Moxley grabbing. Hangman hurling him to the outside, planting him through the board that's got barbed wire on it. Did just miss that board. He sort of overshot it. To be honest, I think I'd rather overshoot it than land on it. And I caught his neck by the looks of it, though. It seems like he got his neck caught in the barbed wire. We're up to 5. Hangman is down. Theo says no thumbtacks. No thumbtacks. Mick Foley versus Terry Funk, EC dub. Come round and watch that, says Davids. You should say that, actually, because we were looking at some merch earlier that was Mick Foley and Terry Funk. Hangman breaks the counts. Right, Hangman getting up. This is too much barbed wire, says WWE AEW fan. But Darius said 10 out of 10 for this match. Hangman is down. I mean, it's definitely been uncomfortable. I think this has been uncomfortable for everyone involved. Hit coming in by Moxley. Slaps back and forth. Over in the corner goes Moxley. Clothesline. Oh. Big lariat there by Hangman. Hangman going to the outsides. I swear to God, if we just cut to backstage promo after this and it's Renee and she's not bothered, that is going to suck. Oh, no, the bricks. The bricks. Oh, stomp on. Hangman is curb stomped onto the bricks and Moxley isn't going for the pin. I mean, in fairness, that's probably not enough, is it? It's probably not enough. We probably do need to do some more. Ref is counting away. 9. Oh, 9. Can't he go for the pin as well? I thought that he could go for the pin as well. There's a choke applied. Mox matches are kind of boring now, said Tommy. No one is scared of violence. Right, we've got a sleeper applied. This is this is like a scene when Kevin attacks the burglars in Home Alone. So this is just, I don't know what version of Home Alone you've been watching. I love this match, said Jay. A Rollins type stomp. 8, 9. Right, they're both up. Maggie said, poor Hangman. He thought concussion was bad. When they bleed regular, it takes away from the shock. Says Angel. Oh no. It looks like he might go for the dead eye onto those bricks. Got a choke applied. Now he's using chain. On the bricks, yeah, no, they didn't in the end. Because they're cowards. They're cowards. Oh, what? Scared to dead eye onto some bricks. Cowards. So tired of wrestlers just not pushing themselves. Do you know what I mean? Boning it in. I mean, if you're not going to put the effort in, just don't turn up. Hangman on the outsides. Moxley in the middle of the ring. Going for the buckshot lariat. Connects. Moxley bounces up, clothesline to the outsides. He grabs a hold of the chain and Moxley is being choked. Moxley taps. Moxley taps. Didn't expect Moxley to tap. I thought he would pass out, you know. There we go. Moxley taps. Did you see the Liverpool game? I didn't. I saw the score, of course, but I didn't watch it. Brenton said, what else is there besides tag match and main event? Samoa Joe and Wardlow. Got that. The tag match as well. Still got the tag teams. Put in your scores for that. What's your thoughts? Let's get an idea as to what people thought of it. Going to be a big talking point, that is. This will 100% divide opinion. There's going to be people that absolutely love this. And then there's going to be people that thought it was too much. A lot of people are going to want to know my thoughts on it. And honestly, my thoughts are, I just want to know what her next sign is going to say. I want to know what the next match is. I want to know what her next sign is going to say. 125 says space. I don't care what you think. Said solid 975. Smurfy said 6. Trey said 475. Corvid said out of 5. Out of whatever you want, Corvid. Samoa Joe Wardlow next. That match didn't follow original Texas Deathmatch rules, says Theo. It was good. It was everything, said LT. Shaquem said 125. Meme says 3. Travis said -25. Jim Cornette followers will rate things lower than they deserve. Blue Shirt said 2. Joe said 4. WWE AEW fan said 3.9. There was too much barbed wire for me. Mr. Too Sweet said 3.5. Rick said it would have been amazing. 4.5 if Moxley didn't bleed every day. James said, I loved it, but I love these types of matches. The more violent, the better. Wrestling Court said the match was mid-trash. Brenton said 0 bricks out of 5. Rock and Sock said I didn't enjoy it. Jono says 2. Ovion said 4 out of 5, mid-ending. David said 4 out of 5, bit too much bloods. 375. They're going to form a tag team called the Wet Bandits, says Wrestle with Andy. 11, said Jonathan. Mox tapped. Lol. Serge said 2. Corby said 4 out of 5 for sure. Ellis Stubbs said, not my style of wrestling, But the brutality is what the match warranted, so I'm not shocked. Still enjoyed it as much as I could. 3 out of 5. Jason says 2. A, B, dub, always blood wrestling. 2 matches left, lol, said Boomers. It might be more, I don't know. We've got this. We've got the tag teams. We've got the main event. Is there another one? Is there another one? Am I missing one? Let's have a look. No, actually. No, 3 matches left. There's 3 matches left. We know that MJF, Bryan Danielson, is going to go for an hour. We've been watching the show now for 2 hours. That means we've got an hour left. And then we've got another hour. Because I reckon it'll go 4 hours. I suppose we've got to do this match. Got to do the tag teams. We've got to get Danielson and MJF out there, haven't we? That's what we've got to do in this next hour. We've got to do this match, the tag match, and we've got to do the intros because the actual MJF Bryan Danielson match has got to last an hour. So we could really do with getting that started in about literally an hour's time. Right. Longest match so far tonight. Jungle Boy Christian was 19 minutes 17. The time hasn't come into Wikipedia yet in regards to how long Hangman John Moxley was. Hobbs watching on. He's got his, obviously he was the winner of that brass ring casino ladder match. Battle Royal thing. Right. I want to know about these signs. That's what I want to know. And I don't know that she's done one for this. Most likely a backstage promo for something. Oh, yeah, there could be. Yeah. 4 hours. I'm glad I stretched, says Tim. In my mind, Tim's like this right now, getting ready. Oh. Doing the old exercises. Joe collides into Wardlow. Wardlow goes down. Yeah, there's no sign. Gone through a whole range of emotions with these people. Now that there's no sign, I miss them. Will MJF use his ring in the match? Sonic needs that ring. Oh, here we go. Words are the money of fools. Words are the money of fools. What does that mean? What does that mean? Is that his side? Has she let him do a side? What does that mean? I think she's done some signs and she's been like, oh, it'll be a fun activity if you do a sign as well. And he's like, oh, I don't know what to put on a sign. And she's like, well, what inspires you? What do you want to say? He's gone, well, I'll go with this. Words is the money of fools. She's probably gone, oh, God. Show that one during Wardlow and Samoa Joe. Luke said, this is my first AEW pay-per-view, and I am loving it so far. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Luke, shout out to you, Luke Dent04. Gene said, was you shocked by United's loss? Absolutely, yeah. I thought United would... I thought there was a chance they could win. They were on good momentum. I would have predicted the draw, to be honest. And then when I saw they were losing, I was like, oh, man. Points dropped, you know. It's not the end of the world because I never expected us to win the league. But we are fighting to get into the top 4. We need to be in the top 4. So, yeah, United's loss was... a disappointment. The score, obviously a disappointment as well, as I said earlier. But to be honest, the score, I know people won't believe me, but it doesn't really bother me. I mean, it doesn't. I know there's like banter and all this kind of stuff, but I'm more bothered by the 3 points that we dropped. I don't think the goal difference is going to matter. I mean, listen, if it turns out we miss out on top 4 because of goal difference, then I'm really, really going to hate this 7-0, right? But not getting the 3 points bothers me a lot more. We need to finish top 4. We need to make sure that we're in Champions League next year. So, yeah, hopefully we can bounce back. I don't know who our next game's against, but hopefully we can bounce back. Coming in by Samoa Joe. Yes, Fear said, Hangman had to take the win. He needs to look strong for a future feud against Punk. Robs said, last 3 matches more than brought it. Good stuff. Corvid said, Wardlow's new singlet is far too cheeky. Cheeky. Going over against the ropes. Shot coming in by Samoa Joe. Wardlow backed into the corner. Hard spot this is, to be honest, for these two. Know what I mean? Trying to follow up after what we just saw. Samoa Joe in the corner. Wardlow charges over, gets planted down by Samoa Joe. Hobbs watching on. The quote on the sign said, it's from the Book of Hobbs underneath. The hell's the Book of Hobbs? I don't even know what that is. Powerhouse Hobbs. Has he written a book? Is it from his book? Why didn't he just quote the film Hobbs and Shaw? I've heard of that. I don't know what the Book of Hobbs is. I'll Google it. Perhaps it's one of those things that I should know. And everyone's like, you don't know what the Book of Hobbs is? Book of Hobbs. I mean, Book of Hobbs. No. Next chapter in the Book of Hobbs. I don't understand. Is it just something he's said somewhere? He hasn't written a book or something. Gone back to hating these people now, you know. I've gone back to hating them. I've got such a weird relationship with these people. First of all, their sign didn't make sense. We pointed it out, and then it turns out there was other parts to the sign. They just couldn't be bothered to hold it up. And then they change it over for the next match. And then they don't have a sign, and I'm disappointed. And then they do have a sign, and I can't make sense of it. I've been on such a ride with these people. Such a ride. They have been, I will say, they have been my MVPs of this show, though. Right, Wardlow in control. Hobbs has been quoting his Book of Hobbs lately, says Fran. I love MJF as heel. Did I miss the Moxley match you did? Corbett said it's not from the Book of Hobbs. It's from William Hobbs, an English philosopher of the 1500s. Guys, are you not reading? Are you not reading William Hobbs, the English philosopher from the 1500s? Disgrace. Right. Wardlow getting up. They needed a call-off match. This shouldn't have been it, said Alexis. Bong Style, shout out to you, my friends. Enjoying the stream, and I'm enjoying my new BritBox subscription. Okay, good. Some good things on BritBox. The best of BBC and ITV on BritBox. I don't really understand, though, because both, I think, have got their own streaming services as well, so I don't really get how it works. Joe has got Wardlow down. Rest with Andy said it's from Uncle Howdy. Wardlow has been skipping as day. He's not been squatting, said Mr. Unfamiliar. I'm all right with that, to be honest. Can't say I noticed. I do think a lot of us enjoy wrestling in different ways. Over against the ropes goes Wardlow. I missed that version of the Booker Hobbs. Days, we got Real Betis in Europa League next and Southampton in the Premier League next weekend. Well, I mean, look, if we can get a good result against Betis, good result next weekend, today was a blip. If not, though, I mean, honestly, you know, the wheels start to be struggling. Could we have got everything out of this group of players that we're going to get this season? Going to be interesting to find out. Yeah, it is. It is difficult. This match is difficult. Samoa Joe. It's not that it's a bad match. It's just wow. How do you follow what we just saw? I don't know if it would have been best to have had like some backstage interviews and just kind of, you know, put a bit of space between the matches here in particular. Wardlow trying to get between the legs of Samoa Joe. Cheeky. Power bomb there by Wardlow. Good work. Grabs the leg. Joe getting back up. Clothesline by Joe. Down goes Wardlow. Thomas Hobbes was born in 1588. He was an English philosopher. Hobbes is best known for his 1651 book, Leviathan, in which he expounds an influential formulation of social contract theory. Thought so. Right, he's mocking Wardlow. Picks up Wardlow. Wardlow on his feet. Headbutt there by Wardlow. Oh, down goes Samoa Joe. So Wardlow has got Joe down now. Sleeper applied. Joe is fading. 1. Doing the old school arm thing. 2. Wow, and his arm goes down for 3. Is out. I don't understand. I don't understand. So you really, when do you ever see the arm drop 3 times? Normally it's like, and then they just save it, right? This time the arm does drop 3 times to show that he's out. And the second that the hold is released, Samoa Joe rolls out the ring. I mean, in my mind, shouldn't he be like, you know, out? He's just lost the title, passed out. Soon as the second that hold was released, he just gently rolled out the ring. Well done to Powerhouse Hobbs. That should have switched position with the Jericho match. Let's go, Wardlow. Right. Well, the great news is we might be going back to some signs that actually make sense. Powerhouse Hobbs is up in a higher section. It's a great thing to hold up, is it that? You know that ring? You know, like with money in the bank, you hold up the briefcase and you know the contract's in there. Watching Powerhouse Hobbs hold up a giant gold ring. I just don't think the optics on that, I just don't think the optics are good. I really would suggest they change that. If that was like a smart briefcase or a contract on a clipboard or something, you know, like those lines. Instead, he's holding up this giant gold ring. Yeah. Little things. Little details. Things. How long we got? We got probably got about an hour and 50 minutes left. If I was Hobbs, I would keep the golden donut. It's far more impressive. Big though, isn't it? Big, chunky. Right, coming up next is the tag match. Guns versus Yo, now listen. OC Hausen. Lethal and Double J. Hater AIDS is a play on Jamie Hater, and it's an American thing, says Key Rebel. Isn't it a play on Gatorades? The gold ring looks like a Sonic ring. I agree. Isn't it meant to be... Oh, look, we've got another sign. We've got another sign. I'm excited. Come on. What you got? What you got? Sanjay Dutt making his way down. What's that say? Something deserves better. Oh, here we go. Private Party deserves better. Oh! Tell you what, we're getting frisky now. We're getting frisky now. Oh, we're not playful now. I want a glass of Haterades. It's my birthday. All of a sudden now we've turned on Tony. We've turned. Private Party deserve better. That might as well say, Tony Khan, your booking is a disgrace. She's not happy that Private Party are not in this. Shots fired. Shots fired. Right. Orange Cassidy and Danhausen come out, both wearing the same attire. Both in black. Curse them sign. Shots fired. Shots fired. If someone tries to get the brass ring, they try hard to achieve success in a situation where many people are competing against each other. Yeah, it's a play on that, isn't it? Isn't it a play on the Vince interview where he said that Cesaro needed to grab that brass ring? That's when I started to hear it used more. Yo, here we go. Claims. Listen. Okay, that was all right. It was okay. I like the line about you look. They were talking to the Guns, and they were like, "You look like a single mom in your leopard skin pants." And they cut over, and they are wearing like skin tight leopards tights. What are they doing with Danhausen? It's just floating. WWE has golden eggs. AEW has golden rings, says Hollywood guy. Scissor Fest. Right, this should be fun. This should be a fun match. Theo, shout out to you. Yo, now listen. Did Wardlow win? He did, yeah, he did. All right, we're starting off with Jeff and Orange Cassidy. Super chat days. Booker Hobbs is a segment when he talks about his life, about his brother being killed. Do you remember those? I mean, I'm gonna say no, but I'm gonna say no. I mean, I've seen those. I can. If someone said Powerhouse Hobbs had segments where he spoke about his brother, it sort of rings a bell, but I couldn't. No, I don't. I don't. To be honest, I don't. It's a deep cut because I can't have been any time recent. Backdrops. Moxley against the Acclaimed in a scissor match. I think it's supposed to be a brass ring and it's a play on Vince, said Defcon Eric. Corbett said in 1662, Sir Thomas Addy invented an elixir in order to save the life of his pet alligator Huey. The drink was dubbed Gatorade, incorporating his surname when he brought it to market. What? In 1662? Someone tried to save the life of their gator. What? Hang on, I need to have a look, see how this started, because that sounds like rubbish. Gator AIDS. Let's have a look. Wikipedia. Gatorade was created in 1965. Following a request by the Florida Gators football head coach, Gatorade was created to help athletes by acting as a replacement for body fluids that have been lost. Early versions of the beverage consisted of water, sodium, sugar, potassium, phosphorus, and lemon juice. Early tests were a success. Drank it, whether it helped us, who knows? Yeah, Jackets asked why his team lost. We didn't have Gatorade. That made the difference. So so it really was connected to the Florida Gators football team. They had this sports drink made, and then they started to see some benefits, some success, and they didn't quite know if it was down to the drink or not. Oh, interesting. It's actually quite interesting. Yeah, I don't think we have it here. Maybe I'm going to quickly Google that. Gatorade UK. DDT by Orange Cassidy. I can get it on Amazon. Why isn't Gatorade sold in the UK? In 2012, the European Union banned an ingredient called BVO. That ingredient is used in Gatorade. As a result, the sports drink was discontinued in Europe. BVO, 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 BVO. I am such a stan for BVO. I love BVO. BVO, BVO, BVO. Wow, this has been quite the journey of discovery, hasn't it? Right, we've obviously got our Stand-Up Millionaire. We've got the hour-long match coming up. We've still got about an hour and 40 minutes here. Bang. Hollywood guy, shout out to you. I think we read that, didn't we? Did I read Luke's? Super chat? If I didn't, I might have really missed Luke's. Did I get to yours, Luke? If you're still around, let me know. I hope I did. I'm pretty rubbish when it comes to super chats. Here is Bowen. We're dealing with someone that's Sanjay Dutt. Where's all the teams? Where is everyone? Everyone's gone. Here they are. Here's the guns. Did Wardlow win? Yes. How do you feel about Jamie Pickett wanting a no contest because of a low blow? In all fairness, I did wonder at the time, because that is why he does go back against the cage, and you can see him talking to the referee. So, I mean, it won't happen. I can't see them doing that. It'd be interesting. I haven't seen the replay on it. What's the replay look like? Does it look like a low blow? I think, if it was a low blow, I wouldn't disagree with it. Because that is a significant moment, and it does lead to the finish of the match. So, if it turns out that it was a low blow, I wouldn't be vocally against it, to be honest. Knee strike there by Jay Lethal. Fran, shout out to you. What sign does the girl have now? Well, she's shots fired. Shots fired. She hasn't got a sign at the moment, but the sign she did have was private party deserve better. Not happy that they are not involved in this match. Are they saying, let's go Caster? We got Caster in there at the moment. In there with one of the guns. We've got a delayed vertical suplex. Bang. Jason says, I'm going to ask Tony for my money. Average at best. Why push Wardlow to float? The title to go back doesn't make sense, said Jason. We got the guns, and we've got Lethal and Jeff Jarrett all in the ring, scissoring each other. Scissoring away. Aubrey coming over, having a word. BVO is brominated vegetable oil. It's a food additive used to keep citrus products from breaking down. Pepsi removed it from Gatorade in 2013. No excuse for the UK to not have it. Well, listen. We went to the trouble of getting it off our shelves. We feel cheated. We feel like we've been abused. There is a breakdown in trust, and it seems like it's a long road back now for Gatorade. Unfortunately, it's a long road back. Competition for shelf space is, you know what I mean? You can't go sneaking BVO into things and thinking it's going to be all right. You're giving Tony too much credit, said Chair. Relax. Mr. Unfamiliar said Jeff Jarrett should win the belts and probably take over booking from Tony. Maggie said, Days, the comments about Wardlow make sense. I have to agree. A quadro scissor strut, said Rick. What do you think of the BKFC cards with Rockhold and Mendez versus Eddie? I haven't seen it. Don't watch it. Satnam Singh is in. He's got a hold of the guns. Got him over the top rope. Theo said AEW will take your signs away or kick you out in the street if they don't like your signs. Well, actually, that sign has gone. Danhausen is in. Danhausen is confronting Satnam Singh. Gonna curse him. Here's Sanjay. Has he got? Is that a pen? What? Pencil? Snaps the pencil. Boot there by Danhausen. Here's Orange Cassidy. Orange punch to Satnam. Low blow by Danhausen. Here's Daddy Ass. Famouser. Some crotch chops being thrown out there by Daddy Ass. Now the guns come in. Double low blow. Oh, my God, to their father. Now they're crotch chopping away. In come the Acclaims. Acclaim charging over, clothesline. Down goes the guns. Guns going over the top rope. So Acclaimed are in there at the moment. Back elbow by the Acclaimed. Shots coming in. Up on the shoulders. Didn't we see this match last week? Oh, knee strike there by the Acclaimed. Guns rolling out the ring. In comes one of the other Guns up, planted down. Going up top. Caster, elbow drop. Jeff Jarrett's just watching. I don't understand. Jeff Jarrett's just literally on the edge of the ring, watching the action unfold. To the outside goes Bowen. Arash Mine said, nice. Michael said, thoughts on Vince booking the Brock Amos and Bray match? I mean, I don't believe he has. I think he's had some input, but I think he's always had input. He's always had access to Triple H, hasn't he? And he's always been the majority shareholder. So he's always, you know, even when he retired, he still had an interest in the company succeeding. So just because he wasn't there didn't mean that he didn't, you know, he didn't care about like how the company did now, because all of his wealth is tied up in it. So yeah, I think that he would have sent messages, given guidance. But I don't think that he has outright said, you know, you're doing this match. Here's Jeff Jarrett. Planting Caster. Aubrey prevents a guitar from being used. And shoulder up by Caster. Shoulder up by Caster. Jay Lethal is freaking out on the edge of the ring. Jeff Jarrett very upset with Aubrey. Pushes Aubrey. Pushes Aubrey. Aubrey pushes Jeff. Are we doing a spot with Aubrey? Aubrey gets pushed by Jeff. On. Over in between the ropes. To the outside goes Jeff. In comes Danhausen. 1, 2. Charging over into the corner. Danhausen with a suplex. Brock refused to work with Bray, so they needed another opponent, says Corvids. Planting Danhausen. The Guns in control, and they're going to stop Orange Cassidy from coming in, and this match is done. The Guns retain. The Guns retain. Well, there we go. We got an Aubrey spot in there. WWE stock has doubled in price since Triple H took over creative, says Theo. Could have the winner scroll at the bottom. I don't think it's there, to be honest. I don't even know. I don't think I've still got it. Have I got it? Oh, I do have it. God, that's how old it is. Drew beats Carrion. Judgment Day beat OC. What show was this? Braun slams Amos and wins. This feels... Is this like a... That's Crown Jewel. That's Crown Jewel, isn't it? Isn't the... is this going to be Logan and... oh, Renee's in the ring. Bianca beats Bailey. Bray Wyatt promo, maybe? Bray Wyatt segment. Roman. Reigns. FTR. They're going to go to WWE because did you see the picture? Did you see the picture with the contract? Did you see the WWE contract? FTR have come out. Dun 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 dun. Well, they needed that. Shots coming in by FTR. FTR time. Ancient winner squad. It is old, isn't it? It is old. I don't even know where I go for it anymore. That was the last time it was used. Crown Jewel. Shatter Machine. Who's won? Starks. Who's won? Starks. Oh, they're picking up those belts, making their intentions clear. They want those AEW tag team titles. There's blood. How's he got blood? How's Dax bleeding? Oh, he must have gone to the Jon Moxley school. Ash is like, are you all right? Ding, 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 ding. I bet Triple H is sad, isn't he? Eh? I bet old Triple H is glum. I'm trying to remember the matches as they happened. House of Black was another one. Jamie Hayter. Dun, 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 dun. Hangman. One more match to go. One more match to go. Baby. Dun, dun, dun. Nice. Triple H is a glum chum, said Smurfy. Is a glum chum. Watson said 90% of the fan base don't know the Guns names. They're supposed to be the champs. Who wins in Benavidez versus Plants? I'd be leaning Benavidez, but I mean, Plant is obviously a fantastic boxer. But I think I'm leaning Benavidez. Actually, I don't know who's the favorite in that. I would imagine Benavidez. What would be in the champ? Right, MJF and Danielson coming up next. What did I want? I wanted Revolution 2023. Ding, 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 ding. That is good for AEW, of course, that FTR are back with them. I did think they would be, though. Must admit, I was hopeful that they would go to WWE because I feel like we've seen them in AEW and I think a few people found it frustrating. But who knows? Perhaps it's going to be the dawn of a bright new future where they will get those titles and get that like long championship run that I think we're hoping to see from them. I hope so. Right, I think we're good. I think we've got that done. Right. Maxwell Jacob Friedman. Here is Danielson. Did Wardlow beat Joe? He did, yes. He did. Allegedly, FTR's contracts are up in July, said Jackson. Tony said, I can already tell this is going to be a banger match. Mr. Oven Familiar said, AEW referees officiating the matches with completely different rules is comical. Meave said, will Punk come out to confront? Well, that would be big. That would be noteworthy. There's Bryan Danielson making his way down in the ring. I really feel like this is going to be a match that we are going to keep referring to. It's just got that sort of feeling about it that this is going to be... I don't know if I would go as far as to say a historic match. It's got potential to be. I think this could be match of the night. I could absolutely see this being 5+ stars and all that kind of stuff. Just got so much potential. Got an orchestra coming out and they're wearing like Batman masks. They've got loads of instruments. I love it. I'd love it now if his music plays, he just walks past them and they don't use the instruments. That would be so funny. Honestly, there's around about like 20 odd people that have come out, a full orchestra. They are playing it. I was trying to, are they playing? Batman. It's good, isn't it? It's good. It's devil time, said Erase Your Mind. Do you think Omega takes big money deal? All right, here's his music. Do I think MJF coming out in is that the Maskey War when he won the ladder thing? Won that ladder match. Coming down as the devil. So I think he takes it. I think that how Cody has been booked will be of interest. If you're a wrestler and you look at and you know that like you're being held together by blue tack and dreams, you might not have long in your career. You've got to be looking at WrestleMania and thinking. You've got to be thinking like I could have WWE champion on my resume. Could main event WrestleMania, because I'm sure he would. I'm sure they would use him in that spot. It must be tempting. It must be something that you would give some consideration to. Whether he would leave, though, I don't know. I really don't know. I think he's loving being in charge of the game, and he's got like his mates there, and I think he's well respected. I think he can pretty much do what he wants. He's got incredible creative freedom. But I do also think that all the extra responsibilities, I actually don't think those are fun. I don't think those are things that really the wrestlers enjoy. Don't get the impression that being an executive vice president is something that is pleasurable. It's like a real perk of the job. If anything, it seems like it's a bit of a downer, a bit of an inconvenience, really. And I kind of feel like you might want to just get away from that and just be a wrestler. I'm torn on it. I could really see arguments for him going, but I think I can see bigger arguments for him staying. Maxwell, looking good, looking in great shape. MJF, he does look in great shape. Oh, almost drops the belt. Almost drops the belt. Smile on the face of Danielson. JF telling the fans, shut up. He looks brilliant. He looks shredded, man. He looks so good. He's clearly been putting the work in. Okay, here we go then. The hour-long Iron Man match between these two. MJF in white attire. He looks great, and he looks in great shape as well. And over the other side of the ring is Bryan Danielson. The clock has started. The countdown has begun. MJF framed Roger Rabbit sign. That woman hasn't got a sign for this match. Of all the matches to not do a sign for, you didn't think the hour-long Iron Man match was worth it. 30-odd seconds has gone already. We're in a feeling out process right now. Let's have a look, shall we? Jonathan said, who do you want to win? I think I want Danielson to win. I think I want Danielson. Have a look. Let's see what you lot thought. We had over 2.5. Entourage Creative one said, white tights means bloods. That's a really good point, you know. That's an excellent point. Who will leave as AEW champion? MJF, 59%. Bryan Danielson, 40%. That's 2.2 thousand votes. Basically 60-40 on this. 60-40. Danielson over the other side, getting back up to his feet. These two circling around each other. Locking up. Collar and elbow. Arm behind the back. Reversal there by MJF. MJF in the center as Bryan Danielson grabbing a hold of the ankle. Down goes MJF and Danielson. Goes back and put in pressure on those leg joints. Now he's going to go for a bow and arrow. And he's got it. Pinfall or submission. Oh, look at that. So that's a lovely pin. Danielson wrapped the legs up, rolled him over, had his legs elevated, MJF shoulders down. Referee started counting. That was a good pin attempt. And it was a submission at the same time as well. He had his legs all tied up. That is some really nice wrestling there by Danielson. Danielson taking a second to do some star jumps, mocking MJF. And they circle rounds. Nice start to this. Kick to the midsection there. And now MJF does star jumps. I think CM Punk would return after this, says Connor. Bryan can have a 6-star match with a broom as an opponent. He is just that good, says Angel. Over the top. Over goes MJF. Danielson goes down. Danielson back up on his feet. Against the ropes goes Danielson's shoulder tackle. MJF goes down. Danielson against the other ropes. Over the other side. Underneath. Hip toss. Over goes Danielson. Kick out. Down goes MJF, who scoops up and slams Danielson. The elbow misses by MJF. Quick now. We've got a nice pace to this, you know. Nice little sequence going on as MJF kicks out of that head scissor. Nice. Arm drag. Really nice. Arm drag. Both guys kipping up. Nice. Nice. Lovely sequence. That's good. When do we get Bryan versus Sabre Jr.? If we're getting Forbidden Door 2, that is the match to make for me. That's the match to make. Or I'll take Danielson Okada as well. I won't turn that down. Danielson Okada, Danielson, Zack Sabre Jr. I think those two at the top. And then, I mean, obviously, I wouldn't mind Danielson against Ospreay. There's quite a few that you could do, but those would be the top two. It's coming in. Zack Sabre in particular, because I remember when Danielson first left WWE, he said that, you know, he wanted to win his awards in the Observer, the Bryan Danielson Award for Best Wrestler, and that Zack Sabre Jr. had been winning it. And he wasn't happy about that. So there's like a little story that you can kind of dig into already. Oh. Whoa. MJF just took that woman's drink and chucked it on the child that was sat next to her. Child was just sat there minding his own business. Was that planted or was that real? If that's real, that is one of the most savage things I've ever seen. The woman, he took the woman's drink. Maybe I won't get the Bryan Danielson Award, said MJF. And that was savage, wasn't it? That was savage. MJF with a smile on his face. Danielson getting back into the ring. Danielson mocking MJF by doing some star jumps. MJF coming over, trying to hook up. Danielson goes behind. Couple of reversals. So we've had a nice little sequence. We then just got MJF going into the crowd, throwing a drink over a child. Coming back in, and we are back underway. I would like the clock in the corner, to be honest, just to see, you know, where we are, how long's left. Jumps on the back. We got a full Nelson. Corbin said that wasn't planted. He does things like that all the time. Ava said it's an obvious plant, but it's still funny. MJF has been expressing leaving AEW in 2024. AEW buys WWE in 2024. Don't see that happening. I really don't think that Vince would sell to the Cons. MJF said that deserves a star, Dave. Yeah, he had a message for Dave Meltzer. But in all fairness, he's probably right. Throwing a drink over a child that's minding its own business, and it was his mom's drink as well. Well, at least I think it was his mom. That definitely gets a star in my book. MJF moving the ref in the way as Danielson comes over. Tries to throw in a chop. Kick coming in there by Danielson. And again. Danielson getting backed away from MJF. MJF gets Danielson, hurls him face first into the middle turnbuckle. On the Ring of Honor show on Thursday, Zack Sabre Jr. kind of teased the Danielson match. He shouted to the camera, "I'm the best technical wrestler in the world, not you, Bryan," said James. Interesting, James. Interesting. Maybe that's where maybe we are going to get it then. I don't know when Forbidden Door 2 is going to be. I mean, I'm imagining they're going to do it. I mean, the last one was very well received. I don't know ratings-wise how it did, but from a critical point of view, it was well received. MJF sticking his fingers out to the crowd, smile on his face. Going over, grabbing Danielson. Danielson going against the ropes. Small package. 2. Kick out by MJF. Kick to the midsection there by MJF. Reversal. Big back body drop. That was big. You got some big air there. Big air. They'll try and do all the matches they originally wanted for Forbidden Door 1, says Corbett. Big back body drop. NH said he's got to be a plant. It's an easy lawsuit if it isn't. No fine print on any ticket says your kid could have a drink thrown on them. Also, water with no ice in a plastic cup. Arenas don't do generic cups. I mean, I can't comment on that. Here in the UK, I think they do. I've had plastic cups when I've gone to the O2. Whether they've now branded them as O2, I'm not sure. But I've had plastic cups at the O2, normal plastic one. It's an interesting point about the lawsuit, though. An interesting point about the lawsuit. What's your score prediction? I say 2-1 MJF. I say 7-0 and Man United fans are going to cry. I mean, I am a Man United fan, so shots fired. Who's being a snowflake now? Who's being a snowflake now? Snowflake community. Over in the corner goes Danielson. If Danielson wins, does he bring back the biodegradable title? That would be a nice callback. I mean, MJF was allowed to change it to the Triple B title, so yeah. I thought, I didn't mind that. He's a vegan. He was appalled at having a leather strap, so he changed it. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, what I would say is really weird, but like, that was a heel thing to do. You know what I mean? Caring about the world and the environment. Boo! So now he's a face. I don't think he would do that, to be honest. This world is messed up, man. It is messed up. We've got a wrestler that's all about the environment, looking after the planet. Heel. He must be a heel. MJF staring at a guy in the crowd, tells this guy to move out the way. Gonna grab Danielson, throw him over that barricade, chucks him in the ring. That's really good work, that is, by MJF. Man, that is so good. That is so good because there's a guy in the front row who was trash talking MJF. He was trash talking MJF. So MJF, what he did was he said to the guy, "Can you just move out the way? Can you move out the way?" Got them to move, and there were some chairs behind. And he teased that he was going to throw Danielson into there. Ended up chucking him into the ring and stuck his fingers up at that guy. So he made the guy move. And then stuck his fingers up at him. I wonder if he's got like a go-to book. I wonder if he's got like, not like an actual book, but like, do you know what I mean? Like certain plays that he can do, if someone's giving him like a problem at a house show or a Dynamite or a whatever, Rampage, I can do can you move out the way and then not actually use the reason why you asked them to move and stick the fingers up and whatever, the drink being thrown in the kid's face. Like, I would imagine he's probably got a bit of a mental library of things that he can go to. So I don't think, I mean, if he's just thinking this stuff up on the spot, that is insane. That is insane. If he's just thinking of doing this in the heat of the moment, that's incredible. My thoughts are he's probably done some of these at house shows and various shows, and they've worked, and he's just got a bit of a mental library that he can go to. But I was really impressed with that. Really impressed. And my favorite parts of these matches have been MJF interacting with the fans at the moment, and it's not a bad match at all. It's just those have been the highlights for me at the moment. Jonathan, shout out to you. He's got a hippo on a chair that spins, and it is making me feel very self-conscious. I feel like there's definite subliminal messages that aren't even subliminal being sent there, Jonathan. As you send me a sticker GIF thing of a hippopotamus spinning around on an office chair. Questions need to be asked, Jonathan. Questions need to be asked. Danielson in the corner as MJF is working on the arm. I appreciate the support, though, Jonathan. Appreciate the support. Jonathan Farthing. Going to be a Road Warriors 85 pop when the cult of personality hits at the end of this match. I mean, it will be huge if that's what happens. If that's what happens. I bet CM Punk is going to return after this match, said Connor. Does MJF somewhat remind you of Mr. Kennedy? A few mannerisms, few things. He's just so good. He is one of the best heels I've ever seen, MJF. For his age as well. His ability to talk, I mean, powerbomb by Danielson. Not only is he like one of the best promos that's had loads of praise heaped on him, and understandably so. I do think some of his content can be a little off at times, but he gets more right than he gets like wrong. And also, I mean, you're not going to find a heel that has cut the perfect promo every single time they talk, right? Let's be realistic. So, yeah, rightfully so, he gets praised for that. His interactions with the crowd's incredible. The only question I think really with MJF has been his match quality, but it's not that his matches have been bad. It's just that they're being benchmarked against his talking. Do you know what I mean? Like when you talk about MJF, everyone I think would say amazing talker. And then when you talk about the matches, they're not going to be as good. They're not the same level. So it's like he's a victim of his own success in a way. Because he's so exceptional at talking, his matches just aren't going to quite measure up. It says that it feels like we've had longer than 17 minutes, but maybe we have had 17 minutes. Probably time-wise would be probably right. Feels like it's been a little longer, though, than 17 minutes, but 17 minutes have gone so far. Hurricanrana there by Danielson. Danielson is in control at the moment. CM Punk would only come back on a Chicago pay-per-view, said Entourage Creative. Gene said Punk is not going to come back for an MJF program. Maybe to side with MJF against the company, though. Maybe to screw Danielson. Mr. Unfamiliar said, y'all are tripping. If anyone shows up, it's going to be Ryback. James said, MJF has been to the Piper heel school. Yes. You can see plenty of Roddy Piper in him. Yeah, I completely agree. Good comparison. Brenton said 2-1. MJF wins. Punk comes out after calling out MJF. The only thing I'm going to say is I really wouldn't focus on what happens after this match because I think this is where like people build up their expectations and then when it doesn't happen, people get disappointed. I didn't come into this show expecting CM Punk. I hope for something. I said at the start of the stream, hopefully when this ends, we can say, that was a good show. That was a good show, and we got this. Well, at the moment, I think overall, it's been a good show. And I think that we got FTR. So I would say that they are meeting that expectation. And I do expect this match to obviously pick up pace and get going and like have near falls and have its drama. And I think by the end of this match, we'll be full of praise for it. It is still no falls each. But I don't know. I can't say I was expecting Punk. But there are, I mean, look, there's been plenty of talk, plenty of rumors. Slingshot by MJF. Danielson grabbing his hand as he tries to skin the cat. He gets kicked, though. Johnny said Brie Bella is going to get involved somehow. Bryan Danielson will win by pinfall or submission, and that's it. New champ, said Sterling Smith. Jay said nothing is happening after. Maybe on Dynamite, but no Punk. Justin said former WWE star could debut after the match. Right, Danielson on the outside. Springboard moonsault. MJF misses. Grabbing hold of his leg as Danielson goes in between the ropes. Suicide dive, and MJF goes down. So we are now under 40 minutes, 39 minutes left in this match. We've had 20-odd minutes of it now. As Danielson comes over, grabs MJF. Up coming in. Woos from the crowd. In the ring goes MJF. Danielson climbing up. Going up top. He's up top, and I never know what they're going for. They always seem to like jump off the top, and they're not like going for a crossbody, or they're not going for an elbow, or they're not going for a double axe handle. They literally just jump. Oh my God, that was a brutal driver. He absolutely planted Danielson. Taz says that he's landed on the back of his skull. God, I mean, that was delivered with some force. Oh, God. Excalibur said, Taz became physically, like, shocked by what he saw, and he actually tapped Excalibur on the shoulder. And he pointed it out in commentary, and Taz was like, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to slap. He's like, no, I wasn't looking for an apology. I was just trying to let people know, like, the severity of what we have just seen there. He looks all right, though, Danielson. Looked brutal, though, didn't it? It looked brutal. Patrick, shout out to you. So both are down right now. Both down, trying to get back up to their feet. Kick out. Days, I've been sick, been feeling better, but I've been listening to your podcast. Patrick, shout out to you. I'm glad you're feeling better, dude. Sucks when you're not feeling great, so welcome back. Come on, BD, says Maggie. Come on, BD. Danielson getting back up to his feet. Going around the back, looking for a backslide on MJF. MJF. Getting Cradle coming in. Reversal there by MJF. Reversal by Danielson. Oh, the rolling spot. People love this spot. I think it looks silly. I feel like that was done in a recent WWE match. Like, I feel like it was Liv and someone. I can't remember. AEW fans, you'll be pleased to know I criticised it then as well. We're doing some more back and forth reversals. And now MJF and Danielson bridging up. Looking for a backslide. 1, 2. Desperately trying both guys here to get this first fall. 1, 2. Reversal again. 2. Kick out. CM Punk comes back with a new theme song, said Victor. Forearm strike there by MJF. Danielson going in the corner. Goes over the other side. Danielson up over the top. Against the ropes. Clothesline. Danielson back up onto his feet. Clothesline. MJF goes down. Danielson is down. I'll tell you what's quite interesting, though, is that it's 5 minutes past 4 here in the UK. So that means this show has been on for 3 hours, 5 minutes. We've got 35 minutes left on the clock. That means that by the time the match ends, it will be 3 hours, 40 minutes. That will mean that if the show is planning on going for 4 hours, there should still be time, 20 minutes, potentially, if we do want to do something afterwards. Could be that it's a new champion. We get a celebration. Could be that someone comes out. Not saying Punk, I'm just saying there's time to do something. Because the belief was that this was going to run for 4 hours, and we've still got 55 minutes left. Danielson kips up. MJF trying to get up to his feet. Danielson, knee strike. Knee strike connects. 1, 2, 3. Danielson wins. This was a normal match. He would be champion now. That makes me think MJF is probably going to win. Because we've seen it before where people lose Iron Man matches, but they then point out that they got the first fall, and if it had been a normal match, they would have won. Danielson gets the first fall. 34 minutes left to go. He's going for another knee strike here. He wants to get a second fall. JF trying to get up to his feet. Got yes chance. Danielson charges over as MJF collapses down. MJF is down. Danielson going over. Grabbing MJF. MJF with a low blow. Low blow by MJF. First of all to BRYAN, Federation Mind. LS Dub said 1-0, BRYAN. 1, 2, 3. 2. Did he just get 2 quick falls? Is it 2? They've just changed the number to 2-0. No, you're wrong. I think it's 2-1, isn't it? Apparently, he got disqualified on the low blow. So, because of the low blow, it made it 2-0 Danielson. But then he got a couple of quick pins. I mean, we've just gone from 1-0 Danielson to now 2-2. Honestly, the fact that the commentators are having to try and figure it out themselves and discuss amongst themselves what is going on. Not a brilliant look for this part of the match, is it? 2-2. Okay, so Excalibur is going through it now. 2 quick pins. So it's 2-2 right now. I probably should put it on screen, shouldn't I? Should probably put it on screen. Two at the moment. Right, MJF to the outsides. We are getting close to the halfway point in this one. MJF over. He's got a chair. He's going to use the chair. No. Over by the barricade. Danielson with a chop. Kick coming in there by Danielson. Chop coming in. Kick there by Danielson. Danielson has got MJF and plants him into the chair that is set up in the corner. MJF is seated. Danielson getting back into the ring. Comes back out again. Going for a big move here as he charges over and gets caught by MJF. MJF hits Danielson as he was charging towards him. We're on the outside of the ring at the moment. Danielson is seated. Chop coming in there by MJF. So Danielson is seated right now. MJF is walking away. MJF is going to run at Danielson. MJF charging over. Danielson gets up now. Now MJF goes down. MJF goes into the corner. Kicks coming in by Danielson. Crowd counting along as these kicks are landing on the chest of MJF. Danielson rolls out the ring, and now we are into... Danielson charges over, and finally, we managed to connect. MJF slumps down, and we are into the second stage of this match. We got 29 minutes 44 left to go. In the ring goes MJF. Like Danielson charging over, colliding into MJF. MJF got his legs being wrapped around that ring post. Shot coming in there by Danielson. Again, the leg being wrapped around the ring post by Danielson. Shot coming in. Who won out of Joe or Wardlow? Who won the tag titles? Winners are scrolling at the bottom. Is Bryan Danielson still part of Blackpool Combat Club? Is Bryan Danielson still part of Blackpool Combat Club? Yes, I believe so, but we haven't really seen him like engaging with them for a while because he's been so heavily involved in this feud with MJF. But so, yeah, I believe so. Patrick said, do you think that Sammy and KO will team up and win the WWE titles, tag titles? Does seem to be the direction it's going, yes. Punk's not coming back, said A1. Brenton said, Danielson loses. Punk comes out after to confront MJF. Bryan turns heel, along with the rest of the Blackpool Combat Club on Dynamite. Danielson gripes about the officiating. Stipulation that he picked. Excited, says Brenton. Slaps coming in by MJF. We got a figure 4 that's been applied. Shots coming back by Danielson. Sean Ross Sapp said the MJF spot with the kid wasn't planned. It makes it even better now, says Connor. That said, Jim Cornette is God. AEW is sad. Sad joke of an excuse for what wrestling is. Sterling Smith said, what's your number 1 favorite match so far? Of tonight? I think it's, I don't know. I feel like the Christian match. Christian against Jungle Boy I enjoyed. I appreciate how much effort and how far they went with the Moxley Hangman match, but it's not my style of wrestling, as people know. So, like, no. Now I'm going to do this to you. Now I'm going to do that to you. Now I'm going to do that to you. Now I'm going to do this to you. It's just not my thing. It doesn't get me going. This has been good. This has been good. I think the falls, the confusion with, well, I say confusion. I mean, I must admit, I didn't think he'd been DQ'd. So the DQ thing, and then like the 2 quick falls afterwards, and I don't know, like this. There's been some good stuff in this though. Enough to say it's better than Christian and Jungle Boy. Kick coming in. Chop coming in there by MJF. Kick coming in by Danielson. Right, we're fighting on the edge of the ring. We've got just over 25 minutes to go. We've got kicks coming in here by Danielson. And again, MJF goes down. I'll tell you one thing I think this match has done, though, already, and that is really legitimize MJF in the sense of he is going toe-to-toe with Bryan Danielson, and he might not have won that first fall. So had it been a normal match, we would have a new champ now. But it took a while to get that first fall, and he has been battling and fighting and competing, and do you know what I mean? It's not like he's constantly been taking shortcuts. He has really been showing that he can wrestle, he can go. And as I said, even though he might not have won that first fall, like he's looked good. He has looked really good. He's been look good in this match. I know people will say, yeah, but, you know, anyone can look good with Danielson. That's a fair point, but credit where it's due. We're over in the corner. We're up top. Shot coming in there by MJF. Ooh, Danielson falls down onto the edge of the ring. Spills to the outsides. I think, has MJF ripped the camera off the sides? Don't know if he was going to use that as a weapon. We do have the camera. I don't even know if we've actually seen... I don't know if we've actually seen that camera, if we've used it or not. It might not have been used because it might be planned that it's going to be used here, but he hasn't used it. Into the ring post goes Danielson. We've got a table. Daze, do you think CM Punk will return or someone will debut? I think there's a chance of Punk returning, but I can't say that it's something that I'm expecting. Let's put it that way. Like, I seriously could see this ending with, you know, new champ or MJF retaining and that being it. Do you know what I mean? They celebrate and the show comes to a close. And then I can see people going, that's it. I must admit, I don't have that expectation that someone's going to come out, but it could happen. MJF is up top, looking to deliver the elbow, and it lands. That was a nice elbow, man. Delivered a nice elbow to Bryan Danielson, and he gets put through that table. So an elbow there by MJF on Bryan Danielson. AEW needs to elevate MJF's work rate. Wrestling Danielson will help MJF. Patrick, shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words, my friends. Angel said he looks like me at the gym. Now, listen, I wish I looked like MJF. It's absolutely shredded. He looks really good. Right, he's getting the referee. They're going back into the ring, and he wants the ref to count. So MJF gets back into the ring. Danielson is down. Danielson was just saying something to the ringside official. Danielson's trying to get up, but he's struggling. Danielson is trying to beat this count. 6. On his knees. He collapses down. 7. 8. Danielson. 9. Beats the count. Manages to get in. Manages to beat the count. Danielson is down. He is shattered. Elbow drop through the table by MJF, who launched himself off that top turnbuckle. CM Punk returns and challenges MJF, then has to run a gauntlet of matches to face MJF at the next pay-per-view. The next pay-per-view is going to be a fatal four-way of Bischoff, Russo, Meltzer, Cornette, CM Punk returns. Who wouldn't buy that? I guarantee it wouldn't be 5 stars. Although Meltzer might give himself 5 stars. Right, we're on the outside. We've got a pile driver. Oh, wow. A jumping pile driver. He jumps into the air, crashes down, drives Danielson's head into part of the table that hadn't broken from when he elbow dropped Danielson through the table. MJF, though, grabbing a hold of his knee. MJF is struggling to get into the ring himself. Oh. Yeah, I mean, he's selling that knee. There's not really anything on the replay to suggest that he has done anything serious or with that knee, or the little bit of blood coming off the head of Danielson. MJF hobbling over to Danielson. Oh man, he's gone to that wound and he's pulling it apart. Oh. Pulling it apart. In the ring goes Danielson. In the ring goes MJF. 20 minutes left to go. 20 minutes left to go. 20 minutes. MJF. Oh, lovely. This has got to result in a fall. 1, 2, 3, and it does. MJF managing to get the lead here with just over 19 minutes to go. 19 minutes, 20 seconds. 19 minutes, 20 seconds left to go in this match. We should be done by 22. That's when it should conclude. 22, whatever hour it is. At the moment, 21 minutes past. And MJF going back under the ring, getting some water. He had some water earlier. Interesting from Taz. That's really interesting. Shots coming in by MJF. So Taz says, like, you if you're rinsing your mouth out, that's fine, but shouldn't be drinking water. I'm not sure why. MJF, stop, otherwise you'll have to go and pee. What's your number one favorite AEW World Champion? Probably Kenny. I thought Kenny with Don. I thought that was an excellent pairing. And I mean, I much prefer Kenny as a solo star rather than being with the Bucks. And maybe we're going to see that now, you know, now that they lost the titles tonight, that we could see Kenny go off on his own. So yeah, Kenny for me. I would say Kenny. I know a lot of people enjoyed Hangman and Moxley and Jericho. Maybe MJF, but I'd go Kenny. Say hi to Birdie. Say hi to Birdie. Blood pouring down Danielson's face. I told you this would happen to Dada. Right. Is grabbing a hold of Danielson's head. I'm the best in the world, said MJF. I'm the best in the world. He's leading 3-2 at the moment. Leading 3-2. 16 minutes to go. At the end of this match, out comes Adam Cole to challenge on March 29th, said Tyson. Adam Cole will return. Go back. MJF pushing Danielson, and MJF was ripping at that tape. That surgical tape. Sports tape, whatever it is. Danielson getting back up to his feet. Not coming in there by Danielson, who collapses down. We're under 16 minutes right now. MJF has got a big smile on his face. He blows snot onto Danielson. Give me a shot. Give me your best shot, Dragon, and he does. Headbutt there by MJF, and Danielson goes down. MJF in control, taking his time, leading. Just needs to make sure that he doesn't lose a fall. Why the fan of the Hogan stuff? Why the fan of the Hogan stuff? There is a guy in a yellow shirt. I haven't seen if it's Hogan. Into the ring post goes MJF. Reversal on the outside. MJF was going to hurl Danielson into that ring post. He managed to reverse it. Days, have you seen a young MJF on Rosie O'Donnell back in the 90s? He sang a song. I haven't watched the clip, but I feel like I might have seen a really short something doing the rounds on social media. I haven't watched the full thing. Come on, MJF said Legend Killer. Right, here we go. We've got Danielson climbing up. Just over 14 minutes left to go. This match is shorter than AEW's Fight Forever release date. Oh, down comes Danielson onto MJF. MJF goes spilling over into the corner. Update the score. There is the clock. Well, yeah, I'll update the score. 3-2. Bang. All right, MJF folded up. Triple H is coming after the bell to sign MJF to WWE, said Darren. Mr. Unfamiliar said Brie Bella will come out. Then Mercedes Moné will attack her and kiss MJ. Right, we've got MJF going up top. Danielson going in between the legs of MJF. Right, Danielson climbing up. I mean, what we haven't had in this match, we've had a lot of action and there's going to be a lot of appreciation, but we do have to be honest in saying we've not been getting this is awesome chants, oh, holy shit chants, you know, all this kind of stuff, you know? And the crowd could just be a bit burnt out from like all the action they've seen before. I mean, these two have really gone at it. You know, Danielson is bleeding. He's got blood in his mouth. We've seen some good spots. I mean, it's been a good match. It's been a good match. No one's saying it's not been a good match, but as we're approaching the final 10 minutes, I can't say it's been a 5-star match. Dive in headbutt there by Bryan Danielson. Dive in headbutt. He's still down by 1. And we got 12 minutes to go. Now we've got blood pouring down the face of MJF. And I think he just handed the blade back to the referee. He just seemed to hand some over. I mean, that's a lot of blood, man. That's a lot of blood. Just don't think this was it was a headbutt. I don't know that was needed. And he seemingly just handed some back over to the ref. Gordon Soley, Crimson Mask. Right, Danielson charging over. Oh, thought he was going to go for the knee. Oh, he ducks underneath. Does deliver the knee, but he tells the crowd that he's not satisfied. The bell lock is in. MJF is teasing that he's going to tap. He does tap. MJF taps. So we've got just over 10 minutes to go, and it is now 3-3. It is now 3-3, baby. They need to stop blading on camera and including passing the blades out. It's unprofessional. Jeremy said there's too much blood on this show. Trini said it loses the effect when it's done like that. It was clear blades in. What can you do when Moxley is your trainer? Right, we are 10 minutes exactly. 10 minutes exactly. We are into the final 10 of this one. MJF working on the arm. Danielson grabbing a hold of the arm. MJF, arm being pulled back here by Danielson. He's looking for the label. Trying to get it on. There was so much blood. It's like his arm's slipping all over the place. Trying to get over to the ropes. Danielson has rolled and flipped MJF into the middle of the ring. Here we go. He's got the label on again. We got 9 minutes. MJF's going to tap again. You know, he ain't getting out of that, surely. I mean, it's on as well as it was first time. Oh, he does reverse. He does reverse. Salt of the earth move applied by MJF. That move was on, and it was really... Look at Danielson's arms. Ugh. Danielson's arms are covered in MJF's blood. Covered in MJF's blood. Danielson trying to get over to the rope. He gets dragged back into the center. Salt of the earth armbar applied. But just over 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go. It's 3-3. Claudio is the only one that doesn't bleed. Pulling back on the arm of Danielson. Danielson's arm looks bad. Is that a bruise? The middle part of his arm looks bruised. Wouldn't surprise me. 7 minutes 30 here, and he's pulling back, and Danielson trying to get to that bottom rope, and he does. And look at the shape Danielson's in there. His one leg's touching the rope. His other arm's being pulled back over here. He's been contorted. MJF down. Danielson down. WWE would not take anyone from AEW besides MJF and maybe a couple of other people. But that's all. Here's This Is Awesome chants. This is awesome chants. Tony Schiavone said, if any match proves what AEW is all about, you are watching it right now. Shot coming in by Danielson. MJF throwing a big shot back. These two exchanging blows in the middle of the ring. Headbutt there by Danielson. Danielson coming back by MJF. Both guys getting back up to their feet. Headbutt there by Danielson. MJF's legs. Buckle in. MJF forearm strike. Big shot there by Danielson. Forearm coming in by MJF. These two just exchanging blows in the center of the ring at the moment. 3-3 at the moment. People don't understand. MJF can't be the proper MJF character we know and love in WWE, says Watson. Danielson goes down to his knees. MJF down on his knees. The crowd applauds. The smile on the face of Danielson. And Danielson with a smile on his face. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes left. These two wailing away at each other. Chop coming in there by MJF. Chop coming back by Danielson. Another chop coming in. Eye poke there by MJF. That was good. Against the ropes goes MJF. Kick coming in there by Danielson. MJF, Danielson going against the ropes. They collide into each other. Danielson back in the corner. Big shot. MJF goes down. 4 minutes left to go. 3-3. Danielson backs in the corner. He's going to look for that knee strike. MJF is still down, though. He has to go over and help him up. MJF goes back against the ropes. Danielson through the ropes. Oh. MJF pulling on the arm. Plants Danielson. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Danielson. MJF rolls out the ring. Going to go under the ring. Grabs a bottle of water. Taz is like, stop with this. Taz is more appalled at MJF having water than he was the amount of barbed wire and everything in the previous. Please, MJF, stop with this. Danielson up in the corner. Chop's coming in. Just over 3 minutes to go. I'm kind of said, who do you think is going to win? I think it's going to be MJF, but a draw could be likely. Yeah, I mean, I think it could still go either way, to be honest. Elbows coming in. Got Danielson is over in the corner. He's going to deliver a pile driver. Oh, off the middle rope. And he sells the knee. He was selling that earlier. He's selling it again here. He has been selling that knee all throughout this match. He delivers a tombstone pile driver off the middle rope, the middle turnbuckle, and he can't pin and capitalize on it because of his knee. We are down to the final 2 minutes. 2 minutes left here. Fight Forever is being chanted now. And it's 50 on the clock. This closing sequence has been a lot of fun. I'd say this kind of final 5-6 minutes has been really, really strong. Danielson down. Draw and overtime, said Zach. Alexis said, thank God he sold his knee so he didn't have to do it 80 degrees. Here we go. He's going over to pin Danielson. 1, 2. Kick out by Danielson. Danielson grabbing a hold of the leg. Grabbing a hold of the leg. Dragging MJF into the middle of the ring. Center of the ring. We got 1 minute 5 on the clock. MJF is talking to the ref. Oh, it's deep. It is deep. It is deep. MJF is trying to power his way out of it, trying to get to the ropes. It's fingertips. And he gets dragged right back into the middle. 40-odd seconds to go. Danielson has got this cinched in. MJF powering up, teasing that he's going to tap. Trying to get over. There's 20 seconds left to go. Oh, look how wide his eyes went. MJF teasing that he's going to tap. Teasing that he's going to tap. He's got 12 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's a draw. He taps, but he taps after it ends. It's a draw. It's 3-3. MJF is still world champion. This match is a draw, and MJF is still your world champion. Only saying got you. Yep. Fans aren't happy. They're giving MJF oxygen. MJF is getting oxygen. Crowd are chanting BS. Tony's going to go down. Tony's been told to go down. Tony on the thing going, yeah, okay, okay. Okay, yeah, okay. Tony Schiavone is making his way down to the ring. Why would there be extra time? Said Alexis. No draws. Sudden death. That's from Tony. Tony Khan. That's from Tony Khan. Yeah, it's from Tony Khan. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? He won't allow it. He won't allow it, guys. Tony Khan is a man of the people. He will not allow it. I mean, he booked it, but he won't allow it. Sudden death. Sudden death. MJF can't believe it. The oxygen is being took away from him. That sweet, sweet oxygen. Tony Khan will not allow this to end in a draw. So sudden death. Huh? Low blow. We've got like refs getting involved. 1, 2, kick out. I like the ref getting involved and stuff. MJF is still going to retain, but it didn't need to be so convoluted, said Corvids. I need that oxy, said Smith. Bring it back, bring it back. Danielson down in the corner. MJF over on the other side. MJF has got the championship. Triple B. You use it, you lose it. Be my guest. Be my guest. Try me? Did he say try me? You're a referee. Try me. Try me. You think I won't do it? Try me. Got the dynamite diamond ring, but he doesn't connect with it. Reverse Rana. Danielson. He's still got that diamond ring, though, isn't he, MJF? Charging over. It connects. Damn, the knee. 2. Kick out by MJF. Wow, the knee connected and MJF kicked out. That's sick. That's sick. MJF's oxygen and water is all elite. Danielson, that was a cool spot, man. Kick coming in there by Danielson. And again. MJF down. Danielson grabbing the leg. MJF has still got that diamond ring on. Is he going to take it off? That's cool. Referee takes the diamond ring off. I was waiting for that to be used. That's so good that they've... No, I thought he was tapping as well then. That's really good that they thought that far ahead. Some really, really good stuff in this match. Some really, really good stuff. MJF teasing that he's going to tap. MJF is trying to move over to the ropes. He's desperately trying to reach. He's got like a finger on it. MJF taps. Danielson thinks he's won. Oh, he's gone to the sweet, sweet oxygen. Stu, my darling. My precious. He's going to use it, you know. Look at him. He's like... Got the old oxygen tank. Yeah, come on, come on. Hop. Smacks him in the head with the oxygen tank. Referee didn't see it. And MJF puts on the bell lock. Danielson not responding. The third one doesn't fall. This ref, I really hate him. MJF is a master. It's an oxygen mask match. Danielson didn't allow his arm to drop for the 3. He's coming back. Oh, he's fading again. He's fading. Oh, he taps instead. He didn't drop his arm 3 times so he could tap. Danielson loses. MJF wins. In your scores, out of 5 for that match. In your scores. 4-3 is how it ended. And still... Damn it, said Adam. Tinka, tinka, tink. Tink, tink. There's some amazing stuff in that match. Imagine if AEW has Deadly Games match. Adam said 4. Brenton said 10 out of 5. 5 said Travis. 4.7 said Real Talk. 2.5 the ending sucked. Entourage said 4. Big Boss Man said 2. David said 8-4. Jay said 4. Darren said 4. Rock and Sock said 4. Balake said 5. Winnie said 5. Mitchell said that was a heck of a match. Darius is done. Blue Shirt said 4. Wrestling Cult said 4. Jaden said 4.5. Meave said 4 oxygens out of 5. Got a bit of a mixed bag here, haven't we? By the looks of it. John said, I scored that made no sense out of 5. LSW said, very messy, but the mess was worth it. Great storytelling, 425. I tell you what, there's going to be so much spoken about with that match. So much spoken about. I thought there was some fantastic stuff in there. I felt like the majority of it was, you know, just builds in, and then you get to the end, and that like final 5-6 minutes I thought was really, really good. Really, really good. And when he actually connects with that knee strike in overtime as well, I didn't think he was going to. I really thought MJF, who still had the ring on, was going to catch him, and he didn't. And then I love the fact that the referee spots the ring and takes it off, because I was sure that that was going to be the finish. And I feel like they knew that fans, or preempted that fans would think that would be the finish. And just as you go in, that's what it's going to be, they go, no. And then they take that away. And I think that's so clever. That was really clever. I also think it's quite clever that you don't see oxygen in a match like that. But then how often do we see Iron Man matches? So them giving him oxygen and it being like a thing, we obviously commented on it. And then it turns out that that's, I mean, I don't know why it was just left at ringside, to be honest. You know what I mean? I can't imagine that's safe. What if they'd spilled to the outside and fallen on it or whatever? So just leaving it next to the ring is a bit silly. But I kind of like the fact that it played a part in the finish as well. Elbow drop looked really good. That kind of jumping pile driver looked really good. The throwing the drink on the kid in the crowd was really good. The telling the guy to move out the way, getting him to move and then not actually doing anything with that and sticking his fingers up at the guy was really good. There's so much good stuff in there. It's really, really good. Yeah. But I think the blading is a bit of a down. I think the obvious blading of MJF. I think the blood actually looked quite good towards the end, though. But the obvious blade, I'm not bothered about obvious blading, but to go from no bloods, like you're absolutely fine, and there's that one headbutt, and all of a sudden your face is just a crimson mass. It is absolutely drenched in blood. Like it didn't seem quite right. And then you see him handing the blade back as well. I thought that was a bit of that's a shame. That's a bit of a shame. I think the referee just gets way too involved as well. Seeing him push MJF in that overtime definitely made me like think, if you're the referee and you've just watched these two just go at each other, for an hour, and now we're in overtime, I would have to think that if you get pushed or something like that, there must be a level of acceptance. You don't put your hands on the referee, but equally the ref should never put his hands on the talent either. And imagine if that had been cost the end of the match. If he had pushed MJF falls over and it results in the 1, 2, 3. Like, I kind of feel like there should be some repercussions for the ref there. Like, just because you got pushed doesn't mean you can go pushing the talent back. 2 wrongs do not make a right, let me tell you. So it just feels like the referees have to get involved somehow. We saw Aubrey doing it earlier, where it was like she was getting involved with Jeff Jarrett. Like, it's not about you. Sit down. You don't need to sit down, but you could sit down. So yeah, there's a couple of little annoyances in there. A couple of things that just like, and I remember making the comment saying, crowd have been a bit quiet, been a bit flat. We haven't had "This is awesome" chants or like holy chants, And then obviously we get to the final 6 minutes, and then of course, they pick up the pace a bit, get some near falls. Then we do get those chants. So the ending is really good. Overall, honestly, I can see people being really divided on this. I can totally get why people say it's 5 out of 5 and why people love it. I can understand why people weren't into it, because I think for the majority of the match it was just plodding along. And then you've got the blading, you've got the ref getting involved, you've got just bits and bobs throughout that's just a bit So if it never quite grabs you, if you weren't grabbed by those final few minutes, then I could understand this being one that you go, not for me. But then equally, if you just loved the action and you was into the match and you was into the story, you was into the spots, and then the final 5 minutes just made it even better for you. And then the overtime and, as we said, the ring, I love the fact the ring was took off, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I can really see why we're getting so many different scores coming in. I'm probably not going to ask. I don't know what to do. I don't know whether to ask about what you thought about the show or what about the match. I feel like that match is more important than the show, believe it or not. I think when we talk about this show, we're always going to talk about that main event. So I think we go with the match. What do you score MJF versus Danielson. I would go with 4.5. I could probably be convinced to go 4.75, but there are things in there that would just stop me going 5. There are things that would just stop me going 5. But I am not going to be disagreeing with those that do believe it was 5. Let's put this poll up and we'll see what people think. We'll see what people up with. I'm gonna keep it quite high, to be honest. I feel like the majority of people are gonna have felt that. See, bit of a different poll here. We'll see what you lot thought. Mitchell, did I see your super chat? I didn't, but let me put this poll down. I'll scroll up. Mitchell said it was a really good show. What's your rating for the show overall? I wasn't. There's a couple of things, a couple of matches I wasn't feeling. I wasn't feeling the women's match. I wasn't feeling what Ruby Soho doing after stuff. The Moxley match is just not to my taste, but if you like that kind of thing, I would imagine you was very satisfied. Main event, I think, as I said, is in the 4s, like 4.5 kind of range for me, 4.75, and I wouldn't argue with anyone that says it's 5. Feel like it's a big statement match. It's one of those matches that I think is a statement. I mean, like I think it is one of those matches that we look back on, talk about, and I think like you'll see, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Meltzer comes out and gives it 5. And in fact, I'll be more surprised if he doesn't. So I feel like it will be one of those kind of matches. So you've got to say it was a big main event. And I enjoyed the Christian Cage Jungle Boy match, actually. I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed that more than I thought I would. I really enjoyed that. Main event, I'd say, is match of the night. But I would say Christian Jungle Boy would be my second match. Starks Jericho was all right as well. I think, to be honest, I mean, it probably boils down to like a 7.75, maybe an 8. I think we wanted this to be a good show. It's definitely a good show, in my opinion. We wanted a surprise, and we wanted something that was going to give us some momentum. I am very interested to get people's reactions to that main event and to see what people thought about it. Just see what the general consensus is. I mean, I think the amount of work and effort that went into that main event is going to be seriously appreciated. Seriously appreciated. And I think that, I mean, you can go back and watch Brett and Sean, and there's going to be large parts of that Iron Man match that are just, plodding along, taking time out of the match type situations. But that's regarded of being like this iconic match. And I can see this kind of going that same way, to be honest. I can see this, even though there's the obvious blading spot, even though like the ref kind of gets a little bit too involved, even though there's large periods where it's a bit flat, the crowd are seated, no one's really chanting anything, they're not really, an hour's a long time, right? Your expectation of having the crowd on their feet chanting for an hour is probably not possible, right? It's not going to happen to have them for that long, like, making that much noise and everything. So, they built it up. Final 6 minutes, it really got going. As I said, the knee connecting, the ring and all of that. Like, this is why for me I'd be in the 4s. And good 4s as well, not just like a 4, but like, 4.5, maybe 4.75. But there are just things that just stop me from going to 5. There are just things that as I was watching, I was like, not sure about this, not sure about that. And there's just enough of that for me to sit here and go, oh, it's not a 5 for me. What I think is a bit of a shame, actually, is I think if you was to take the best moments of that match and put it into a 20-minute match, it's undeniably a 5-star match. I think that if you just cut some of the bits out, maybe take out some of the slower parts and just boil it down to 30 minutes, even say 40 minutes, take the best of the over run, take the best out of that match, still, like, you could do that kind of a match at Wrestle Kingdom boil it down, take it down to about 30-something minutes. And that is undeniably a 5-star match for me. I've got no doubt about that. No doubt about that at all. I think you take the best bits of it and you've got something really special. It's just that it's spaced out well over an hour because you've got the hour and then you've got the overrun as well. So, probably about, 775, something like that. FTR returning was the big part. House of Black winning the titles is a big part, says Kyle. Yeah, FTR coming back's good. House of Black winning is good. I mean, what I will say is that I think it would have been a bit of a downer if Elite had beaten House of Black, because I think we would have said, like, what are we doing? That would have been like a negative. If we was to sit here and go through the positives and the negatives of the show, House of Black had lost. That I think for me would be seen as a negative. Them winning is a positive as well. You are right. But it does work the other way as well, because I just think that House of Black, I'm so pleased they pulled the trigger on them, because we've been waiting for them to get going and for them to have something to get their teeth into. And I mean, we're well past the point of waiting. I mean, we're at the point where, Aleister Black was asking for his release. I know that was to do with like issues going on, personal issues. But I mean, I think we can all agree that House of Black have not been booked well since they formed, and Malachi has not been used to his full potential. So I think if this was going to be another opportunity that we would have missed, I think that would have been frustrating. And I think it would have been a downer, but they got the right result on that one for me. They got the right result on that one. I like Jamie Hayter retaining. I don't mind MJF retaining, although, obviously the fans really wanted Danielson to get it done. I don't mind MJF doing it. I'm very interested to see what it does to the ratings. FTR coming in is big for them, good for them. Does it move ratings, though? Does it move ratings? Is that going to really move the dial on Wednesday? I mean, I feel like Wednesday, 833,000 is what they got last week. I mean, you would imagine there to be a bump after this. The fallout of that MJF Danielson match is going to be interesting. The return of FTR is going to be obviously interesting as they go after the Guns. House of Black, the future of the Elite. I mean, I suppose it has definitely given the show some momentum. What's next for the Elite? What's next for House of Black? What's next for, there's a lot of what nexts. FTR coming back, definitely. But is that going to... Have we seen anything seismic? Have we seen anything that's going to really push that number right back up again? Don't know. I think it'll still be a good number, though. I think it'll be a good number. Because it's a good show. I mean, this thing could have bombed. Could have been awful. Could have been sat here going, that was a disaster. For me, that is nowhere near a disaster at all. That is like top 7s for me. That was a really strong offering. Good offering. Meave said media scrum. Media scrum. The cheerleader's eye turning black has been the best aspect of House of Black, says Theo. Ledger Killer, shout out to you. I understand a lot of people watch, they can't afford, but low scores didn't watch, says I don't care what you think. Well, I don't know. I mean, look, with wrestling, we know that there's going to be lots of different tastes. As I said, I admitted that that Moxley match isn't for me, because I just find, for me, that when it's like, I'm going to use this weapon, I'm now going to use that weapon, I'm now going to use this, I'm now going to do this, I'm now going to do that, now we're going to go onto this board of barbed wire. Just feels like we're just going from one thing to the next thing to the next thing. I mean, like, some of it's impressive, some of it makes you go, damn, like, Brick putting his hand in between a brick, right in the back with the barbed wire, like, you go, I just find that I have that reaction to a few things, like, oh god, that's whatever. But the amount of stuff that they do, just I don't know that I'm physically possible for me to go, like all throughout the match. You know what I mean? Now he's getting choked. Oh my god! Now he's getting stomped onto the bricks. Just what actually happens for me is I find myself just getting less and less affected by the spots. So I feel like if it was a match that had like a few things in it, I would be a lot more. Oh, God. Yeah, it's funny actually, because if you think about that Iron Man match, one of the big reactions that came out of it is when it's done because like Danielson cuts his head on the outside, and MJF actually grabs and starts pulling it apart, and the crowds are like, "Oh!" and there's like this big reaction. And I remember seeing that and thinking, they've just watched two men like smash each other into bricks and all this kind of stuff, like barbed wire each other's back, but they are oohing at the fact that like a cut is being pulled apart. And it's because it's because there wasn't loads in that match to provoke that kind of reaction. That was like, oh, do you know what I mean? Like that, it could get that reaction as a result. So I thought that was kind of interesting that these people that are just seen two people murdering each other would still react and still pop to like a cut being pulled apart. And we saw someone's back being grated with barbed wire or hand being crushed between bricks. But no, a cut being pulled apart. I suppose in a way it's relatable, isn't it? You know, we've all had cuts, and the idea of it being pulled apart makes you go, oh. So I just think it's different. You know, I know that James was in saying he loved that match because he loves that kind of wrestling. I think there's a lot of there are some definite WWE hardcore fans that whatever got offered up tonight is going to be no good. Whatever was served up tonight was going to be trash, right? Those people exist. We know they exist, and they exist the other way around as well. AEW, fans that whatever WWE do, it's trash, right? Sort of try and block them out if I'm going to be completely truthful, because I sort of feel like, well, it's irrelevant what happened tonight. They were always going to hate it, so whatever. Do you know what I mean? If you really feel that way, if you are someone that's got that sort of an extreme opinion that everything AEW does is amazing, everything WWE does is amazing, and the other company's trash. I mean, the only thing I say is there's obviously no point you tuning into this stream or an AEW show, is there? Because what's the point? What's the point in spending your Sunday night just getting just hating on something? Like this is what I've said before. So I can understand like different opinions in wrestling. I really can. I mean, we know that there's loads of different opinions in wrestling. That's where I think it becomes a lot more interesting. Where if we was able to like cut that noise out and just as wrestling fans have a very honest, very real conversation. It's just so easy now to have a conversation and immediately be labeled as a WWE shill or an AEW hater or a WWE hater or an AEW shill when you're like expressing an opinion. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is how I feel. You're just a hater. All right. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Like, this is the world that we're living in now. But that's why I'm interested in getting as many votes in the poll as possible so we can get a good read as to what people thought about that main event. I feel like this show, it's what, 4 hours long? It's under 4 hours long, just under, which is a better time actually. I don't feel quite as burnt out as I have with AEW shows in the past. This one clocks in at 3 hours something for the main show. And credit to them, that's better. That's better. And I think that we are definitely going to see a positive reaction to this. I think we'll see a positive reaction to that main event, positive reaction to this show, and hopefully that shows itself in the Dynamite ratings as well. There's a lot of work that's gone into this show. You can tell everyone's put in a big effort there. Everyone's put in a big effort there. Imagine if USA win the World Cup. It's better to be a wrestling fan over being a fan of whatever. Jim, shout out to you. Michael said, good late evening days. Good late evening. Just got home from watching Revolution at the movie theater. You got home already? What, do you live next door to the movie theater? It only finished like 10, 12 minutes ago. Do you live above the movie theater, Michael? Michael, what were if you was in the movie theater? I've got some serious doubts considering you're back home already. I'm just calling it as I see it, Michael. I'm just calling it as I see it. It didn't end that long ago. What was your what was going down in Cine Town? What was happening? What was happening in the movie plex? Was the popcorn in the air, Michael? The popcorn being chucked around? Were the drinks being thrown? What was the scene? What was the scenes? Tell me the scenes that were being painted in the cinema. Yes. 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 Just yes. Yes to all of it. All of it. James said, Days, 4.75 for the main event, 8.5 overall. Why watch something if you hate it? Doesn't make any sense. I agree. I agree. I feel like I'm quite close to your scores. I think I'm quite close. Yep. I got home in 8 minutes after watching UFC at Buffalo Wild Wings, says Brian. I heard, Brian, that you'd actually been to Hooters and enjoyed some wild wings there. And there's also rumors that you might work at Hooters. Don't know. No shade if you do. Can I please come to your Christmas parties? That's my question. That's my question. Life is all about taking your chances. Typical Summer said, I'm not a fan of any company. I am a wrestling fan. It was a great scene, said Michael. It was a great scene. Johnny said, does anyone know who won? No, none of us. Well, we were hoping you could tell us. It's gone 5 a.m. I am off to bed. Brian said Hooters was last month. Damn it. Damn it. That must have been pretty cool to watch at the theater, said Johnny. It was a shame no one did. Woo! Don, I was holding out hope FTR would return to WWE. Yeah, I must admit I sort of was as well. Just because I feel like I've seen a lot of the matches I would want to see from them in AEW, but there's plenty of matches. I just don't feel like we got a good main roster run out of them in WWE. So, do you know what I mean? I want to see a properly booked FTR in WWE. So I do agree that is a shame. But, you know, now they're going to make moves with the belts. I just don't know. I just don't know who I'd want to see them go up against in, I mean, like, you think about the Bucks, but we've seen those matches. I'm not really interested in seeing them against the Lucha Bros. They could go up against they'll go up against the Guns for the titles. They could go up against the Acclaim. Top Flight, Private Party. I mean, there are teams, but yeah. One like away. What do you think about Ruby Soho's heel turn, says Michael? You know, to be honest, I just thought it was done in a bit of a confusing way. Like the way that she sort of shunned the heels and then was in the ring with the faces, and then the faces thought she was with them, and then she ended up turning on them. I really do think sometimes in wrestling things get done a bit too confusing. And things get a bit done. I would use the example of the Cody promo that we've been seeing with Roman. Been plenty of praise for it, but I said, like, I just don't think we needed the I'm the son that Dusty always wanted stuff, you know? I just don't think that's added to the story for me. And if anything, it's actually, like, confused things and, like, not made it, like, super confusing, but, like, just added an element that didn't need to be added. We told a story that I just don't think needed to be told. And I don't think it added anything for me either. If anything, we could have used that time for something a bit more real rather than trying to create something fictional. there's so many real emotions involved. We could have used that time for that. So I've been not not massively critical. I mean, they've still been great promos. The Roman in particular, his stuff he did on Friday was noted. The Roman stuff was fantastic. But it was just like some of the Cody response stuff I was a bit off with. And I just kind of feel the same here with the Ruby Soho stuff in the sense of I just think we could have cleaned that up a little bit, you know? We didn't need to make that as kind of complicated as what it was. And yeah, if she's with the heels, fine. To be honest, I mean, she's so cold to me. If she goes with the faces, fine. She goes with the heels, fine. Just do something with her, do you know what I mean? Just do something, this poor woman. Like, as long as we do something with her, fine. So, yeah, whether she was a face, whether she was a heel, whatever, just do something. So, I kind of felt like when she was going with the faces, I was like, okay, she's picked her sides, cool. Then as soon as she turns, I was like, okay, we're going the other way, cool. Fine, just pick a side, pick a lane. And, fine, cool. She's with the heels. Could be something interesting that comes out of it. Main event, I would say, is a little bit similar, where we maybe could have made it a little simpler. I do think it's funny. We all know the show is booked by Tony, so the idea of Tony Khan will not allow this match to end in a draw. I find that a bit distracting, because what wrestling fan is watching this show that isn't aware that Tony is the one that books this show? So the fact that Tony was getting like they praised, they made sure that Tony got praise for ensuring this match. They easily could have just said, you know, this match will not be ending in a draw. In the event of a draw, we will go to overtime. They could have said that before. And then, like, we know, right, we're going into overtime. The fact that it's like Tony is not going to allow it, it's like, well, Tony booked it in the first place, didn't he? So Tony might want to make his mind up. I know we're confusing kayfabe with real life, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean? These lines are a little bit blurred anyway. Right. I was just waiting for the media scrum to see what was going to get said. Never know who's going to start a fight. You never know who's going to fire shots at the EVPs. Michael, shout out to you. Cody sold so well during those verbal barbs from Roman, says Theo. Media scrum is on soon. Johnny said, Days gets a weekend score at 10 out of 10. Awesome streams. It's very kind, dude. I'm sure we could find reasons to mark me down, though. I've no doubt about that. No doubt about that. And we've done nearly, God, I don't even know how many hours we've done this weekend. I mean, this is going to clock in at over 6 hours, this stream, you know. Tony needs to worry about MJF messing with the wrong fan some days, says Aubrey Edwards. Elliot and family said, by the way, Days, I've been watching you since I was 9, and now I'm in high school. Oh, my God. That hurts. Golden Whitey Player HD. Shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. They're growing up, aren't they? Hey, where does the time go? Hey, you youngsters. God bless you. Yeah, no, I appreciate the support, dudes. I really appreciate it. And hope you enjoyed the show tonight. Who won? MJF won. Jeff. John said, AEW should abolish 60-minute time limits after tonight's fiasco. Gregory said, I thought Cody's promo was good. Flying Octopus said, taking shots at me, I will throw shots back. It's on now. No. Well, the media scrum's meant to be. I'm on YouTube and it's not showing. So at the moment, yeah, we don't have anything on. How did the pay-per-view feel, said Brenton? Did it move smoothly or was it a chore like previous pay-per-views? I felt it went pretty smooth. I think the only bits that were a chore was I think it was hard to get into Samoa Joe and Wardlow. because I think that follows the Moxley match. And I think after that, I think we all needed a bit of a geez. So I don't know that I think I would have been tempted to have actually dropped a match. I think I would have been tempted to have had one less match on this show and just had a little bit of like some sort of significance backstage segment or something on the entrance ramp, you know, some sort of talk show segment, which could have been interesting. I also I would have liked Renee's reactions as well. I mean, but that's just a personal thing. That's not a pacing thing. But I thought, like, you know, we sort of went from match to match to match. I have said before, they really need something just to break up, like going match. If you're so invested in a match, it's very hard to, like, once you end that match to be like, right, here we go, next match. But I sort of found, like, I didn't find any of the matches were, like, blowing me away. And I was like, oh my gosh, shattered after them or anything. Like, they were good. They were fine. They were solids. You know, like the early matches, the Jericho Starks match, it's fine. It's good. 3.5, something like that. It's fine. I really like the burial match. I thought that was good. But again, it wasn't like, oh my God, super tense, throwing myself around. It was just a really solid offering. And again, you know, I just felt quite fresh. Wasn't feeling burnt out. The first time, I think I thought I was like, oh, yeah, definitely could do with a break or some sort of, you know, here's what's coming up if in the future of AEW or some, you know, a vignette or backstage interview was straight after the Moxley match. That's when I felt I needed something, but instead we just went straight into Samoa Joe. Women's match, I just don't think I got into it. So I think I was just a little bit like out of that. I think I was just a bit out of that one. And I would have liked. Yeah, I don't know. That one's tricky. That one is tricky. I think by that point, I don't know if I'm feeling. I don't know actually, because like the women's match and the tag match were probably the two low points for me, and it's kind of interesting that they both come at like a certain part of the show. So I wonder if I was feeling a little bit burnt out by that point. Or maybe the show does just have a little bit of a dip in it at that point as well, you know? Maybe that's the part of the show where it does just have a little dip before we go, you know, into the main event. So I don't know if that's a pacing thing or a quality thing, but no, I mean, look, it clocks in at 3 hours something, and that is so much better than for me than clocking in at 4 hours, 4.5 hours, or something along those lines. I was someone that felt their pay-per-views were a bit too long, and the counter that people have is, well, we have to pay for these and we only get a few a year, so give me more. The more the merrier. I do understand that mentality, but I just think when you're watching it and, you know, if you are getting burnt out and it is like, you know, I have watched early AEW pay-per-views, right? The ones mainly from say 2020. I've watched some of those where I am like clock watching towards the end, just like really, oh, you know, when's this going to wrap up type thing. Because I've been burnt out by the matches. The matches have been like big spots and whatever, and then like, you know, straight into the next match, and we've done that for like 4.5 hours or whatever. I mean, again, actually, I think part of the reason why I'm not burnt out is not only is the show a bit shorter, but a good chunk of that Danielson MJF match, obviously they're down or they're trying to take a bit of time out, you know, walking around on the outside. I suppose in a way you get a bit of a breather because they need a bit of a breather because it's an hour-long match, you know what I mean? So I suppose in a way the main event provided a bit of a breather as well, so that when you got to that exciting finish, you was recharged, you know, you felt pretty good. So yeah, no, I didn't really have any problems. I'd say the biggest problem would be straight after Moxley and Hangman. We're still waiting here, by the way, you know. It's not that I'm just ignoring the media scrum. It just hasn't started, which is crazy considering we're like a good 25 minutes or so after the show. It's been 30 minutes. I need to go to bed, said GW Unky. Bo is in a relationship with Giona, better known by Liv, with the two living on a farm and starting a real estate business. Do you think CM Punk comes back to AEW after MJF said, "I'm the best in the world"? I wouldn't use that as an indicator, to be honest. I think that they're very good at creating talking points and getting people's attention and things along those lines. MJF knows that if he makes a comment like that, people will be talking about it, talking about him, talking about like that match and whatever. And I can't say that that's an indicator to me. Started now. We got Tony. Let's take some questions. Take one. There's some wrestlers coming out. Where would you rate that main event? He said, I think it was one of the greatest matches in AEW history. He said, quite possibly the greatest match we've ever had. You can't hate him for saying that, I mean, it was very good. We've sat here, and for me personally, I've said it's like 4.5, whatever, 4.75. Yeah. Yeah. I'm the best wrestler in the world. MJF has come in and he's shouting away. Oh, is he on a crutch? I don't need a whole group backing me. There's nobody on my level. That's a nasty bump on his head, MJF making his way onto the stage, so it looks like he's going to stick around. He's on a crutch. Got a nasty bump on his head, man. Oh, is he talking to Dave? Is Dave there? Bet you guys think Rhea Ripley isn't dead. Bet you guys think Rhea Ripley isn't dating, buddy. What else is supposed to say these questions? Yeah. Yeah, he's not going to go, nah. Watch these things. And they're so long. And also the questions suck. Give it to me. He said, I watch these and they're long and they suck. So give me some hard questions. Who's going first? Comicbook.com. Comicbook.com. Wow. Who do you want to face? I'm not a mark. I don't have dream matches. What I have is this. Everyone's dream should be to face me. That's a damn good answer, in it. It's a great answer. Who's your dream opponent? And he's like, well, I'm not a mark like everyone else in this company. Very good. Right, Will Washington. Fightful. He threw a drink. Twofold question about that drink throw. What was going through your mind? You look thirsty. We had a serious conversation. Tony said that he met up with Titus, who is the name of the kids. The champion didn't act like a champion there. MJF points at the belt, going, I've still got the belt, mate. So there we go. Titus was the kid's name, and I think AEW going to look after him. Whoa, what? What are your thoughts about defending your championship? How was the show? I only just got here, said Cursed One. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Danielson isn't an incredible athlete. It's just talking about what he did to prepare. I think it's telling the truth. I've never been in better shape in my life, says MJF. Bryan Danielson is the toughest competitor I've ever been in the ring with. Said, I think I just put on the best wrestling match, bell to bell, of all time. Is MJF eating muffins? He's eating pickles. The kid looked thirsty. Lol. Okay. Right. I love the huge shot at Punk, said Mitchell. Pickle. Yeah, pickle. They're just asking about how long the preparation period was. I mean, what I was just thinking is that I think MJF and that main event match has done a fantastic job of refocusing him. I mean, he has gone 60 minutes against one of the best wrestlers in the world. and he has held his own. I mean, we have not seen him cut corners. I mean, yeah, look, there's moments at the end where he was trying to use the diamond ring. He was trying to get like a low blow in there. He was trying to use, I mean, look, he's got this victory because at the key times he has cut corners, but for the majority of the match, he has gone toe to toe. He could have got destroyed in this match, 7-0, 8-0, 9-0, 10-0. He could have got destroyed, and he hasn't. He's absolutely held his own. He's absolutely gone toe to toe. In order to get the victory, there's been corners that have been cut, but he has really shown himself that he can go. I wonder if this is something that's bothered him. I wonder if this is something where he doesn't feel he's getting the respect he deserves, so he wanted to be put in this sort of situation. That'd be interesting. I know that the story is that Danielson asks for it, but I wonder how it really came about. I wonder how it really came about, because this has been great for the perception of his in-ring work tonight. Who is next in line? Who would you say is next? Paige had a good victory tonight, they said. There's a lot of people on my radar. Will or no? I think Hangman is scared, says MJF. I think Hangman is scared and he won't come anywhere near MJF for the time being. Oh, Jungle Boy, Darby Allin, Sammy. MJF said, I think it's very obvious there's only one pillar that holds this place up. So he's got issues with Sammy, Jungle Boy, Darby. I don't like Claudio's face. A lot of people. Adam Cole gets a mention. Claudio gets a mention. Late to the show, hopefully Starks is free from Jericho Appreciation Society, and Hangman Mox is over to said CM. I think so. I think we are like moving on from that, yeah. Johnny said the main event was awesome and definitely a lot better than expected. It to be an hour long is tough work. He's not wrong. Jungle Boy and Sammy aren't main eventers, said CM. Do you think this means Punk is gone? Maybe, yeah. I mean, I must admit, I wasn't convinced we were going to be seeing him here. But I think it's, I mean, look, it's clearly a very real subject. It's clearly a very sensitive subject. We know that CM Punk is very headstrong. It really wouldn't surprise me if Tony is trying to get him back. And I mean, it'd be very interesting to know where those negotiations are. If they're happening at all now, or if it's just it ain't happening. I want out. Or, is Tony capable of giving him, you won't have to do anything with the Elite. You won't have to have any involvement with the EVPs. The EVPs will be told not to speak about you. I don't know. I don't know if you can find a way forward or not. That could be a long, long, long process. And I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know if Tony's going to just let CM Punk go without putting up like a monster fight, because Look at the ratings. Look at the rating. The rating's gone down to 830,000, and they've been there for a little while now. So we know that CM Punk definitely influences ratings. Yeah, don't know. I mean, clearly it's not something that's happening at the moment, but Tony might still be trying to work on it. We done pretending? Are we done pretending that MJF isn't the most complete wrestler? He said, look, I'm not one-dimensional. I think this bothers him, you know. I think this bothers him. I think there was like maybe some criticism about his look, his physique. He's gone and changed it. I think there was some criticism about his in-ring work. He's tried to give you a 60-minute Iron Man match. Sure. I go down. I want to make sure that I go down being just as great as I say I am. And a lot of people that are really good on the mic can't back it up in the ring. Yeah, I think this really bothers him. MJF putting it down. Fabulous Moolah is better than MJF. I hope the Guns beat FTR. I love how silent the crowd is when they win. Aubrey Edwards, presented by Prime Energy, said the Trios titles changing hands is good, and it could free up Omega. He said, at the age of 26, I've arguably already had a Hall of Fame career. This guy is very lucky. He signs off with the Jim Cornette. So he signs off with the thank you, F you, bye from Jim Cornette, which is a pretty fun way to end things. There he goes, took the pickles with him. Boom. Right, very good. Is an excellent talker, as we knew. Dealt with that promo as good as you would imagine he would. And yeah, I think we'll end it there, to be honest. Who's coming in? Ricky Starks. Yeah, I think we're going to wrap it up there. If you want to continue to watch the press conference, and it could continue for a little while. I don't know if Tony's going to take questions or whatever, but in all fairness, I'm really pleased we got a chance to watch that MJF bit, because that was good. That was really good. It's on YouTube anyway. It's live right now. But it's getting pretty late. I need to go and sort a few things out. I haven't even set up the Raw stream and whatever. So I'm going to go off and sort a few things. Have something. I haven't even eaten. Need to go and have something to eat. We're clocking in at nearly 6 hours 40 on this stream. Appreciate the support, though. Thanks a lot for watching. Thanks for joining us. We are going to be back on tomorrow, well, later today with Raw. Obviously, we've got NXT, a massive NXT this week as well. Absolutely huge. Stacked NXT. And then we will be around on Wednesday for AEW. Appreciate the support. Thanks a lot for watching. And I will see you again next time. Let me just end this poll. I don't want to run away before we see the results of the poll. Be a bit silly to ask questions and then not get the answers. What did you think about MJF Danielson? And 44% thinks it's a 5-star match. 29% think that it's 4.5 to 4.75. 14% say 4 to 4.25. 11% said 3.75 or below. So the vast majority, nearly 45%, think this is a 5-star match. 29% think 4.5 to 4.75. 14% to 4 to 4.25. 7% 3.75 or below. So boom. Awesome. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.